Good morning from beautiful Banyoles, from Catalonia, from Spain. Welcome to day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025. We are here in the morning hours, so 8 o'clock is the first start, and we're gonna get the day going with a race of the women's C8. So this is going to be interesting. Lane 5, we see here the Australian crew from Glebe, Lake Macquarie, and Leichhardt. So everyone had to get up really early this morning to prepare. Crews are allowed on the water a bit over half an hour before the first race, before their race, obviously. So this is an event that is just relentless. We're going to start the program at 8, and the last race today indeed will be at 7:45. So what a program we have ahead of us. My name is Sebastian Franke. I've got the pleasure and honor to be giving you all the infos, all the action from the water. And today is national holiday in Catalonia, so a lot of celebrations going on. We had a great opening ceremony last night at the venue, and saw very good pieces of Catalonian folklore, great music, and also some good speeches with the chairman of the World Rowing Masters Commission, Ron Chen, finally opening the event officially. Of course, racing started yesterday at 12. We can see the crews getting aligned here with our camera at the start. Unfortunately, we don't can cover the start quite often, because with the 3 minutes intervals, we catch the race if we're good at halfway, so at 500 meters into the race. So lane 4 here in the picture is Nottingham and Cantabrigian sitting ready to start. Crews are still being aligned. It's 1 minute to go. So Fergus Mayland is the on-site English-speaking commentator this morning. We're going to switch a little later on the stream and try to make this very long day of racing as entertaining to you as possible. Another one of our good point here in aligning and also getting the bow around here by giving the oar to the number 2 rower in this case. It's always very important with just 1,000 meters to go to have a good start. So power 5 for the start, 3/4 slides, that's what most crews do, and then 2 more and 10 power strokes. Right, setting off from the start. As I said, 5 strokes, and then that's quite a steering issue here on the first few strokes. But it can't be helped, because obviously it's sweep rowing. So maybe if one side catches or does the catch a little better than the other, then the boat goes around. It's still a headwind, I believe, gauging from the waves that we can see on the picture here. So we have this picture here from the start, with the crews powering towards 250. The red buoy barely visible here in the middle, and here is the side shot from halfway. Looks good for the Brazilian crew, Corinthians Sao Paulo. They have the largest contingent of athletes at this regatta, so they have bow number A1. And then in 2 we have the international crew of Karlsruhe, Luzern, Hanover, and Janli Bao of Hong Kong, China. Lane 3 would be Rocky Mountain, USA. Lane 4, as I said, Nottingham and Cantabrigian. Lane 5, it's Australia, so Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt. Lane 6. Yeah, now obviously the crew from the international crew in the lane 7, of course. That's a really clear leader here. It's the Irish crew of tribesmen, commercial, old collegians, St. Michael's and Tralee.
We've got some Germans on board, some Belgians, New Zealand, Great Britain, and of course Hong Kong racing well. But that Irish crew, that crew from...
It's nearly a length now. It's nearly a length now for this crew ahead of the rest of the field. The great thing about Masters rowing, I think personally, is that you see all kinds of expertise, all kinds of rowing proficiency. So you have the old-time international rowers, you have long participations of club rowers, and you have some people that have maybe just started rowing 1 or 2 years ago and just love to compete, and so they join their club crew. This is mainly a club event, some international combinations, some club combinations also, but mainly it's a club event. That's why it's also a club trophy that's being handed out on Saturday. Each pure club crew can gather points depending on the race results, and so at the end we have a big calculation in the background that will give us the winner and the placed clubs rather, on Saturday. So one crew is missing the bow number, but it should be lane 3. So the crew here, yeah. So that's a win for the Irish crew. So tribesmen, commercial, old collegians, and St. Michael's and Tralee win this ahead of Rocky Mountain, USA, and then I believe it was the Australian crew in 3rd place. What a great way to start the day at the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025. And now also across the line is the club crew of Total club crew, great club crew from Warwick in Great Britain. Yeah, so that was Nottingham and Canterbury in this first race of the day, the women's C8.
Guess what, we get to do it again another 2 times. Final 2 and final 3 is just about ready to go.
So here's the results. Tribesmen and the other clubs are winning it in 3:33. That's a decent time. So that also means that the headwind is not too strong. Coming up, the second of three races in this women's C8. Yeah, so this is lane 2 in our picture. That's the crew from Ireland. So Clonmel, Cork and Belfast rowing clubs. In lane 1 we have Evesham, Bridgnorth and Ardingly from Great Britain. Lane 3, it's international between East Bay, USA, Blokovo, Croatia and Peterborough, Great Britain. Lane 4, Germany, Ludwigshafen, Speyer, Aschaffenburg, Grünau and Trier. Lane 5, Netherlands, Willem Drey and Hitsbarne. And then we have the crew from international combination of Banyoles, Montreal, München, Karlsruhe, Minneapolis, and the Netherlands. So that's lane 6. Lane 7 is from Great Britain, Aberdeen, Exeter, Gloucester, Barnesbridge, Llandaff, Walton, and Peterborough. So many clubs participating in just 1/8. And then finally Ireland again, Tribesmen, Commercial, Neptune, Garda, Slochana, and yeah, so that's the combination in lane 8. 8 eights powering towards the finish line. Yeah, so that's the Dutch crew in lane 5 in the picture here. Excellent rowing from the crew stroked by Maartje van der Meulen, I believe. So long, smooth strokes, but you can see with the wind also pushing the bow of the boat a little bit around here, coming not straight down, but from the from stroke side. you need to adjust your steering. And here we have the first winner of the day on the left side of your screen. Congratulations to the crew from Tribesman, Commercial, Old Collegians, and St. Michael's and Tralee. Well done. So, of course, it's always good to see happy winners' faces. Great race developing here on the second, on the right-hand side of your screen for the win between the crew from Ludwigshafen, so from Germany, just ahead of the crew from the Netherlands. So these two battling out here for the win. The Netherlands pushing and pushing, but the Germans still have the edge here. Following in third place, it's the crew from the international crew, with also participation of Banyoles rowing club here. What a great host club this is, the swimming club of Banyoles, which is basically a big sports center with rowing, canoeing, swimming, and other sports all in one place. And the whole place just is a bustle of activity over the whole day, starting in the morning. So I believe the two swimming pools that they are occupied all the time during the day. So what a race we have. What a lovely drone picture here following the race. Thank you to Adrian and his colleagues for providing good pictures here. Drone flying, and it's still not the sun up over the horizon here. We're 3 minutes into this race, and now the Germans have come through. The crew from Ludwigshafen, Karlsruhe, Speyer, Aschaffenburg, Berlin, and Trier. So they have pushed and pushed and now move away, nearly a length now clear of the rest of the field. The red buoy zone is here, the danger zone as we call it, the last 30 strokes marking 250 meters. And yeah, I said this yesterday, you need to race in this, on this course, you need to race until you see no red buoys on the side of your boat. And this is what they do here. So just a few strokes to the line. Here we have the shot from the top of the finish tower. Here's the last chainless buoy. And there we are with a win for the crew with Anita Latz, Michaela Meyer, Corinna Bachmann, Elke Müsel, Carola Bösinger, Claudia Scholka, Scarlett Gallesun-Fertig, Jessica Fuhr, and Eva Hohoff. Congratulations.
Final of the day in women's C8. What a performance from our German crew in lane 8. Ludwigshafen, Ruderverein, Rheinclub Alemannia, Rudergesellschaft Speyer, Rowclub Aschaffenburg, Grunow, and Treviso Trier. Great racing from them, just beating out Willem Dry, Hertzbahn from the Netherlands in second place, and it was our Irish composite crew, Tribesman, Commercial, Neptune, and Garda through in lane 8 in third place. We've just seen the flash of the green light, which means that our third final of the day, our third and final of the women's C8 is underway. Lane 1, big Spanish composite crew. Next to them, big international crew made up from the United States of America, Great Britain, and Australia. Aberdeen Boat Club go in lane 3. Real Club Regattas Alicante from Spain in lane 4. Another big international composite in lane 5.
Yeah, confirmation for what we just saw. So this is the narrowest part of the course here, when crews have to turn around at the finish line and go through a very narrow corridor. But everything has gone fine so far, and we have final 3 of the women's C8 underway. And a great race here with the crew from Spain, from Real Club Regattas Alicante in the lead, I believe. So that's the C4, the bow number here. All the heats are, all the bow numbers are with alphabetical and numerical code, so that everyone can easily identify to which heat, to which final this crew belongs. So this is the Charlie final, if you will. With the crew from Spain pulling away from the rest of the field. Very strong leg push here, long strokes, clean entering of the blade into the water. Excellent oarsmanship here in this crew from Spain. So the fourth from the right, that's the Spanish crew. The greatest challenge may be coming from the international crew in lane 2. To the right of your picture now, Riverside, USA, Barnesbridge, Molesey, GB, Adelaide, University, Australia, and Cheltenham, again, GB. This crew is now trying to make some progress in this race, to challenge the Spanish crew for the win. But I think the Spanish still hold on to quite a comfortable lead of nearly a length of, maybe a little bit more of than a length, coming to halfway. It's not halfway, so though, sorry. But here we are with a length for the Spanish crew in lane 4. And the victory ceremony pontoon, also already cheered up by a crowd of supporters here in the finish area, is the victorious crew of the previous race from Ludwigshafen, Karlsruhe, Speyer, Aschaffenburg, Grünau, and Trier. What a great picture to the right of your screen. That's the drone picture looking across beautiful Lake Banyoles towards the Pyrenees. We're nearly into the mountains here, just some 80 kilometers northwest of Barcelona and close to Girona on the Costa Brava coast. So beautiful country also to explore, great food to be had every day. So, well, obviously they had a good dinner last night as well. The crew from Real Club Regatas Alicante. Yeah, so they win this race, and next crew to follow would be the international composite crew. And we're going to have the results on the big screen in a minute. Coming in, here is the crew in lane 8, which is indeed the crew from Bewdley and Worcester. And then on the far side, it was in lane 1, another Spanish crew with quite a number of crews in the mix here. Right, so that was the third of 3 finals in the women's C8, so third of 4 finals actually. So we have another one coming up pretty soon.
Congratulations to our German composite crew, Ludwigshafen, Ruderverein, Rheinclub Alemannia, Ludwigshafen, Speyer, Rohrclub Aschaffenburg, Grünau, and Treveris Trier, winners of final 2 of women's C8.
Yeah, so here we have the start list for final 4. So international combination from Germany, Italy in lane 1. Now we have international again between Hungary and Great Britain in 2. We have international again from Australia and GB in lane 3. We have Aalesund's Roklub Norway in 4. Luzern, Kiel, and Schaffhausen, as well as Zurich in lane 5, international. Lane 6 is St Andrews Boat Club, Great Britain. Lane 7, USA, Avalon. So that's the 4th and last final in the women's C category. And this is certainly one of the most competitive categories, where we always have good racing crews, very competitive in this age category. Yes, you might hear the local speaker team for our audience here on site. 3,500 athletes actually being here, some of them with families, so many people here listening also to the local audio, which is a mix of English and Catalan, and a bit of Spanish, and a bit of Portuguese, and a bit of French here and there. So we love to entertain the crowd, and today we have on the stream English-only commentary. That's thanks to the efforts of the organizing committee for getting quite a large crew of commentators together, so we can afford to have a second set of commentators on the stream. What a big margin here for the international crew in lane 3. That must be the crew between Australia and Putney Town GB. That's how it looks like, but we're going to get some confirmation pretty soon. Halfway, they already led the crew in lane 3, coming across the line first, and it was indeed the crew of St. George Rowing Club Australia, Putney Town, Great Britain, and again UTS Australia, winning with a clear water margin. Excellent job done here. So most boats across the line. Yeah, one crew still to come in. This is the crew from Avalon coming in with the applause from the grandstand as well, which is a nice, good sportsmanship behavior here from everyone. Generally, there's a great mood here on the venue. It's well, I mean, Masters Rowing is meeting your friends. That's part of the story why it's so lovely to be training for this event. And the crew now in the picture has been training quite hard, every athlete individually, and then maybe also as a crew. So we congratulate the crew from Real Club Regattas Alicante for their win. Yeah, also at the victory ceremony pontoon, it's just a really cheerful mood. Right, we move on now to the men's C4. So men's coxless 4 in the C category, also very fast racing action here. And one crew was so fast they already crossed the line. Let me identify this one. Yeah, so gonna give you the results in a minute. Yeah, it should have been the crew in lane 3. So that's the Estonian crew, but let me confirm that for you when we have the results on our screen.
Of course, it was winners in lane 4, Barcelona, race that also had our host club, Banyoles, racing in lane 6. Our wonderful host club here, Banyoles. Delighted to see them.
All right, so a win for the people from the area, from Barcelona, Rem Barcelona here. So this was Boris Batine, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, and Dmitry Ovechko. So the Russian members of the club from Barcelona. So second race already underway. F5 is the number again for Rem Barcelona, boating 2 tough crews, 2 great crews here. The main competition coming from another Spanish crew here in lane 2 that should be Club Náutico Sevilla. They try to come nearer to the winning crew. Left side of your picture, of course, is the winning crew from the women's C8 from Final 4, and that's St. George Rowing Club Australia and Putney Town, Great Britain, as well as UTS Australia. So halfway through in the race that's underway, it's the crew from Rem Barcelona again. So this crew composed of Oriol Yela Martí, Manuel Enrique González, Paul Franquet Monfort, and Ignacio Hidalgo Campos. What a margin they have established. So you can see that on the right hand of your screen, probably a length, but we need to be careful because the drone might not be 90 degrees off the leading crews because they follow. Here we are, coming to the finish line. It was a victory for Rem Barcelona, again ahead of Club Náutico Sevilla, I believe. Let me double check that for you. Yeah, should be Club Nautical Sevilla. Confirmation will be on the screen very soon.
The first race of men's C coxless fours, and they've just done it again in final two. Tremendous racing from that whole club. Back-to-back gold medals for them in men's C coxless fours. And great racing from the rest of the field as well.
Yeah, here we have the winning crew
Speaking of Barcelona,
in the men's C4 straight four. No coxswain in this boat. Final two. So 2 wins for Barcelona in this category. Job well done. So 3:17 is the winning time here, whereas the winning crew in the first, let me check, was 3:12. So coming up next is the third heat of the next is the third heat. So sorry, I needed to gather my thoughts here. Final 3 of the men's C4 with 5 crews, 6 crews competing. Ålesund, Norway in 1, Aberdeen, Great Britain in 2, Willem Drey of Netherlands in 3, Copenhagen, Denmark in 4, international between Ireland and Great Britain in 5, and Spain in 6. And the crew leading here, let me double check, that should be the Dutch crew from Willem Drey. Stefan Schultbrugge, Henrik Steffels, Johannes Master, and Dirk Fontaine. It's a length for them. Really good rowing from them, sitting upright, pushing the legs together. But there's still some competition. The gentleman down here in lane 8, lane 5, of course, that's the crew from Tribesman Island, Lagan Scullers Island, and Strathclyde Park in GB, so Scotland that is. They are not giving this win away to the crew from the Netherlands easily, so it's still a few strokes to the line. Who's going to win this one? Strong push, but I think this is going to be going the way of the Dutch crew winning this race. So to the left we have the happy winners from Rem Barcelona, and that's Oriol Yilamarti, Manuel Enrique Gonzalez, Pau Franquet Montfort, and Ignacio Hidalgo Campos. Yeah, so it's really coming in a very high pace today. Again, 3 minutes interval, 4 minutes interval at the moment, between 3 and 4 minutes to be precise. So that's really, really tough. But it worked really yesterday. That's the Masters Regatta. We have special starting installation allowing the crews to move through between the pontoons, between the pontoons for the boat holders. So otherwise we wouldn't manage if all the crews had to go round the side. But here all crews can move. They are being sorted ahead of the start by the pre-starter that we have here. That's the Masters Regatta special feature. And so everyone knows which lane they are, so they go into their lane early, are being sorted heat by heat, final by final, and then move forward as the crews progress towards the starting pontoon. Final result, Willem Drey with Stefan Schultbrugge on stroke, won this race, the final 3 of the men's straight 4. Final 4 coming up, and that's between the international crew with Czechia and Germany and the Netherlands on board in 1. 2 is Riga, 3 is Nottingham, 4 is Itzas Lagunac from Spain, then it's Rocky Mountain USA in 5, and Weibling in Germany in lane 6. So it looks to be lane 1 being the clear leader. Petr Mitaš, Karel Nevrala, Martin Polasek, and Karsten Brzeski racing there. Yeah, so Karsten, I believe, stroking this one. Karsten, former international lightweight in the 1990s and very highly competitive rower from Berlin and Frankfurt, calls both his home base. Toughest competition here in the lane number 6. That's the crew from Weiblingen. But I think it's a clear and comfortable lead for the international crew between Olomouc, Delac, and Nasovia Höchst. So that's near Frankfurt. That's Carsten Brzeski's club. Yeah, good race for third place. Going, I believe, to Nottingham. And here we have the happy winners of the previous final, being Willem Drey, so Stefan Schultberger, Henrik Steffels, Johan Maast, and Dirk Fontein pushing up. And yeah, it's a good thing here that once you cross the finish line, you have 1,000 meters for cool down. This is something that we sometimes don't have at the Masters because it's just too crowded everywhere. Here we have 1,000 meter back to the club where the incoming pontoons are. So it's good. It's a good wind down, especially if you race many races. That, yeah, brings out, cleans out the lactate acid that you might have accumulated over the day. Yeah, coming to the first single scull race of the day, and here we have the lineup. So Lake Macquarie, Tideway Scullers, Banyoles, Offenbach, Germany, Aberdeen, RCA alumni from Canada, Martinelli, Brazil in 7, and De Waal, the Netherlands in 8. And it's again a good race. It's the women's F single here, and the leader at the moment is from the Netherlands, Katharina Gerritjana Maria Bunningen, so from Roeivereniging De Waal of the Netherlands. Good long stroke, very good movement of the boat here. The stern is not dipping into the water much at the catch, so that's a display of good technique here. And yeah, you need to be able to, especially on the single scull, you need to be able to really row smoothly to conserve your energy. Right. So the zoom of the of the remote controlled camera here in the Finnish tower, it needs to really zoom wide to grasp the whole range around across the course. And here we have the crew, the winner from the last heat of the men's C4, with Carsten Brzeski, Martin Polasek, Karel Nevrala, and Petr Mitaš. Congratulations to these rowers. Carsten also running a German podcast that's quite popular. I had the honor of being his guest last Sunday night, and it was really fun talking to him. And yeah, we talked about a few things on commentating and on Masters Regattas, and yeah, some other things. Right, here we have, again, the crews coming in. It's already the red buoy zone, so we're on the last 150 meters with the leadership now going over maybe to another sculler. So it looks like Jennifer Valinga of RCA Alumni Canada has taken over. But it's really, really close here. But it's a really good race by the Canadian sculler taking the win here in this first heat of the women's F single. The first, let me check, of 7 finals in this age category. So if you want to compete in the single, you really want to have done your miles over the last year or so to be able to sustain your pace over the full 1,000 meter stretch, roughly 120 strokes at the highest speed that you can muster. So nice thing here to see all these women's sculling competition going on. Yeah, never stop before the line. That's an important thing. You need to see the last red buoys going past you, and then you're in the finish. Right, so now across the line, and then all crews need to turn around this big red buoy there, just you've just seen on the screen. A little bit overcast today, and we might expect some rain later today. Hopefully the wind stays like this, because this is just good for competition, especially here in the single.
So we head back up the course then. It's the second final of the women's F single sculls. Warwick Boat Club in lane 1 from Great Britain, Fluresso from Denmark into RSNM Belgium in 3, Red Sands from Canada in 4, Corinthians from Brazil in 5, RV Rhineland from the Netherlands in 6, Maritime the Catalan in 7.
Yeah, so here's the lineup for final 2 in the women's F single between Warwick, Furusø, Denmark, Belgium, then it's Red Sands, Canada, Corinthians, Brazil, Rhineland of the Netherlands, then Maritime for Spain, and Aberdeen for Great Britain, or Scotland rather. Field very much spread out here, and we have the leader in lane 2, I believe, and that's indeed Inge Koch of Furusø Row Club in Denmark on her last 10 or 15 strokes coming towards the line here. Really good rhythm. Look at the margin that she was able to establish. What a dominance in this race. The red buoy to the right marking the finish line. So we have 2 big red buoys now. And yeah, she can take her rate down to a mere 28 strokes a minute at the end of the race. So second crew to come in is Johanna Korevaar of Rhineland of the Netherlands. And then tough going. I don't know if the rower in lane 4 believes she's already crossed the line. That enables Jennifer Smith from Warwick to take third place here. Yeah, it's really brutal single scull. You're out there all on your own, and if the lactate acid kicks in, there's no one there to support you. So you need to gauge your race pace really well, stroke by stroke. That's what I said. Like the 120 strokes, you count them down in your head maybe, because this lake also is very wide. Look again, another example of finishing before crossing the line. Make sure you just see the big red buoys to the side of your boats, and then you have come through. That's a drone shot of the last sculler coming in of this second final in the women's F single, 2nd out of 7. Yeah, there's a happy face here as well. Final 1 winner, Jennifer Valinga of RCA alumni from Canada, taking off again from the victory ceremony pontoon. So next race will be final 3 of the women's women's F single, of course, and it's going to be between Aguda of USA, Diaz of Argentina, Balhorn of Germany, then Irwin of Great Britain, Alta van der Esch of Netherlands, then it's Porsmose for Denmark, then Yuk-Ching Kilby of Minerva Bath, Great Britain, and then Olivia Lahonde for France in lane 8. So already across the line, the winner here. leading at the halfway mark was Caroline Urban of Staines Boat Club. Let's see whether she could have maintained that pace. From my position, I can only work from the screen, so apologies if I can't sort of gauge the race coming towards the finish line before I get a picture. And this is the happy winner of the previous heat. So that's Inga Koch of Furesø, Denmark. Congratulations for her win in the final two. So they know when the drone flies above head, then you need to smile. So Alta van der Esch, Cornelis Tromp Hilversum is her club from the Netherlands, winning this heat number 3 in the women's F single. Right, picture from Final 4 of the women's F single between Sita Rowing Japan. Oh, I have visited that club. It's a great club, and on a beautiful lake as well. They have good training grounds there. Mayumi Ando of Japan in 1. Then Jill Hopkins, Australia in 2. Gabrielle Moore, Durham Durham GB in 3. Then Kimberly Cook, USA in 4. Gwyneth Price, Canada in 5. Carol Mills for GB in 6. And Mette Müller for Furesø, Denmark in 7. So, and I believe it's again Furesø that has sent a good sculler here. She is leading quite comfortably, was ahead already 10 seconds at the halfway mark, but that's long gone. We're in the red buoy zone, and it's just a few strokes to the line for the Danish sculler. Long strokes, moving the boat well. Good leg push here, but she's able already to conserve some energy for the upcoming races over the next day. We still have 3.5 days of racing action here in this really fast pace of 3 minutes intervals. Second crew to come in is Kimberly Cook. Yeah, that's University Barge coming in second place. The win was for Furesø. So super race for the minor rankings as well. So you just go pushing. You want to deliver the best that you can do today. And with all this training done, it's just really worthwhile doing this. Yeah, still excellent racing conditions. Yesterday we had some wind changes, so wind coming down the course and picking up over the early afternoon hours, and then later in the afternoon it veered around 180 degrees, coming as a headwind from stroke side. Yeah, so the drone following the happy winner of this race, Mette Müller of Furesø Rowing Club Denmark. Here's confirmation of her win. Another race already in the red buoy zone, coming up thick and fast towards us. Final 5 of the women's F single. Exeter, Warsaw, Watcom Rowing, Heads Barnet, Netherlands, Maritime, Spain, and Christiania Row Club, as well as Marlow in this race. And Marlow in the lead. Jacqueline Easton is the leading sculler here. It's a length for her at the finish line, followed by the Spanish sculler, Sonia Guel Peris of Maritime. Yeah, so a happy winner's phase again at the victory ceremony pontoon. She still looks really fit, not having done too much in this race. Mette Miller of Fudesø Rowclub already has collected her medal.
Competition up to the line. It's the sculler in lane number 3. World Rowing USA, Sheila Vicich, ahead of Maritime Sonia Gil Perez, the Spanish sculler.
Yes, so the next race also already coming down, so I introduce the crews to you.
The Anita Brox of Christiana Rowclub, or Norwegian sculler. Reminder, confirmation, great performance, great win.
So next one is between Mary Cameron, Australia, Maria Espasa Costa for Spain, Evelyn Corving for the Netherlands, Julia Wood for Great Britain, Sabine Winkler for Germany, and then Margaret Fitzgerald for Skibbereen in Ireland, as well as Helen Burke for Canada. So a very international field again. Yeah, beautiful, clean lake here, the Lake Banyoles. The win was here for Jacqueline Easton of Marlow. But so let's look at the next race at the halfway mark. I don't have results yet. Oh, coming in now. This is the lineup. I already introduced the athletes to you. Not all times in yet. So I can't give you the full picture yet, but it looks to me as if Sabine Winkler of SV Energie Berlin in lane 5 might be in the lead. Yes, indeed, that's the confirmation. Halfway, so Sabine Winkler leading this race, and quite comfortably. So I should say 2 to 3 lengths maybe. Yeah, on her last strokes. Here we are with the drone picture. In the single scull, the good thing is when you're in the lead, you can see all your competitors, and if you have a margin like this, you can really gauge every stroke. How much do I need to do to maintain my quite dominant lead that I have at this moment? So Sabine Winkler is certainly happy about the way that this race has panned out for her so far. Look at this. Beautiful racing conditions, especially for the single scull, and beautiful countryside around Banyoles here. Last few strokes for the winner of final 6 of the women's F single, Sabine Winkler for SV Sportverein Energie Berlin, taking the win here in this race. Right, one more coming up in this, 2 more coming up in the women's F single. That's going to be between Elizabeth Brennan of USA, Renate Zechmeister of Austria, Janet Mihers of Wallingford GB, Wendy Cotter for Australia, Sandra Gosa of Latvia, then it's Linda Pepal of Australia, and Jennifer Baker for USA. That's the race coming towards us now. The picture is still showing the final 6 here. The last sculler across the line. And here's the happy winner of this race, bearing the N5 on her bow. So Sabine Winkler of SV Energie Berlin. Yeah, so these are the picture from the halfway, and it looks to be the crew in lane 5. So that's indeed Sandra Gosa of Jurmala in Latvia, with a clear lead here.
So in lane 2 from Austria, we've got Renate Zechmeister from Great Britain.
Yeah, so split screen showing the happy winners, Sabine Winkler of SV Energie Berlin, taking home another medal. Congratulations.
Then we've got Jennifer Baker from from Rocky Mountain, United States of America in lane 7. These 6 scullers into the final 350 meters or so coming
Yeah, so this picture might be a bit deceiving, yeah, because the winner was not on the picture, or the leading crew. Approaching the last 30 strokes, so the red buoy zone beginning between the white and the red buoy. So that's the last 250, the last quarter of the race. You could count them down in your head to be gauging your speed, your power input over these 30 strokes to be able to really spend it all if you need to on this last stretch of water. And as I said, hopefully everyone crosses the line, leaves the last row of red buoys behind them before they stop rowing. Looking a lot. So this race course is really wide, so it's hard to gauge when you're out there to really where you're at. Also some steering issues here. Oh, that's a dangerous thing to hit a buoy for the Latvian sculler with this really comfortable. Oh, again, hitting the buoy. That might open up some chances for the other scullers. Don't know what happens there. She could easily correct her course without losing too much ground here in this race. Just 10 seconds or so, then she'll be across the line safely. And yes, there she is. Looks like a win for Sandra Gosa of Latvia, of the Jurmala club. Excellent work from her, looking across to her right. It's still a length and a half for her. Next crew to come in lane 2 is Renate Zechmeister of Austria, followed by lane 4, I believe. Hard to gauge from my vantage point here, just from the screen. Oh, there's another example of finishing the race early, not being across the line. That is the horn for you, for the sculler from Rocky Mountain. Jennifer Baker was there in lane 7. Yeah, so all I can say, and also when we are using the public address system here, that's what we are saying. Leave the last row of buoys behind you, and then you're across the finish line. Yeah, here we have the happy winner from Jurmala, from Latvia, Sandra Gosa. And then we come to the last final in this category, the women's F single, between Manuel Penner of France, Caroline Fennell of Australia, Wendy Beetlestone of USA, Lynn Krahulets of Canada, Mary Walsh of Australia, Anne Granger of Wallingford, GB, and Francisca Torres Ribeiro Marquez of Portugal. And it's Anne Granger from Wallingford that leads this field, the last race, so the 8th race in this category, women's F single. Oh, there's the drone. Look at the drone being moved towards the crews approaching the last 300 meters. So still in the white buoy rows. Once they come past the red buoys, that's the marker for the last 250. For many crews, that's the opening of the real final sprint, upping the rate. So what a great moment when you have won your race and then you can receive your medal. And yeah, take some time to wind down. So here's the drone following again the crew from Wallingford. So Anne Granger doing a great job here. Wallingford is a great rowing club in on the Thames in Great Britain, and they have a tradition of producing great athletes, female and male athletes here. But strong leg push, strong movement, strong pulling of the arms, and yeah, moving her boat ever so well, ever so slightly towards the finish line. Also, for her, it's pretty close to the stroke side buoy chain of buoys. So always a little danger there of catching a crab, but nothing's going to stop her now approaching the finish line. Congratulations to Anne Granger taking the win in final 8 in the women's F single scull.
Who is putting in a tremendous performance for that second place position. And then for third, fourth, and fifth in this race, it's Ridley Graduate, it's North Shore, it's Centro Universitario de Porto, and I think at the moment it's that Portuguese sculler. She's just easing out. She's got about a length lead over the sculler from North Shore, Australia, Mary Walsh. So it will be Francisca Torres and Iberio Marquez through in third place. Our Australian Mary Walsh comes through. And then rounding out, it will be our Canadian sculler representing Ridley Graduate. And that concludes our 8th final of the women's F single sculls.
Bon dia a tothom i bona diada a tothom que ens està escoltant a través dels altaveus. Donem pas ja a la primera sèrie del doble escul masculí pel carrer 1, Dinamarca, amb Hamlet Group.
So we're moving from single sculling to double sculls now. Here's the lineup: Humlebeck, Lymington, Fürstenwalde, Glebe, Tees, and then we have also, let me just pick it up, Corinthians of Brazil in 6th, then Banyoles in lane 7, and then we have the Corinthians and Annecy, so Brazil and France in one boat, and on lane 8. So it looks good for the crew in lane 6, the Corinthians of Sao Paulo. So that should be Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira and Emilio Orleb Moreira Coimbra. These two long, strong stroke here, very powerful athletes. But yeah, we are into this race. Should be more than halfway, and indeed we can see the red buoys in the coming up very quickly. And Granger from Wallingford Rowing Club on the left of your screen, being presented with her medal. Is that counting her medal? four medals already? No, that can't be. It's just day 2. So let's look at this race. Look at the powerful stroke by the Brazilians here. Beautiful drone shots again. And no, they're not competing for China and Japan, which would be their blade colors here. But of course, they have rented the blades. They are in their final sprint now, and they see the opposition right there on lane 4, I believe. Yes, that's lane 4. And the lane 4, it's the Australian crew from Glebe that's putting some pressure on our leaders here. So Brazil under pressure from Australia. That's not the political case here. It's just the great sport of rowing. And here we are with a win for Brazil, for the Corinthians crew of De Oliveira and Coimbra. Great stuff. And all these doubles really close together. The men's F double sculls. First heat done with a win for Brazil.
I moltes felicitats per aquests nois que entren a aquest equip local.
So yeah, so on the picture we have the crew from Banyoles. So Carlos Fabrega Jimenez and Josep Cairo Monet. It's really a hard thing. When lactate acid kicks in, it looks to be like they really have done a great job here, putting out their power, but of course that costs you. And so they cross the line here in the first final in the men's F double sculls. So here are the winners of the first race, and celebrating already and looking into the drone camera. That's awesome. Good work. Your people at home will love that, guys. Excellent. Benetton, sorry, that's Sergio Ribeira de Oliveira and Emilio Ortleb Moreira Coimbra. This is the lineup for final 2 between Italy, International, Denmark, France, Spain, Great Britain, Norway, and again Great Britain. Great Britain sending the largest contingent on this regatta. Normally the Germans are the largest group of rowers here, but this year it's definitely the British that have come up with a big and great number of club crews and combined crews. So R6, that's the bow for Wimbledon, Great Britain. Stuart Harries and William Teed racing here. Just a canvas for them. Ahead of their lane neighbors from Club Remo Dominio of Spain, Baltara Marquez Rodriguez and Manuel Villaverde Gomez, putting some pressure here on the British crew. So lovely to see good competition here. We don't see the two leading crews in this picture. Maybe to the right, that could be, no, that's lane 2 actually. So lane 2 is indeed Stockholm's Råföreningen. Lane 1 in the background is Medway Town's Exeter in combination, so GB. So that was not the leading two crews. We're going to see them as they come closer to the finish line. Yeah, so this is not the leading cruise, I believe, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's good to see good sculling here from the crew from Canottieri Retica and Ruder Club Tegel. Yeah, so I believe that yeah, it's a really tough competition, and here we are with the crew taking over in lane 2. So the competition was going on between lanes 1 and 4, and that's a really good push here from the crew from Club Remo Dominio of Spain. Might have just won this race. Excellent job. So we're gonna give you confirmation of that as soon as we have that. Yeah, so great racing in the double scull here on the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025. Yes, indeed, confirmation. So 24 hundredths of a second for Club Remo Dominio ahead of Canottieri Retica and Ruder Club Tegel in combination. So that was great. Gonna mention their names in a minute. That's the lineup for final 3 between Medway GB, Stockholm for Sweden, Coimbra for Portugal, Ardingly for GB, Switzerland in 5, France in lane 6, International between USA and Germany in 7, and Nabaters for Spain in lane 8.
Ceresio in lane 5. France are represented in lane 6 by Club Mariginas.
Yeah, just coming across the halfway mark here.
Crew of Rockland, United States of America, and Kurt Weiger of Rudergesellschaft, Germany in lane 7. With Nabaters, our Spanish double in lane 8.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one crew just out of our picture on the right-hand side there, which could be the leader, so we can't identify that crew just yet. There we are, tough competition, 2 boats nearly level, so it could be the crew from Hummelbæk from Denmark in lane 1 over there on the far side. Definitely in lane 6, looking strong. Sorry, I was wrong. There's Medway Towns and Exeter on lane 1 on the far side, and then to be clear, this is the French crew of Marignane Sport d'Aviron. And they look to be very keen on a win here. So that's the Spanish crew being presented with the medals from the final two of the men's double scull. So the group Remo Dominio. And then here we have the intermediate results halfway, and it's indeed the crew from Marignane Sport d'Aviron, France, that has taken the lead here.
Tremendous performance there from Marignane Sport d'Aviron, who just beat out the Brits at midway times. And
so they took the win here in this heat number three, the final number three rather. From Great Britain, lane 5 across Swiss combination, and on the far side it is Coimbra from Portugal. So this is the Spanish crew from Nabateres in lane 8 with a few strokes to go, and then another crew there on I believe lane 2, could be the Swedish crew. Yeah. That was a Swedish crew from Stockholm's Råforeningen.
Will be across the line in lane 8. Just a few strokes left to go for them in this third final.
Yeah, so that was final 3. Final 4 coming up between Canada, Fredericton, Great Britain, Norwich, Austria, Vino Donau, then France, Lyon-Callure and Annecy. Then Turkey in 5, in 6 it's Spain, Olympic Barcelona, and then USA, Coeur d'Alene in lane 7, and finally Bradford-on-Avon and Minerva Bath in lane 8. Looks good for lanes 2 and 4, I believe. So Lyon-Callure and Annecy, that's the T4 crew. And lane 2 would be Norwich from Great Britain. But it's really, really close, so hard to tell from our position here. Already coming towards the last 250. And yes, lane 2 is leading this one. It's Norwich of Great Britain, but just ahead, just half a length up on lane 4. So lane 4, that's again a French crew, Lyon-Callure, eager for a win here. Let's see what's happening on the last 150 meters. It's really, really close between the two crews, and I think that the French have just picked up some speed here, challenging the British for a win. The Brits really cling on to that half-length margin, but it's going to be very, very close to the finish line. Excellent racing here again. Excellent racing coming towards the finish line. It looks to be the crew from Norwich that can hold on to that win. Just a few strokes left, and yeah. No pictures from the side camera here, but I think it was a win for the crew from Norwich with Thomas Hockley and Vigantas Audinis. Happy faces at the victory ceremony pontoon again. And that should be Bernard Blanc and Jean-Pierre Foucault from Club Marignane Sport d'Aviron. Félicitations. So that is not the crew from Canada, but it's bow number T2 that we identified as the winner. So Norwich, thank you guys for in the video, Regit, for correcting this. Excellent job. So Thomas Hockley and Vigantas Audinis win this race. So next one coming up is the final 5. So the lineup here between Norway, International, Spain. Then we have Breisach, Germany, Whitemarsh, USA, Dart Totnes, GB, Leander, and Calgary rowing clubs from Canada in 7, and Galway and City of Derry for Ireland in lane number 8. Yeah, so what a race here between lanes 1, 2, and 6. So that's Shandon. Sorry, let me correct this. It's indeed the crew from Poznania and Bergedorf, Helmut Longinus, the Hamburg guy from Bergedorf, and Pavel Szczepaniak, his longtime companion on World Rowing Masters level, racing here on the last 300 meters. So 2/3 have been rowed of this race. Who's going to win this? Per Berg and Jon Johannessen of Moss Row Club Norway on lane 1 seem to be in competition still, not being on our picture though, but you can see their wash on the right-hand side. But it looks to be getting clearer and clearer for the crew from Hamburg and Poznan, another great host city for rowing events. Both cities actually, Hamburg and Poznan. There. So that was halfway mark. That's not the actual standings. And to the left, we just saw the crew from Norwich being presented with their medals. So the last few strokes in this race, and it's looking to be a good win, a comfortable win at the end of this race between Pavel Szczepaniak and Helmut Longinus for Poznan, Poland, and Ruder Club Bergedorf, Hamburg. Congratulations. Good job done. All the aerobic capacity played out on the second half, all the miles that they have accumulated over this year's training season. Yeah, so they know how to present themselves as happier winners. That was Pavel Szczepaniak celebrating with his partner from Hamburg, Helmut Longinus. Also thanking their competitors in this race. That's sportsmanship indeed. So here's the confirmation. So next race coming up is the final 6 of the men's double scull. We have altogether 9 finals. No, it's more even. Sorry for the correction. It's, let me count, 15 finals in this boat class. What an entry. I can just say I'm always amazed how many people from across the globe are training hard to be able to be competing on a good level here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So this race, final 6, is between Shandon and Clonmel for Ireland, and Mülheim, Duisburger for Germany in 2, Ghent and Victoria Lake, USA International in 3, then Poznan, Poland in 4, Minerva Bath in 5, Canada, that's 2 Rivers Rowing Club and Fredericton in 6, Portugal, Cassia in 7, and finally Hellas and Aragon Remo for Spain in lane number 8. The leaders seem to be rowing in lane 2. That's the German crew from Mülheim an der Ruhr and Duisburger Ruderverein, Ulrich Groffi and Stefan Klatt. Yeah, so and the Germans also were fastest across the halfway mark, so they maintained their pace. Now the last 100 meters opening up, and it's always good if you can hear the loudspeakers at the finish, because then you know the end of the race is near, and it's just a great feeling. I can assure you, when you're in the lead, to be absolving your last, doing your last 10 strokes or so with a comfortable margin. So good win for the Germans in final 6, and here we are with the Hamburg and Poznan crew with medals in the left side, on the left side of your picture.
And our international combination of Victoria Lake and Sport Gent from South Africa and Belgium, respectively.
Yeah, that's the Portuguese crew finishing their race in style. That was final 6. And the next one is final 7, of course, between Brazil, Corinthians, Estonia, Kalev, Germany, Schwerin, Switzerland, Grasshopper and Küsnacht, Spain, Kaiko and Pontejos, Sweden, Kungälv in lane 6, then GB, Bradford on Avon, and Australia completing the field in lane 8. That's ANA and Canning Bridge rowing clubs. So confirmation for the German win in race number and final number 6.
Journey ahead of the Irish combination from Shandon and Clonmel.
Yeah, so this finish tower is the installation for the 1992 Olympic Games. So a very, not a very tall and spacious finish tower, but perfectly blending into the beautiful nature of this lake. So indeed, if you haven't read about this, all boats had to be disinfected before being put to the water on this race, because they want to preserve the natural beauty of this race. Beautiful rowing, I must say, for the crew in lane 4 in the next heat, final 7, lane 4. That's Grasshopper and Küsnacht rowing clubs combined. Adrian Escher and Michael Ben leading this field. And yeah, I want to get some split times here for the halfway mark, results trickling in. But yeah, we're going to show you the intermediate results in a second once we have them all in the system. Yeah, so medal presentation here. That's the crew from Mülheim and Duisburg. Ulrich Groffi, Stefan Klatt winning this one. Also veterans of the Masters Regatta, so they are training hard and coming back every year. Next year we're going to be going to a beautiful Bled in Slovenia, and another great site for rowing regattas of this kind. Yeah, so next one is approaching the finish line. It seems to me that we have the... Yeah, let me just quickly sort this one out here. Yeah, so just listening also to my colleague in the tower, it's hard to gauge from my vantage point. I don't have a direct view on the course. Apologies for that. So Adrian Escher and Michael Ben, definitely the victorious crew here. They also had the fastest time across the halfway mark. We're a length up there at the head of the field. In the finish area, it's more than 2 lengths that they have established over the rest of the field.
Coming through though, just now we've got SK Kalev, the Estonians, and they are followed by the Australian combination from ANA and Canning Bridge, a rowing club.
Yeah, very crowded area here behind the finish line. So after passing the finish, you need to turn all the boats around and pass this very narrow gap between the land and the last buoy. So X7 on the bows of the crew from Ansgar Wessling and it's of course Alvin Otten of Wassersportverein Meppen and Turnverein Kupferdreh Essen. So both have been very successful in past years, so it's not a surprise to see them in the lead in this race. Let me give you the full lineup though. This is Real Club Alicante, Spain in 1, Yoko for France in 2, Chinook USA in 3, Perth and ANA Australia in 4, Royal Air Force and Lakeland for GB in 5, Club Nacional de Regatas for Uruguay in 6, then Meppen and Essen in 7, and Kungälv for Sweden in 8. Yeah, so Ansgar Wessling, Olympic champion in the men's 8 in 1988 in Seoul, and winning a bronze medal on this very lake, on the lake Banyoles, during the 1992 Olympic Games. So it's good to be coming back, I believe, for him. Ansgar yesterday, no, both won their single races yesterday already. And now they have a mile of open water here ahead of the other competitors. Alvin Otten being a former world champion in the lightweight men's single in 1988. And then after that, he also tried to compete in the heavyweight, open weight men's category at the Dortmund Center. So Ansgar Wessling and Alvin Otten from Essen and Meppen, respectively, they win this final number 8 of the men's double scull category F. And here we are with the Swiss combination of Grasshoppers Club Zurich and Küsnacht Ruderverein Küsnacht, and Küsnacht Adrian Escher, Michael Ben.
Club Nacional de Regatas from Uruguay, they come through to take third place. It's Kungälv Row Club Sweden for fourth, just ahead of the crew in
Yeah, this field really very spread out over the course of this race. So a really comfortable win for the Germans here in this race. Next lineup for final 9 will be Jomala Latvia in 1, Palm Beach USA in 2, Pro Monopoly in from Italy in 3, Stockholm Sweden 4, Mitsubishi Japan 5, Santuzzi for Spain in 6. In 6. Then it's Canberra Australia in 7, and Aberdeen for GB or for Scotland in 8. Yeah, so Stockholm's Rolf-Reining Sweden in lane 4 with the blue and yellow colors of Sweden, the national flag, also marking their race uniforms, and they look to be leading here. Let me double check if I can have a split time at halfway. No, not all times in yet, although they are already at 7:50. Yeah, strong push here, but because we don't have the complete picture of all crews, we can't see the other competitors that might be challenging the Swedes here. But looks to be like a really comfortable margin at the moment. But then to the right, you can see some wash from another crew. So let's pan out a bit here and see who's challenging the Swedes for the win. Indeed, it's another crew. I believe that's in the lead on the lane 1. So sorry for the confusion here. Yeah. Happy faces, Ansgar Wessling in the bow to the left of your picture, the Olympic champion in the men's 88. And the same year, Alvin Otten, his partner, won the lightweight men's single at the Milano World Championships for lightweight rowing and the juniors, or non-Olympic rowing and the juniors. Right, so I believe it was a win for the crew from Jomala in Latvia in lane 1, if I'm right. But let me confirm that for you in a minute.
Tenim aquí ja les últimes pelades pel carrer 8 de França, perdó, de Gran Bretanya. I tenim també aquests últims esportistes a falta d'unes poques pelades per creuar la línia de meta.
Yeah, so it's really nice of our Catalan-speaking colleague in the finish tower. Just overheard her encouraging the crew to move forward towards the finish line. Another crew that's finishing right before the finish line here. What's the song? It ain't over till it's over. It's not over yet for the crew in the red racing unis. Now they're across the line for to complete this race, to complete the final 9 of the men's double scull. Here we are with the Latvians. We didn't have them on the screen during the race, but here we have them now. So Urgis Lasmanis and Valdis Mercalis victorious in the final 9. So lineup for final 10 in the men's F double scull: Fluvial Portugal in 1, Martinelli Brazil in 2, Dart Totnes for GB in 3, Copenhagen and Furesø Denmark in 4, Palm Beach USA in 5, Fredericton Canada in 6, Versales of Spain in 7, and Caen and Calvados. Caen Calvados is the club name. Sorry, of course, Calvados being a good drink made from apples, not juice though. It's something else from France in lane 8. So bow number 5 belongs to Palm Beach, USA. So it should be Daniel Corrarian and Gregory Benning that row through the last stretch of water here, the red buoys again. So just a few strokes for them to the finish line, taking the win here in final 9 of the men's double sculls.
Gregory Benning just ahead of the Danish crew, Copenhagen and Furesø, and again themselves just ahead of Dart Totnes, Maurice Dunn and Nicholas Price. We'll stick with the crews on the far side of the course because next across the line will be Martinelli of Brazil. But just on the line it was Fluvial, who we thought was going to cross first, but he stopped before the line, which meant that was enough.
Yeah, some happy winners from Northern Europe here, from Sweden, and they just love to race. So that was the crew from, just let me quickly check this out. No, sorry, that was of course the Latvians. Let me just double check that so that I don't tell you fake news here. Yeah, coming towards the line. That's the Canadian crew from Fredericton. But we have the winners of that race, Daniel Corrarian and Gregory Benning from Palm Beach, from beautiful Florida, winning the final 10. Yeah, so lineup for final 11 in this race. So Spain, Ariluza de Getcha, Mapri from the north country here from Spain in lane 1. So international, Latvia and Lithuania combining in 2, Avalon USA in 3, Christiania Norway in 4, Furesø Denmark in 5, Potsdam Ruderclub Berlin Germany in 6. And then we have Chateau Gontier Aviron for France in 7, Durham for GB in 8. So that's the lineup for final 11. Yeah, we can congratulate the Latvian scholars, Ugis Lasmanis and Valdis Mercalis. Yeah, so this is the crew from Ariluza de Getxo, Alberto Alonso Barco and Ramon Samaloa Ortega. Yeah, so they were the leaders also quite comfortably so at the halfway mark now in the last few strokes of their race in lane 1, leading the way home to the finish line, getting a win for Spain here, Alberto Alonso Barco, Ramon Samaloa Ortega. Yeah, good job also by the French from Chateau Gontier Aviron from France, Bertrand Olivier Lamarck and Patrick Moscatello. Fantastic lineup in all these races. As I said, we have altogether 15 finals between all these competitors in the men's F double sculls. only the last two are composed of 7 crews. All other finals are 8 crews racing.
From Norway, Christiana Row Club. Lars Jensen and John Helgeland.
So here's the lineup for final 12 of the men's F double scull, Landef and Nottingham and Union rowing clubs, GB in 1, Orio, Spain in 2, Mendoza de Regatas, Argentina in 3, Catawba, USA in 4, Wannsee, Berlin for Germany in 5, Saint-Cassien for France in 6, Malmö Rod Club for Sweden in 7, and Mladosk, Croatia in 8.
Gran Bretanya del Landgraf pel carrer 2, el Club d'Orio pel carrer 3, Mendoza Regatas d'Argentina pel carrer 4, Estats Units amb Catawba pel carrer 5, Alemanya amb RK
Yeah, so this morning so far, first 1.5 hours of racing program already done. But yeah, if you tune in now, we're gonna be doing 3 minutes interval all the way through with a little gaps, little gap here and there, all the way through to 6:45 p.m. tonight. European time zone. So that's really a great program of racing on this second day of racing, the second out of 5. So yesterday we had, if you will, a half-day program from 12 to 6. Today we have from 8 to 6:45 in the evening, 8 in the morning. And the same will be going on the next 2 days, so Friday and Saturday equally packed with racing action, and then Sunday is the race for mixed races. So entry's still open. So if you want to decide to find a partner and do mixed racing, or more partners if you want to race a double, then still time to do your entry. Great. Yeah, so at the victory ceremony pontoon, we have the happy winners of CR Ariluce de Quecho, Alberto Alonso Barco, and Raman Samaloa Ortega, catching their breath still.
And on the far side, it is Mendoza de Regatas from Argentina.
So the Swedes from Malmo were leading in the heat we just saw crossing the line at the halfway mark. So I need to confirm the winner of that race for you in a moment's time. So the winner was indeed the Croatian crew from Mladost, between Lola Jurin and Goran Nuskern. Next lineup for final 13 is Palm Beach, USA in 1, Slavia Praha for Czechia in lane 2, Trasmerano, Spain, and Corrientes for Argentina, Rio Paraná Corrientes for Argentina in 3, Hennigsdorf, Germany in 4, Banyoles, Spain in 5, Canottieri Comunale Firenze and the other Canottieri Firenze in Italy in lane 6, Marlow GB in 7, and Nautique de Commune du Pays de Vitre and Saumur rowing clubs in France, for France in lane 8. And yeah, they looked strong. Just caught a little glimpse here of that crew, the French crew racing. So the crew in the middle of your picture, one person in the yellow racing uni and one in the black one. That should be the crew from Trasmerano, Spain, and Rio Paraná Corrientes, Argentina, if I'm gauging this correctly. And here we have already our Croatian friends from HAVK Mladost, Lola Jurin and Goran Nuskern, presented with the medals. Yeah, the people pushing out the boat are volunteers. There's more than 400 volunteers from all across the world, mainly, of course, from this area, helping to run this regatta. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So thanks to them, especially doing it this job on a national holiday for Catalonia, Catalonia. So final 13 coming towards the line. Last few strokes here for the leading crew, and that was that was indeed lane 2, I believe. But let me double check that for you guys. Who won? Well, apologies if I sometimes struggle to give you the correct lineup of the crews coming in, because it's really hard to see from the screen here, and I don't have a direct view on the course, but that's just how things are. And we've got a good timing system here, so in the end we get our results for you on the screen to confirm what happened. So here again we have a crew finishing early. Yeah, confirmation here. C3 is on the bow, and it's indeed the international combination between Argentina and Spain. So Agustin Garay and Omar Ferrari for Trasmerano clubs, and Rio Paraná Corrientes. This is the two clubs in this double sculls. That was from final 13. And here's the lineup for final 14 out of 15. So we're nearing the end of this category. Rotation Berlin, Germany in 1. Then international between Portugal and Brazil in 2, Chinook, USA in 3, Bressols for France in 4, River City, USA in 5, Marlow, GB in 6, Essendon, Australia in 7.
Tenim ja aquí masculí, la 14a. Pel carrer 1, una alemanya de Rotation Berlin.
So that's the crew from Rotation Berlin, Frank Ericke and Bernd Krüger on our screen. But they were quite behind at the halfway mark, but maybe that was a mistake in the timing system, because they seem to be leading here at this stage. The drone just turning around to follow the crews towards the finish line. Seems to me that indeed the crew in lane 1, Rotation Berlin, is in the lead here, making their last 5-10 strokes here. Strong push though from the lane neighbors from Portugal and Brazil for Mario Fernandes and Clovis Scherer of VRL Rowing Club and Club Remo de Brasilia. Just a length separating, or just under a length rather, separating these two leading crews.
Tercera posició pel carrer local internacional de Portugal i Brasil. Quarta posició pel carrer 4 de França amb els Bressols.
Medals presented for the winning crews of final 13. That's Agustin Garay and Omar Ferrari of Trasmerano, Spain, and Rio Paraná de Corrientes, Argentina. Yeah, so that's Rotation Berlin crew, strong guys from Berlin, Frank Ericke and Bernd Krüger. They take the win here in final 14 of the men's F double sculls. So the last race of this category coming up, final 15, Marlow GB in 1, Lemvik, Middelfart, Denmark in 2, Vichy, France in 3, Aachen and Dessau for Germany in 4, London Western for Canada in 5, Belfast, Ireland in 6, and finally Breda, the Netherlands in 7. Here we are with the lineup, and race of course is underway. This is the crew from London Western Canada with the E5 on their bow. And then they're being chased by the crew from the Netherlands here in the foreground of our picture. And I think the Dutch seem to be picking up some speed as we had the opportunity to watch them racing. Yeah, so right. So now with me is Fergus Mainland, my colleague from GB, from Scotland rather. He was the tower announcer so far. He's taking over for me in a minute. So Fergus, how was it up there in the tower for you?
Brilliant. I mean, what an incredible way to kick off the second day of racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And I've been really enjoying these doubles racing up in the tower. I know you've been enjoying it on the live stream. And I just think to have 15 finals.
Awesome, absolutely.
I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful display of sculling and depth across the Masters racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
Yeah, so it seems to me that lane 4 is in the lead here. Difficult to gauge from our vantage point, but it looks to be lane 4, and that would be the German crew from Dessau and Aachen. So Siegfried Mehl and Klaus Janke. They're already on their last stretch of water here, crossing the line in first place. Very close racing for the minor places 2 and 3. And here we are on the left side of your screen with the winners from the previous race. That is Rotation Berlin, Frank Ericke and Bernd Krüger setting off from the victory ceremony pontoon. Right, so Fergus is now taking over. Fergus, enjoy this. So we have the winning crew here from London and London Western in Canada. Brian Peaker and Volker Nolte. Wow, that's Volker Nolte indeed. It's a legendary coach now from Canada, but he used to coach the German national team, mainly the lightweight sector in the 1980s and early 1990s, and developing great coaching systems. And obviously that he has transported that to Canada and even coaching himself.
Well, thank you very much, Sebastian. And now seems like a very good opportunity to take over from you. We've just finished our 15 races of the men's F double sculls, and now we move across to some single sculling. We're with the women's single sculls. And we've got a range, actually, of single sculls racing for you. Women's I to M single sculls. So this first final, we've got 6 scullers racing. All of them are I scullers with an average age of 75 or more. And in the second final that we'll be seeing in just a couple of minutes' time, that is a combination of J, K and L. So that's an average age of 80 plus, 83 plus, and of course 86 plus as well. But we'll come on to that in a few minutes' time, because our first final, women's I, we've got all 6 scullers are racing I, and let's take you through these runners and riders. Lane 1 from Minneapolis Rowing Club, United States of America, is Christina Lund. Next to her, her fellow countrywoman from Chinook is Barbara Plon. George Narrows Rowing Club from Canada is represented by Diana Morris. Saugatuck Rowing Club USA, Elizabeth Turner. Avignon from France by Pauline Fry. Saugatuck have got the second of their 2 scullers. Linda Mandel in lane 6. So our camera at the moment riding with 2 of our crews. That is lane 1 and lane 3. Of course, Minneapolis Rowing Club and Canada. So it's the Americans and the Canadians out in front leading. And this drone shot just giving you the spectacular view of the course here at Lake Banyoles. Of course, the host of the 1992 Olympic Games, the World Championships back in 2004, and here they are hosting the World Rowing Masters Regatta. But those 2 scullers in lane 1 and 3 duking it out at the moment. Christina Lund from Minneapolis Rowing Club, Diana Morris from Gorge Narrows, Canada. And there we can see just on the left-hand side of your screen, it's our winners from London Western Canada, Brian Peaker and Volker Nolte from Canada. That final 15, that final of the men's F double sculls. But we're back with this first final of the women's I to M single sculls. All of these scullers are I, which we have an average age of 75. And the lead is still unchanged. It's still Christina Lund of Minneapolis Rowing Club, United States of America, leading out this race. But going with her, though, it's about half a length back to Diana Morris of Gorge Narrows from Canada. That third place currently occupied by our sculler, Pauline Fry from Avignon. And in that race for 4th, 5th and 6th between lane 2, that is Barbara Plon of Chinook. Lane 4 is Elizabeth Turner from Saugatuck. And on the far side of the course, Linda Mandel from Saugatuck. The two Saugatuck scullers, they've come all the way across to Banyoles. And here they are locked in combat with their clubmates for that 4th and 5th place position. However, though, out in front, we've hit the red boys. We're less than 250 metres to go for our two leading scullers. And that margin that Christina Lund had is just stretching out, is just growing, and it's continuing to grow over these couple of strokes. We see she's just raising her rate of striking ever so slightly as we come into the final section of this race. So it's now or never for Diana Morris of Gorge Narrows from Canada. That lead that Christina Lund had is now up to about a length or so. This has been a terrific move in the past 100, 150 metres or so to put ourselves in an incredibly advantageous position to be in. So up to the line then. Tremendous rowing, great performance from Christina Lund of Minneapolis Rowing Club. She takes the clear water win over Gorge Narrows, Diana Morris of Canada. What a tussle the two of them had for the majority of this race. Right the way down the course, they are two leading scullers in this first final of women's I2M single sculls. Next across the line, though, it will be our French sculler, Pauline Fry of Avignon of France. Great row from her to secure 3rd place in this first final. She'll be drifting over the line, but it's a fast finishing rest of the race from our next group of scullers. Linda Mandel from Saugatuck looks to be the best of the rest. Great row from her to beat out her fellow competitors. Barbara Plon from Chinook, United States of America, and then it'll be Elizabeth Turner from Saugatuck rounding out this field as well. So a great racing, great way to kick off this block of single sculls racing. We've got two of these single sculls races, first of which we've just had. Confirmation there on screen of our winner, Christina Lund. We've got one more single sculls race to come, and then we move on to some coxed fours. So Minneapolis on top, Gorge Narrows takes 2nd place, and the French Avignon 3rd in this first final of the women's I2M single sculls.
Of Rhineland, Roeivereniging in Rhineland of the Netherlands, and Mary Bromilov of Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain. So that's the J category. And then we have one K category sculler here.
So we're back up the course. We are back up the course for women's I2M final 2. 4 scullers contesting this one. And as you said previously, it is a range of ages on display here. Let's take you through the runners and riders then. We've got 2 scullers racing in category J with an average age of 80. And that is Cornelia Vogel from RV Rhineland from Netherlands in 1, and Mary Bromelo from Upper Thames Rowing Club in Great Britain in lane 2. We've then got our category K sculler. That is Masako Nakanishi from Sita Rowing, Japan, racing with an average age of 83. And then we've also got Danuta Poznania, Poland, in L with an average age of 86 or above. So phenomenal to have this great range of ages here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Of course, Masters Rowing starts at the age of 27, and we've got categories A right the way through to M. M, of course, with an average age of 89 and above. Phenomenal to have such a wonderful mix of athletes of nationalities and ages here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And of course, we welcome those who are returning to the sport after a break, those who have carried on right the way from junior and their time as a student, but also those who have just found the sport in recent months and years as well. So hello and welcome to anyone from the Masters community and beyond who is coming in. If you are supporting one of these 4 athletes, we are delighted to have you joining our live stream, live here from Lake Banyoles for the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
Yeah, so the message of my dear colleague Carl from
We're riding though, riding, I should really say flying with the quality of this drone footage.
she wants to do the same, but she's probably just, how old are you?
That was with Danuta Pribe of Poznania, but we've just seen crossing the line Cornelia Vogel from RV Rijnland from the Netherlands.
Right, so
She is across,
we have a nice
and at this point we
nice crowd here at the finish line. So
will enjoy the spectacular views from here in Lake Banyoles, one of the great venues in rowing. But on the left-hand side of your screen, we can once again have a moment of appreciation for Christina Lund from Minneapolis Rowing Club, United States of America. She won Final 1 of the Women's I to M single sculls. Congratulations to her and to Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Poznania, Poland, also still with a few strokes.
We've just had our
The last
next couple of scullers coming through. That's Mary Bromelo from Great Britain, representing Upper Thames. And then just into shot.
So congratulations, ladies. You are very brave to be
At the
here.
moment, there's our sculler from Japan, representing Sita Rowing, Masako Nakanishi. Just a few strokes left to go for her in this race. Of course, final 2 of the women's I to M single sculls. So congratulations to all of our competitors. It's wonderful to have each and every one of you here racing at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. A confirmation there. Our winner first across the line, Cornelia Vogel from RV Rijnland from the Netherlands. So it's the Netherlands ahead of Poland and Great Britain in this second final of I2M singles. But we move on to coxed fours now. Women's A coxed fours. It's our youngest competitors who are racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We've got 2 finals to bring you. The first of which
we have here the women's coxed 4.
is 5 lanes. In lane 1, it is a British composite of Star Club, Milton Keynes Rowing Club, Belfast Rowing Club from Ireland in 2, Warwick Boat Club of Great Britain in 3, an international composite of Commercial and Nottingham from Ireland and Great Britain in lane 4. And we can also bring you the crew from Aberdeen Boat Club in Great Britain in lane 5. So at the moment, it does look to be that crew from Nottingham Rowing Club and Commercial, Great Britain and Ireland joining forces and battling out here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. You'll note, though, in that crew, though, all wearing the crew of Nottingham Rowing Club. And confirmation there as the drone flies up. Tremendous performance there from Nottingham and Commercial to get themselves out in front. Going with them, though, is the crew of Belfast Rowing Club, sitting a little bit further back, with some of our British crews just chasing behind. On screen, though, at the moment, we've got a moment that we can appreciate our winner of the race before. That is Cornelia Vogel from RV Rijnland. But up to the line then, in this first race in A coxed fours, it is congratulations to Commercial Ireland and to Nottingham Rowing Club. They will come through ahead of Belfast Rowing Club from Ireland. And they'll be followed by another one of our British crews. That's Warwick Boat Club, who come through in 3rd place. The red, white and blue continues because it is Aberdeen Boat Club through across the line next. And they'll be followed across by the other British crew from Star Club, Milton Keynes Rowing Club. And at this point, we can say congratulations to Danuta Pribe from Poznania, Poland, winners of the Women's L single scull. Just pushing off in the medal pontoon earlier. There's our winners, though, of our first final of Women's A coxed fours. Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain and Commercial Rowing Club from Ireland. Nottingham Rowing Club, of course, they've got the National Water Sports Centre in Great Britain where so many of the domestic races take place there. And Commercial Rowing Club from Ireland, rowing on the Liffey in Dublin. Now that we go back up the course, because we've got the second final of the Women's A coxed fours. 4 crews racing this. Bewdley from Great Britain, Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 2, Corinthians from Brazil, and Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 2. There we have on screen at the moment winners of the Women's K single sculls. From Sita Rowing from Japan, it is Masako Nakanishi. Congratulations to her for her victory earlier. But back to the Women's A coxed fours. This is final 2. 3 British crews and a Brazilian 2. Or should I specifically say 1 English 2 and 2 Scottish crews. Aberdeen Rowing Club have got 2 entries in this, coming from the northeast of Scotland. But it's the crew in lane 4. Jennifer McCormick, Corinne Meinart, Pamela Stevenson, Nicola Carr and Jack Hamilton, their cox. They're out in front leading at the moment. So the winners of the first race, Nottingham Rowing Club and Commercial, they are just receiving their medals. But who will be the next crew on the medal pontoon? It does look like it will be Aberdeen Rowing Club, that crew in lane 4. What a terrific performance from them. It looks like they'll be out in front, winning by about half a length, maybe even 2/3 of a length, 3/4 of a length as the camera pans round. Great rowing from Aberdeen Rowing Club out in front, leading race. They will beat Corinthians into second place, and then we'll have the second of our crews from Aberdeen Boat Club through in third place, ahead of the crew from Great Britain. From England, it's Bewdley Rowing Club, Sally Prendergast, Catherine Carlisle, Ruth Kennedy, Laura Allen, Kim Martin Smith. So great racing there from the Women's A coxed fours. And so from Women's A coxed fours, confirmation there. A great win for Aberdeen. So from quads, so from fours I should say, we go to quads. It's the men's I coxless quads. Again, I, an average age of 75 and above in these quads. We've got 2 of these races coming up, the first of which is a 7-boat final. Nagoya from Japan in 1. Pampus from Netherlands into Norwegian Composite from Christiana Row Club, and Dramen from Norway in 3. The United States of America are represented by Detroit Boat Club crew in lane 4. Corinthians once again in lane 5. Australia's Manning River, Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne are in lane 6. And then we've got a big British composite of Poplar, Ardingly and Upper Thames. Well, here we are through 500 metres. 3 crews out in front. And it's lane 2, 3 and 7. So our leading crew then, it is Poplar, Ardingly and Upper Thames, Colin Barrett, Leon Brown, Robert Milligan and Rodney Stewart. They're your leading crew, but as well, we've got our eyes on that crew from Pampus, the Netherlands. RV Pampus. But just on the left-hand side of your screen, a reminder of our winners from the second final of the Women's A coxed fours. A great win, an awesome win for Aberdeen Boat Club. Jennifer McCormick, Corinne Meinart, Pamela Stevenson, Nicola Carr and their cox, Jack Hamilton. Congratulations to them, and wonderful to see them with 2 boats as well in that second final of the Women's A coxed fours. Of course, a great entry for Aberdeen with 3 entries. We had another boat racing in the Women's A coxed four final 1. But we head back to our first final of the men's I quadruple sculls. Because out in front, it is that crew in lane 3. We had a bit of a change in lead, earlier on. We're talking about Pampus, we were talking about Poplar, Ardingly, Upper Thames. Well, what about this move now from Christiana Row Club and Dramen from Norway? Steinhoff, Pal Sandy, Oyvind Broimer and Ivor Hoy absolutely motored through that crew from Pampas in the last 300-400 metres. But it's not quite good enough for first place yet. We'll wait and see what the camera is when it pans out, because at the moment it is still the British combination. It's Poplar, Ardingly and Upper Thames who will hold on. They will take gold. They will take first place by 3/4 of a length up on the Norwegians of Christiana Roklab and Dramen. Colin Barrett, Leon Brown, Robert Milligan, Rodney Stewart. Great rowing, which means that Pampas will have to settle for third place. And coming through will be our Australians. Hello to everyone tuning in from down under. Manning River, Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne will come through ahead of our crews. From Corinthians, Erico de Arago, Silvio Silva Caldas, Bruno Lopez Ventura, Waldemar Trombetta. That's them just coming through now, Corinthians. And then rounding out this final will be Nagoya Rowing Club from Japan across in lane 1.
In lane number 1, then international composite one coming from USA, Great Britain. Lane number 2, a Norwegian boat from the Christiania Rowing Club. And lane number 3 from the Tees Club, the Great Britain. Lane number 4, an international boat, another composite one from Ireland and USA.
So confirmation there just on screen. Great win for the Brits. Poplar, Ardingly and Upper Thames. We head to final 2 for the men's I quads. And speaking of Brits, there they are on screen. That's a crew from Tees Rowing Club from the northeast of England. Take you through the runners and riders though. Big international composite from Sarasota County Rowing Club, USA. Aberdeen from Great Britain. And Rocky Mountain, USA in lane 1. Christiana Row Club from Norway in 2. Tees Rowing Club, we've seen them on screen already, are in lane 3. Athlone from Ireland and Saugatuck, USA in lane 4. Willamette Rowing Club and Cambridge Boat Club from the United States of America in 5. And then we've got another international composite of Calgary Rowing Club from Canada and Gold Coast Matters from Australia. Well, how about this crew from Tees Rowing Club? Ralph Pickles, John Lund, Robert Bainbridge and Anthony Stocking. Through the halfway point, through 500 metres, they were your leading crew. Going with them, though, it was the international composite of Athlone and Saugatuck from Ireland and the United States of America. Paul Gallen, John Everett, Bart Pasternak and Daniel Schley. Sitting in third place, though, it's that crew in lane 5. It's our Americans, our all-American crew from Willamette Rowing Club and from Cambridge. But there's good spacing between these crews. Tees Rowing Club there, out in front, leading for so much of this race. And here we are, up to the line. Great performance from Tees Rowing Club. Tees Rowing Club then up to the line, winners of final 2 of the men's I quads. And they'll be finishing just ahead of that international crew from Athlone and Saugatuck, ahead of the Americans from Willamette and from Cambridge. As we wait for the rest of the competitors from that second final, we can say congratulations once again to Poplar, to Ardingly and to Upper Thames of Great Britain. Colin Barrett, Leon Brown, Robert Milligan and Rodney Stewart. Winners, final 1 of the men's I quads here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Congratulations to all of them. And then we have the rest of the world coming through in final 2, the likes of Christiana Row Club. We've got Calgary Rowing Club and the international crew from Sarasota County Rowing Club, Aberdeen and Rocky Mountain. Well, there they are, the winners. Tees Rowing Club, as we've said, they come from the northeast of England. Thriving masters scene up there in the northeast of England. With Athlone ahead of the Americans, and then our international crew from Sarasota County, Aberdeen, Rocky Mountain. Joseph Colosimo, Peter Francis, Joseph Dobson, Richard Matheson making up that British-American composite crew who came through in third place.
Quadruple sculls is over, and now we are going into the men's A coxless pairs. So full lineup of 7 crews racing.
Time for some pairs racing, though. And we go to the men's A pairs. We've got a combination of Nautilus and Proteus from Netherlands in one. Aberdeen Boat Club. We keep saying their name, but it's for good reason. They're the largest entry that I've come across from Great Britain. They go in lane 2. Spain are represented by La Rapita. Corinthians are in lane 4. St Andrew Boat Club from Great Britain in lane 5. Toulouse-Avrion from France in 6. And Nabateurs from Spain are in lane 7. Well, then our camera is panning round the 500-metre marker, and it's panning in the favour of St Andrew Boat Club, all the way from Edinburgh. Jan Swedlow, Neil Paul. What a race they are having. But actually, it shows that they are sitting in second place. I've got to be careful of that camera angle. Our current race leaders, it's over in lane 3. It's the crew from Spain. It's La Rapita from Spain racing on home water. They are our current race leaders, with the Scots from Edinburgh, St Andrew Boat Club, sitting in second place. Our race leaders then, La Rapita, Andrew Gasparin and Roman Popovic. Let's see what St Andrew Boat Club can do in these next couple of minutes to get themselves back into contention. Great shot there of our two of our leading crews. Going with them a little bit further back though, Toulouse-Avrion in lane 6 from France. And as well, just on the other side, it does look to be Corinthians from Brazil. But we're coming up to the line then, less than 250 metres to go. We're well inside the red boys. So less than 100 or so metres left to go. We can see the finish tower up on the right-hand side of the screen. And it looks like it's going to be an incredibly close finish as we come up to the line. A great drone shot, just showing all of the pictures here. That crew from St Andrew Boat Club, they're pushing, they're racing hard, but I don't think it's going to be enough on the line. They will oh! Wow, goodness me, what a close finish from Nautilus and Proteus from the Netherlands and St Andrew Boat Club. An incredibly close finish. We will have to wait and see what happens when we get the official confirmation up on screen. The rest of the crews coming through there, that was Nabateurs from Spain just coming through. Then we've got Corinthians through in lane 4. We'll wait and see for the winners, to see who it will be. I don't know who it'll be. We haven't quite got the results up yet. What a way to kick off the men's A coxless pairs. Still waiting for the results to pop up on screen in front of us, but we can say congratulations once again to Ralph Pickles, John Lund, Robert Bainbridge, Anthony Stocking from Tees Rowing Club Great Britain for their great win in the second final of the men's I quads. Well done, gentlemen. We're still waiting for that result from the men's A coxless pairs, that first final. What a way to kick off the pairs. We've got 3 races of the pairs to come. And I think we've got to the results now. And there we have it, 0.2 of a second separating Nautilus and Proteus, your winners, and St Andrew Boat Club, who are pushed into second place. Phenomenal finish. Great way to end that first race of the men's A coxless pairs. A great win for the Netherlands. Well, let's hope the rest of the racing is as good as that. We've got final 2 now. As we said, 3 of these finals to go. 6 boats racing. We've got the German composite from Ruden, Radebull and Wertzinger. We've then got Leichhardt from Austria in 2. An international composite of Putney Town in Great Britain in lane 3, along with Drummoyne. Rem Barcelona from Spain in form. Toulouse-Avrion in 5 from France. And then we've got Stirling Rowing Club's Graham Duff and Gregor Hall in lane 6. Well, here we go then. This is an incredibly punchy rhythm. That is the distinctive colours of Rem Barcelona there in the middle of your screen. Going with them, though, going well, it's the French crew from Toulouse, Aveyron as well. Watch out for the Germans from Ruden, Radebul and Wurzinger from Germany. They're across in lane 1, but it is Rem Barcelona into the final 250 metres. It's the Spanish crew racing on home water here, laying down a marker. They'll be looking to get the fastest time across all 3 of these finals. But what a dominant display, what a tremendous performance. A great showing of pairs racing. But going with them, though, for that race for second place. Is it going to be the Germans? Is it going to be the French? We're up to the line again. Wow. What a race from Toulouse, Aveyron. I think just pipping the Germans there. That German composite crew of Ruden, Radebul and Wurzinger across in lane 1. And then I think, did Stirling Rowing Club manage to row through the combination from Putney Town and Drummoyne? We'll have to wait and see. But if we go back to the medal pontoon on the left-hand side of your screen, we can see congratulations once again to Nautilus and Proteus from the Netherlands, winners of final 1 of the men's A coxless pairs. Congratulations to Floris van de Greeft and Tristan Stiegman. Speaking of winners, winners of final 2, Rem Barcelona. And yes, it was the French. Great performance from Toulouse, Aveyron, Remy Eichener and Johan Yvonne to row through and take second place. But a great performance, great win for Rem Barcelona, Artem Kosov and Valery Sachev. We're to final 3 though. That's on screen at the moment. Hurtling through the opening minute of racing. And in lane 1, it's the French composite of Ramur Toulouse and Aveyron Energie. The German composite of Prunard, Roedeverein and Gruno. Britain have got a composite crew teaming up of Camus and Poole. Ireland's tribesmen are in lane 4. Rem Barcelona once again in 5, looking to replicate that success that they've just seen. And Leichhardt from Australia are in lane 6. Well then, our camera is at the halfway mark. I think it is the crew across in lane number 1. That looks to be the French crew, Aveyron Energie and Ramures Toulouse, who are your leading crew at the moment.
It's a really nice and close race here. Look at these beautiful shots here from the side, at least for the rankings 2 to 4 in this race. Everything's in.
Worth noting actually that 2 of these crews didn't start. Rem Barcelona didn't start this race. Leichhardt from Australia didn't start. So it's a 4-boat race then. It's a 4-boat race between Ramur, Toulouse, Aveyron, Energie from France, Prunari, Roedeverein and Gruno from Germany, Camus and Poole from Great Britain, and Tribesmen from Ireland. But on screen there, congratulations once again to Rem Barcelona, Artem Kosov and Valery Sarichev, winners of the final 2 of the men's A coxless pairs. Here we are though, back with our drone. Incredible footage we're getting here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We've changed from white to red, boys. That means we've got 250 metres left to go. The French are out in front. They've got clear water, but second place is not wrapped up yet. We've got our eyes on the Germans. We've got our eyes on the Brits. And sitting probably about a length back on them, it's Ireland. It's Tribesmen in lane 4. They've got a lot of work to do, but speaking of work that's being done, how about this combination from Camus and Poole starting to really charge, mounting a sensational finish here with about 50 metres left to go. French are out in front. That looks to be all set and wrapped up. But what can the British do? What can Camus and Poole do? Are they able to overhaul Germany? Primo, Roedeverein and Gruno as we come up to the line. This would be an incredible sprint finish from both of them. I think they're going to do it. Are they going to run out of water? I think they're going to run out of water. I spoke a little bit too soon. It will be France on the line. But actually, goodness me, Camus and Poole. Camus and Poole, I think, just got their bow ball in front of Pinard, Roedeverein and Gruno from Germany in what is one of the sprints of the day. They will finish ahead of Tribesmen from Ireland. Brilliant, brilliant racing there in that 3rd and final race of the men's A coxless pairs. There's our winners on screen. Anthony Perrault and Romain Bourdeau from Ramures Toulouse and Aviron Énergie.
Yeah, so here's the confirmation of the win for Ramures Toulouse and Aviron Énergie. Next in the lineup for.
But we've had confirmation just come through of those results of the previous race. It was the Germans who held on by 0.02 of a second. 0.02 separating the Germans and the Brits there. Tribesman coming through in fourth. But we move across to coxless fours. Women's D coxless fours. Corinthians from Brazil in one. The Dutch composite in lane two. Willem Draai and Hertzband. Upper Thames from Great Britain in three. Chinook from the United States of America in four. Legion Grand from France in five. Marlow Rowing Club Great Britain in lane six, and the international composite in lane seven, made up of Avalon USA and Sudbury from Great Britain. So here we go then, up to the 500 meter marker. It does look to be that crew in lane number 4 with their Bibles out in front. That is the crew from Chinook, United States of America, their high performance Masters Training Centre. Going with them though, great racing from Willem Draai, Hertzband from Netherlands. And of course Upper Thames right in the mix, right in the fight. Upper Thames doing all of their training on the hallowed waters of Henley upon Thames, where of course we have the Henley Masters Regatta every single year, which will be growing. 3 days of racing next year at the Henley Masters Regatta in the first couple of weekends of July. Phenomenal to see the growth of Masters rowing, and we're seeing it again here at the World Masters Regatta. The second largest entry ever for a World Masters Regatta, and we're delighted to welcome them all here. How about this though? It's a 3-boat race for this gold medal position. It's the Dutch crew, it's Upper Thames, and it is Chinook from the US. Chinook, you two have been rowed through by our Dutch and our Brits, by our European crews, and now it is Upper Thames who have their bow ball out in front as we hit the red buoys with 250 metres left to go. They've got a canvas or so on Willem Draai, Hertzband in the Netherlands, just off to the right-hand side of your screen in lane 2. Upper Thames though, what about this steering though from Chinook? This is dangerous steering as we're coming into the final section. They've just stood right across up into the Upper Thames lane. Upper Thames continuing to pull away though. Great bit of racing there from Upper Thames to keep their composure, to keep the advantage as they come up to the finish line. Big burst of energy. The adrenaline will be surging through all of them as we come up to the finish line. They had a canvas advantage over the Dutch as they come up to the finish line, but that's just grown and grown, stroke by stroke. They're able to pull away right then up to the line. Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain, great win. Great way to kick off women's D coxless fours. Willem Draai, Hertzband from Netherlands takes second place ahead of Chinook, who recover from their steering. They'll be followed by Legion Grand Est from France, who come through, with Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain through in lane 6. And now we're back riding with Corinthians, Sport Club Corinthians Paulista from Brazil. One of 149 entries from Corinthians, represented by Sila Mendonca, Patricia Leidner, Juliana Correa, Vanessa Carvalho, Amorim de Mello. And Corinthians will be followed across the line by our international composite from Avalon, USA, Sudbury Rowing Club, Great Britain. Michelle Hurd, Susanna Lucas Cornwell, Elizabeth McInturf, and Jennifer Bowman. But there's your winners. Great second half from Upper Thames Rowing Club to come through and take first place in this first final of the women's D coxless fours, ahead of Willem Draai and Chinook and Legion Grand from France. Well, no time to hang around. Second final, women's D coxless four, second of 3. There we can see Marlow Rowing Club out in front as at the halfway marker. They're in lane 5, but the rest of the racers are Legion Grand, once again from France in 1. The international composite of Sarasota County Rowing Club, USA. Z Club Lucerne from Switzerland. Then we've got a German composite, Rhein Club Alemannia, Rudergesellschaft Speyer, and Row Club Aschaffenburg in lane 3. International composite of Molesey Boat Club from Great Britain and Adelaide University, Australia in 4. Marlow Rowing Club, your current race leaders, in lane 5. The international composite just to the left of your screen from them, that is Ruderverein from Austria, Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain, and Wallingford Rowing Club also from Great Britain. And then a British composite of Aberdeen Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park are in lane 7. However, what about this from Marlow Rowing Club into the Red Boys, out in front, clear water. Looking absolutely sensational. Just to their right, going with them though, it is the crew from Molesey Boat Club and from Adelaide University. But Marlow Rowing Club out in front, leading. We've got another British crew on the podium. That is, of course, the victorious crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club. Naomi Ashcroft, Helen Mangan, Naomi Holland and Rebecca Sadler. They're on screen victorious in the previous race. Naomi Ashcroft, of course, chairman of Henley Women's Regatta back in the United Kingdom. They're on screen receiving their medals. But up to the line in the second final, Marlow Rowing Club. We've just had Upper Thames from Great Britain win. Now we've got Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain winning. They will finish ahead of Molesey Boat Club and Adelaide University teaming up in the international composite. And then we'll have the Germans Rhein Club Alemannia, Rudergesellschaft Speyer and Aschaffenburg will cross in third place. And rounding out on the far side, we'll have that crew from Region Grand Est in France. There they are though. Marlow Rowing Club. Philomena Burrows, Karina Phillips, Victoria Parsons and Ruth Naylor. Marlow Rowing Club. Just along the River Thames from Upper Thames. It's all on the same part of the River Thames. We move on to our third and final race in the women's D coxless fours. In lane 1, we've got an international composite. That's them on screen, actually. That is Putney Town Rowing Club from Great Britain and UTS Haberfield from Australia. Great Britain are represented by Nottingham Rowing Club in 2, with the international composite of RCA alumni from Canada and Atlanta Rowing Club, United States of America. Next to them, though, it is Ardingly from Great Britain, Calgary Rowing Club from Canada in 5. Netherlands are represented by Cornelius Tromp Hilversum in lane 6. And then in lane 7, we've got CDR San Geronimo from Spain. So we're with our leading crew. That is Putney Town and UTS Haberfield. That's the kit of UTS Haberfield. All of them wearing the same kit and sporting the Australian national colours on their blades as well. Just on their heels, though, it does look to be that crew in lane 3, our other international composite, RCA alumni from Canada and Atlanta, USA. Well into the second half of the race, so we can start to see some of those red boys appearing. And of course, that means 250 metres left to go. Just in the background of your shot, though, is Nottingham Rowing Club. And it's a all-British affair, I think, racing for that third place. We've got Putney Town, UTS Haberfield out in front over to the top left of your screen. They're then being followed by RCA alumni and Atlanta from Canada. Clear water between those two crews, but what a race between Ardingly, just to the right of your screen with the dark blue blades, and Nottingham Rowing Club, second in from your left, racing for third place. They'll be used to racing each other up and down the country back home in Great Britain. But here they are out in Banyoles at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, duking it out for third place. Our race leaders, though, up to the line. Great performance. Terrific row from Putney Town and from UTS Haberfield. Jennifer Luff, Kate Allen, Karina Newmarch and Alison Davies take through first place for them. And then next it is that international crew. RCA alumni and Atlanta, Canada, Jennifer Wallinga, Cheryl Moore, Kerry Brown and Anna van der Kamp. But it will be Nottingham Rowing Club. It will be Louise Townrow, Bridget Snaith, Helen Bloor, Bernadette McCabe Doyle, who take that third place over Ardingly's Claire Davison, Linda Goldsmith, Esther Clutton and Joanna Searle. And we're just seeing the rest of the competitors coming through the line. But they are on screen. Once again, congratulations to Marlow Rowing Club, Philomena Burrows, Karina Phillips, Victoria Parsons and Ruth Naylor. Your winners in that second final of the Women's D Coxless Fours. The drone though riding with UTS Haberfield, Putney Town, just trying to navigate their way through the other crews. Of course, one of the quirks of Lake Banyoles here, for those of you who have been watching in around the world, once you cross the finish line, you've got to hold the boat up. You've got to check your boat to make sure you don't end up heading into the grass that's at the end of the course. A bit of runway for them, but they've got to be alert and switched on at the end of racing. There's the finish tower. There's the medal pontoon. And there's the course. The famous Lake Banyoles, of course, host of the 1992 Olympic Games. So many great memories from that regatta. Many of those Olympians back racing here for the 2025 edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Great to welcome them all back. And of course, competitors who competed here in 2004 at the World Rowing Championships. There's juniors there, under 23s there, seniors there. But of course, the Olympics that year out in Athens. This is day 2 of the 2025 edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in the wonderful city of Banyoles in Spain. 5 days of racing that we will be bringing you right the way through till Sunday. And of course, Sunday is the traditional mixed day. We've got men and women coming together, racing together on finals on Sunday. And we're just getting ready for our next set of racing, which will be men's D single sculls. And we've obviously had a lot of the men's F doubles earlier on today. We're about to have 14 finals of the men's D single sculls. So if single sculls is your thing, we've got an awful lot of racing to bring you. 14, and again, we've talked about, you know, the depth and the amount of competitors in here. 14 finals, and each of them are fully loaded. 8 scullers in each of them. Well, on screen now, it is our winners from Final 3 of the Women's D Coxless Fours. Congratulations to Putney Town from Great Britain and to UTS Haberfield from Australia. Congratulations, Jennifer Luff, Kate Allen, Karina Newmarch and Alison Davis. So huge smiles, lots of celebration there for our winners of the third final of Women's D Coxless Fours. We've got a bit of a pause in racing at the moment. But as we said, our next race will be the first of 14 finals for the men's D double sculls. You see it on screen there. It's 14 finals, and then we move back to some pairs, men's E-quads, 8 finals of the men's E-quads, and then we'll have H pairs for the men. And then our final bit of racing of the day will be in the women's G to M 8s. We'll have 3 finals of those to kick off, or should I say to end the day's racing. 3 blocks of women's G to M 8s. All of that is to look forward to down the line. We've got an incredibly packed day of racing. We, of course, kicked off at 8 o'clock this morning, and we're going right the way through till 6:45 this evening. And our next bit of racing will be coming up in a few minutes' time. So do stick with us. Our next block of racing will be starting in about 8 minutes' time, and that is, of course, the men's D single sculls. About 8 minutes to go until those scullers get attached to the stake boats. And of course, every race here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta taking place over 1,000 metres. And once this next block of racing is up and running, we'll have racing over 1,000 metres every 3 minutes. The jeopardy continues to be high because every single race will have a medal awarded at the end of it. But of course, all of the clubs will be competing for the club trophies as well. We've got the men's trophy up for grabs, we've got the women's trophy up for grabs, and the overall trophy as well for the best performing clubs here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, the ones who have the most success across the 5 days of racing. As we mentioned, a full range of ages on display here. Our youngest competitors, age 27, right the way through to our M category over the age of 89. And it is a pleasure to welcome every single one of them here to Banyoles. Of course, we've talked about Banyoles, hosting the Olympics back in 1992. So many of these athletes making that journey back to Banyoles to get back into the racing. Some of them have taken a break, returning to the sport after a number of years away. Of course, similar for some of the competitors raced here back in 2004 at the World Championships. This is, of course, the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Delighted to welcome back everyone who raced in Brandenburg last year, from Pretoria 2 years ago, but also back in 2022 in Libourne. But the World Rowing Masters Regatta, it is here in Spain for the first time since 1999, when it was Seville who hosted the regatta. And of course, next year we can look forward to competition in Bled 2027. We travel to Italy in Varese. And then 2028, we head to Austria for Villach. So much to look forward to in the coming years. But right now, here in 2025, Banyoles, the great city of Banyoles, and this wonderful lake, and the club here, Club Banyoles, putting on a wonderful event so far. So we hope you are enjoying our coverage wherever you are tuning in from around the world. And we will be ready for the next race. Our first of the men's D single sculls, which will be coming down the course in 5 minutes' time.
Bé, continuem en breus minuts ja. A les 10:37 està programada la regata que tindrà lloc a la primera final de masculí d'esquif, categoria D, a les 10:37, com diem, amb un dia magnífic per la pràctica del rem. Recordem l'alineació en el carrer número 1 per la part de Polònia. En el carrer número 2 tenim França, amb el club de UR Joko. Amb el carrer número 3, Alemanya. Amb el carrer número 4, Holanda. El carrer número 5, l'embarcació de Perú. El número 6, l'embarcació xinesa. I en el carrer número 7, l'embarcació local de Banyoles. I finalitzant i tancant la sèrie, l'embarcació d'Alemanya. I aquí tindríem doncs, tots els equips a punt. Ara sí, en breus instants iniciarem aquesta regata. Us anirem informant.
So we have in front of us 14 races of 14 finals for the men's D single scull. So 14 finals, a lot of rowers here taking part of this Masters Regatta in Banyoles in this D category. So we have here, starting at in a couple of minutes, the first 8 rowers that are Urbanowski from Poland, lane number 1, Ortoki from France, in lane number 2, Locke from Germany, lane number 3, Delis from Netherlands, lane number 4, Torciani from Peru, lane Number 7 from Banyoles. Lane number 8.
Well, welcome back to day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in Banyoles, Spain. And we're ready for our next block of racing. We're kicking off with final 1 of the men's D single sculls. As we've said, we have so many of these finals to bring you of the men's D single sculls. The first of which is just loading itself into the blocks. In lane 1, just on screen at the moment, is Paluki Tawarsto Wolask from Poland, Uar Joko from France in 2, WSF Borg from Germany, RV Rhineland from Netherlands in lane 4, Cercolo Canottieri from Peru in lane 5. China are represented by Huaran Rowing in lane 6. Banyoles, our host club, in lane 7. And Germany, Karlsruhe Viking 1879 in lane 8.
And
So underway then, green light, and away we go here in our first final of the men's F single sculls. We have some of our scullers on screen there just now. Great racing, explosive racing out of the blocks to get themselves up and running in the opening stages. 30 seconds in now, and at this point, you know, it'll be starting to hurt. The athlete's really starting to feel some of that lactic acid settling in. Currently riding with 2 of our scullers on the far side of the course. From Poland and from France, that is Wojciech Urbanowski in lane 1 in the red and white of the Polish kit. And next to him, red, white and black, it is Francois Orduki from UR Joku. And that bow ball just coming into shot. Cornelius Delis from RV Rhineland from the Netherlands. So these 3 scullers now, along with the rest of the field, just coming up to that halfway point. We're about 90 seconds into this first final of the men's D single sculls. We'll get a better shot of who's leading once it fully pans round. But at the moment, as I said, riding with Poland, riding with the Netherlands, and riding with our France sculler as well. Great racing from all 3 of these scullers. Great racing, I should say, from all 8 of these scullers in the opening round of this. This is kicking off, as I said, 14 scullers, and it's those 2 scullers. It's lane 1, it's Poland, and it's lane 4, it's the Netherlands. Wojciech Urbanowski from Poland going neck and neck with Cornelius Delis from the Netherlands, representing RV Rhineland. They look to be your 2 leading scullers at the moment, but as we know so well in single scull racing, the lead can change in just a matter of strokes. 5 or 10 big strokes can see a lead change, and particularly over this short, sharp 1,000-metre racing, anything can happen as we come into the second half. There's the red boys, the 250-metre marker to go, just lurking in the foreground of our camera shot at the moment, and our 2 scullers at the moment hurtling towards the line. From Poland, from the Netherlands. And there's the drone shot. That gives you the image. Those 2 scullers just separating themselves from the rest of the field. But it's so close, so tight between Poland, between Netherlands in these closing stages. That's the red boys. That's probably about 230 metres left to go now for those 2 scullers. And it is neck and neck. It's bow ball to bow ball. Just a wee look across there from Cornelius Delis from the Netherlands. And he puts one last burst of energy, and let's see what he can muster over these final 200 metres. 3rd place, as we know, occupied by our French sculler, Francis Orduki. But it's our Polish sculler, it's our Dutch sculler out in front leading it, and that's been a phenomenal surge there from Cornelius Delis from the Netherlands. And he's gone from where it was bow ball to bow ball. It was a couple of feet in it, but now he's opened out half a length, third of a length or so as we come up to the finish line. What a sprint finish, what a surge, what a way to kick off this next block of racing. Wojciech Urbanowski throwing everything at it, and he is throwing everything at it. What an incredible sprint, what an incredible finish this is turning into. Can Cornelius hold on? I don't think, I think he's just able to on the line. I was back and forth. It was like a boxing match in those final phases from those two scullers. And we can certainly hope that the remaining 13 men's D single scull finals are just like that, because that was brilliant. Absolutely sensational. We'll wait for the official confirmation and the results to flick up in front of us. I think our Dutch sculler Cornelius Delis from RV Rijnland did just about enough to hold on. But I won't say that officially, because Wojciech Urbanowski had an incredible surge there. It looked like he was down and out. We'd seen the kick come from Cornelius Delis from the Netherlands. But we'll wait for that to come up. We're just riding at the moment with Klaus Trampert from Germany. He'll come up to the line in lane 8. And we're still waiting. There's still that anticipation for the results to come through. There he is, Cornelius Delis from the Netherlands. And the results have come through. 0.2 of a second, less than 0.2 of a second between those two scullers. Epic way to start off this block of single sculls racing. And we talked about how quickly the leads changed, and that was demonstrating it right there. Now, though, we move on to final 2. We've got 14 of these to get through, so we better crack on. Lane 1. It's France, it's Sports Nautique Té Tournon. It's Camus from Great Britain in 2. Barrio from Portugal in 3. Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft from Germany in 4. Corinthians from Brazil in 5. Switzerland is SC Kusnacht. Munchener from Germany and Corvera from Spain in lane 8. We're through halfway. And how about that? Lanes 4, 7 and 8. That's Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft. It's Munchener. And it's Corvera from Spain. Daniel Illmann is your sculler from Germany, representing Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft. His countryman Stefan Hamels is representing Munchener. And again, these crews, these scullers, I should say, coming up to the final 250 metres. But that is a great performance, a great row from Daniel Illmann. Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft from Germany. He looks to be the first sculler to hit the red boys in this second final of the men's D single sculls. Yes, there we go, lane 4 out in front. But how about that? Stefan Hamels from Munchener in lane 7. Going with him, though, it's Corvera. Jose Fernandez, the Spaniard, on Lake Banyoles. Let's see what he can do in the final couple of 100 metres. He's got a lot of work to do to overhaul second place. On screen, though, just to your left, an appreciation for Cornelius Delis, a winner from final 1 of RV Rijnland from the Netherlands. Well, let's see who's going to be the next one on that medal pontoon. I think it'll be Daniel Illmann from Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft. Great rowing, great performance from him to get himself in a position to win. Going with him, though, great finish coming from Stefan Hamels of Munchener. And, of course, our sculler, Jose Fernandez. His bows just coming into shot. But there, up to the line, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft, Daniel Illmann with the win, with first place. Munchener, it's 1-2 for Germany. Stefan Hamels, a German 1-2, will be followed by Jose Fernandez of Corvea. And then it looks to be the Brazilian Frederico Colodetti Gomez Ferraria from Corinthians. The Brazilian will come through in third place. He'll be followed by Orlando Lourenço from Barrio, Portugal. And then the rest of our scullers will drift across the line, with Laurent Grandidier from SC Kusnacht from Switzerland, just waiting for his bow to cross the line. Two very different wins, though, we've just seen. An incredible sprint finish from Cornelius Delis in that first final. And in this second final, dominant performance from Daniel Illman of Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft. They have it 1-2 for Germany ahead of Corvea, the Spanish sculler, Corinthians from Brazil, ahead of the Portuguese sculler, Orlando Lourenço from Barrio. There he is on screen, just heading out of shot. Our winner, Schweiniger Rudergesellschaft, the German, Daniel Illman. Great racing from him. Back up the course, though. Third final, men's D single sculls. Well into the final 250 meters. Let's give you the runners and riders. Wannsee from Germany in 1, Palm Beach, USA in 2, Lithuania are represented by Klaipėda Masters in 3, China, Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club in 4, Spain, Dutsu AT, Germany, Erste Kiel Row Club. And it is that German, it is Erste Kieler Ruder Club who come through and take first place. On the far side of the course, I think that is Palm Beach, USA, come through and take second place just ahead of Klaipėda Masters from Lithuania. Our final two scullers in this lineup, Nest from Finland, will come through in lane 7, right on cue, as if by magic, followed by Australia's Newcastle Rowing Club, Brad Smith in lane 8. Those two scullers coming through in 3rd and 4th. We're racing every 3 minutes, hence why it's so quick. It comes incredibly quickly here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. But that does look to be provisionally a tremendous 1-2, or a tremendous double set of wins for German clubs. But on screen, there he is, Daniel Illman, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft, our victor in final 2 of the men's D single sculls. Great racing, dominant racing. There he is, delighted with his performance, and rightly so. Great win for him, but there's confirmation. It's a German 1-2 once again. Erste Kieler Ruder Club took the win. And we head back up the course. Final 4. Coming into the last 250 meters. Jan Lebau Rowing Club Hong Kong in 1, Osnabrücker Ruderverein Germany in 2, Beale Bridge Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3, BTW Poland in 4, Remo Mexico in 5, Toulouse Avion from France in 6, Rem Barcelona from Spain in 7, and Germany, we've got Ruder Club Nasovia Hochst in lane 8. Well, I think it is that sculler from Rem Barcelona, in that bright orange boat, that distinctive kit from Rem Barcelona that we're getting so used to seeing out in front leading. We've had a number of medals for them already so far today and yesterday at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, and we're going to get another one here just now. Being chased well by Germany, but up to the line. Great win, great performance. Ignacio Hidalgo Campos from Rem Barcelona to take first place in this 4th final of the men's D single sculls. He'll be followed by Ruder Club Nasovia Hochst. That's Karsten Britsky in lane 8. And then coming through in lane 2, it's the second of our German scullers, Osnabrücker Ruderverein, represented by Michael Humbeck. And just behind him, Kong Ing of Jailan Bao from Hong Kong, making up some of your top performers here in this 4th final. Well then, welcome across the line, Fernando Lorenzana Royas from Remo, Mexico. And then we'll have Wojciech Jabolinski from BTW Poland in this final four.
In the medal zone, Marcus Vogel is getting his medal.
Well, on screen, there he is, Marcus Vogel, winner of final three. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to Germany's Erste Kieler Ruder Club for their performance and their gold medal, his gold medal in final three of the men's D single sculls. A win, though, in final four, Rem Barcelona. They're having a terrific day so far. But we're back up the course. 4 down, 10 to go in the men's D single sculls. I just love how much depth there is. So many entries here in this men's D single sculls race. And let's take you through them. We're through halfway. Mendoza de Regatas from Argentina, Calgary from Canada, Hanover from Germany, New York Rowing Club from Great Britain, Avalon, United States of America, Club Remo de Mino from Spain, Breisacker Rudeverein from Germany, and Coimbra from Portugal in lane 8. Of course, through halfway. Well over halfway, actually. Into the red boys. 250 metres left to go. And it looks to be our scullers in lane 4. That is Newark Rowing Club. Edward Bradley of Newark Rowing Club. You can see them there with the white tops and the diagonal stripes across. He's our race leader. And then, you know, across the rest, we've got our eyes on that sculler in lane 3. Edward Bradley from Newark. Benedict Roberg from Hanover. There's the shot. There he is. There's our race leader out in front, Edward Bradley, just on the right-hand side of your screen. Going with them, as we said, Hanover's Benedict Roberg. And a great surge, great sprint starting to come from Club Remo de Mino. Antonio Del Cano Alvarez, the Spaniard. Here he is on home water. He's put a surge and he's put a sprint in. Let's see what he can do coming up. So up to the line, great win there for New York Rowing Club. Ed Bradley, terrific job from him. Benedict Roberg from Hanover comes up and through the line. And we've got the rest of the world coming off. Pushing off though. Congratulations to Ignacio Hidalgo Campos from Rem Barcelona, the Spaniard, taking the win in final 4. Great racing from him. And you can paddle off with a well-earned medal around his neck. Coming through the line, though, that is Stefan Swan from Breisacker Rudeverein. Our German sculler. Germany well represented across these races in the men's single sculls. Lots of German clubs here racing, lots of Germans entered. Wonderful to have so many of you here taking part. A confirmation there, great win for Edward Bradley, ahead of Benedict Roberg from Hanover, our 1-2 in final 5 of the men's D single sculls. Right then, final 6. Uruguay's Club National de Regatas go in 1. Saint-Cassien of France go in 2. Willem Draai of Netherlands in 3. Fluvial of Portugal in lane 4. Arke am Wannsee of Germany in 5. Osnabrücker Rudeverein, Germany in 6. Banyoles in lane 7, and RTW Bigostia of Poland in lane 8. Again, this race into its final 250 metres. It's from this from the commentary box that I'm in at the finish tower. You know, you can hear the roars, you can hear the cheers for the Banyoles sculler. It's a big day. It's the national day here in Catalan. Lots of fans out supporting, and what a performance it would be if they were able to win. But out in front, it's the person next to him. Surprise, surprise! It's another one of our German scullers. Ludger Rasch from Osnabrücker Rudeverein in Germany, currently leading the Catalan sculler from Banyoles. Daniel Isern Pascula doing all he can to get back on board, but it won't be enough. The German sculler will win by a length over the Banyoles man on home water. Coming through, it will be Waldemar Malinowski of Poland through in third place. Lane 6, 7 and 8 finishing in quick succession. Then we go back to the far side of the course to lane 1 for Juan Pablo Poch from Club Nacional de Regatas of Uruguay. Followed over the line by Burkhard Pot of Arke am Wannsee. So it's been a great few races from our German scullers, but it was also a great previous race for our British sculler, Edward Bradley. There he is on screen, Newark Rowing Club from the Midlands in Great Britain. Produced some outstanding athletes over the years, have Newark Rowing Club. But there we have confirmation. Osnabrücker Ruderverein, they take the win. And we pick up our final 7 midway up the course. On screen there, I think our current race leaders in lane 8 and 5 respectively. That is Rostocker Row Club from Germany and Lazio from Italy. But let's take you through the rest of the athletes racing. We've got Galway from Ireland on Ireland's west coast. Moss Row Club from Norway in lane 2. Corinthians from Brazil in lane 3. Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain in 4. We've mentioned Lazio already in 5. RV Dulac from Netherlands in 6. France are represented by Aviron Biterrois in lane 7. And we've mentioned, of course, our German sculler Axel Zimmermann from Rostocker. .250 metres left into the final quarter for these scullers. We're riding at the moment with Owen Diviney from Galway, just to the right of your screen in the purple kit with the orange hoop. And just next to him, that is Dag Marthinsen of Moss Row Club from Norway. We can see our current race leaders at the moment. There he is. We've mentioned Axel Zimmermann, a Rostocker from Germany. He's got work to do. It looks like he's been overhauled. He was leading at 500 metres. Being challenged in the middle of the course. Axel Zimmermann, a lot of work to do. Not many strokes left in which to do it as we come up to the finish line. Tremendous finish. Great surge that's coming in the middle of the course. And that is a great, great finish from Luca Del Elise from Lazio. And just threw over the line Dag Marthinsen of Moss Row Club, Norway. Owen Diviney from Galway, those two scullers over on the far side. And then coming through Peter Mitas from RV Dulac, Netherlands. And Karim Loissoin from Aviron Biterrois. But our winner there just flashed up. Luca Del Elise. There he is, the Italian. Italian rower, Italian boat. Delighted with that performance, as he should be. So there we have it, confirmation. Italy up on top ahead of Rostocker, Germany, and Moss Row Club from Norway taking second place. Final race is further up the course, though. Again, racing coming every 3 minutes here. Kaiku of Spain in 1. Dresdner Ruderverein, Germany in 2. Rennes from France in 3. Paraguayo Aleman from Paraguay in lane 4. Regatas Rosario of Argentina in 5. Poznania, Poland are in lane 6. Willem Draai from the Netherlands in lane 7. And Tralee from Ireland in lane 8. Well, there's our scullers. We're at the halfway mark. Our camera at 500, just starting to pan round. We're riding with Carlos Macnis of Regatas Rosario, Argentina. It's a wonderful South American field we've got, with Argentina represented, Paraguay represented here. Great to have them all racing. And if you're tuning in from South America, hello. We hope you are enjoying these pictures. Argentina leading out though, lane 3. It is our sculler from France, from Rennes, Michael Morvan, in second place at the moment. They look to be your two leading scullers in this final 8. But on screen at the moment, we can take one more moment to appreciate the talents, the terrific scull from Luca Del Elise of CC Lazio from Italy. He took victory just a few minutes ago. Into the final 500, second 500, of course it's the final 500. We're racing over 1,000 meters. Our Argentinian sculler still out in front leading this one, Carlos Magnus. There he is, there's the back. The famous Argentinian colours there on his back. Going with him though, just one lane across. It's his South American friend. It is Roland Holst from Paraguayo Aleman, doing all he can to get himself into contention. Riding with the Argentinian, riding with the Paraguayan sculler. But actually, as you know, as we flash up on screen, I think both of them now into their final 500 meters. There's the rest of the competitors just starting to come into shot as well. That's lane 2, bit of a sprint starting to come from Thomas Dubner from Dresdner Rudeverein. Big sprint coming from Thomas Dubner of Dresdner Rudeverein. Let's see what he can do in these final stages of this race. But we're up to the line then. Cracking performance, great row from the Argentinian Carlos Magnus of Regatas Rosario. He will finish first in this race, and then we'll have the rest of the others coming up. Just drifting through, that was James Breen from Tralee from Ireland in lane 8. We've now got Gerard Bedenreck of Poznania coming through. That looks on the top. So our last couple of scullers coming through now. Great performance from Carlos Magnus from Regatas Rosario to take the win, take first place in this one. He was, of course, followed by Michael Morvan of Rennes, the French sculler, with Paraguay just a couple of seconds back. Roland Holst of Paraguay taking third place. Great row from Tralee. James Breen to come through for fourth place. But we head back up the course. Our 9th final now of the men's D single sculls. Poznania, Poland in 1. Befford from Canada in 2. HVK Mornar from Croatia in 3. Germany's Ruder Club Alt Vida Magdeburg in 4. Sionia from Paraguay in 5. Aviron du Bocage from France in 6. Chile's Canottieri Italio in 7 with Banyoles. And as soon as you say Banyoles, you start to hear the noise, the cheer, everything coming from the fans, from the spectators for their home athletes, for their athletes racing on their local ground. Our camera's riding with lane 4. Our camera is riding with Ruder Club Alt Vida Magdeburg, Thomas Micah. A real surge we're seeing from him. A lot of power going down in those strokes as he comes up towards the line. Big sprint finish, but he needs to put it in because coming up to the line in first place, he won't be able to catch them. I think is our sculler from HVK Mornar. That is Almir Mahumatovic. And that's why he's sprinting. He's got a big sprint finish. He's going up against the Banyoles sculler, Jordi Arteman, but he can't quite topple him. Jordi Arteman, the Banyoles man, will take second place with Thomas Mika of Ruder Club Alt Vida Magdeburg in second place. tired faces. They're exhausted faces from some of the competitors. They come through. So my apologies, a correction. It was Jacques Chassé of Bedford from Canada coming through in lane 2, out on top, beating out Thomas Micah. He took second place from Magdeburg, just behind Jordi Arteman of Banyoles. So back up then, this is final 10, already into the final 250 meters. Our two scullers there at the moment in shot. TRM from Turkey, Peterborough Rowing Club from the United Kingdom. Big sprint coming in. But as we know, camera angles can be so deceptive as they come up to the finish line. Peterborough Rowing Club though, your crew currently, your sculler out in front leading, that's Ian Palmer. The Turkish sculler just next to him is Tayfun Baran from TRM. Peterborough City Rowing Club will be beaten on the line by Canada's Andre Stogornuk from Montreal. It will then be our Peterborough sculler coming up to the line, followed in quick succession by Jose Rosado Casilto of Barrio, Portugal, and Jose Cagigas Toledo from CR Barbate from Spain. Your leading crews here for final 10 of the men's D single sculls. So there we have it, confirmation come through. Great win for Montreal, great win for Andre Stogornuk, finishing out of Ian Palmer of Peterborough and Jose Rosado Casilto from Barry of Portugal. So congratulations on the medal pontoon to Jacques Chassé of Bedford Rowing Club from Canada for his win in final 9, the big maple leaf on his chest. He'll be incredibly proud of that performance. On the right-hand side of your screen, though, we can cross to final 11 of the men's D single sculls. Again, fully loaded. The Spaniard, Rafael Iglesias Mulhauser from Real Club Regattas Alicante in 1, Fluvial of Portugal in 2, Rowhouse USA in 3, RC8 of Lithuania in 4, VK Radran Rijeka of Croatia in 5, RCO Heinigsdorf of Germany in 6, Calgary Rowing Club in 7, and Putney Town Rowing Club are in lane 8. Again, these scullers well into the final third of their race. A quick word though for Andre Stogornuk of Montreal Rowing Club, Canada, just pushing off on the pontoon on the left-hand side. But we're coming up to the line. What a performance we are seeing. This is a great row, an incredibly tight race developing on screen. We've got our two leading scullers, which looks to be Jose Lopez Angate of Fluvial Rowing Club from Portugal coming up to the line. What a race he is in with Eduardo de la Flor of Rowhouse USA. We'll get the camera angle on the finish line, but that is incredibly close between the two of them, leading out the rest of the field. Racing though for third place, I think on the far side of the course, Rafael Iglesias Mulhauser of Real Club Regattas Alicante. But we'll wait and see as we come up to the finish line. Yes, that looks to be lane 2, Jose Lopez Angate from Fluvial. And 2 lanes across, Eduardo de la Flor takes second place for Rowhouse USA. And again, very, very close. It will just be the bow of lane 8. Edward Bolio of Putney Town Rowing Club comes through in third. And on the far side of the course, Rafael Iglesias Malhauser of Real Club Regattas Alicante, who comes through for that 4th place finish. Through in 6th place, it's our German sculler from Heinigsdorf, Dirk Kraus. And through in lane 7, Simon Bilo of Calgary Rowing Club Canada. Great performance he has just had, leaving everything out on the course.
Professional rower, Nevin Tucker, and the final one for the Canadian rower, Simon Bilo. Congratulations, and this one to the Portuguese rower, José Lopez Arante.
So excuse me, let me get my words out properly. We're with final 12 of the men's D single sculls, well into the red boys. Fureso of Denmark in 1, Rude Ries of Germany in 2, Warwick Boat Club in 3, Vada from Netherlands in 4, Martinelli of Brazil in 5, Arem Barcelona in 6, Club d'Aveyron Annecy-le-Vieux of France in lane 7. Up to the line, and it'll be no surprise to see the colours of Arem Barcelona across the line first of all. A terrific morning they are having. We're continually saying their name over and over again as one of our leading crews. That's our sculler in lane 4 that's just come through, Taco Bavelar of Vada from Netherlands, and then incredibly tight between Club d'Avion Annecy-le-Vieux, Dragos Nogu of France. And then we've got the German Stefan Doring coming through ahead of Mikael Hansen, the Dane, across in lane 1. So there he is, our victor, along with so many of his fellow clubmates. Rem Barcelona, Dimitri Ovechko, taking first place in final 12. 2 finals to go then of the men's D single sculls, 14 of them. And there's one of those scullers on screen at the moment. That is Jens Klingberg of Ruder Club Fürstenwald of Germany. Right in front leading. Well, let's take you through the other runners and riders then in final 13. We've got Tatsumi Rowing Club from Japan in lane 1. We've got Jon Koppings from Sweden in 2. Shandon from Ireland are in 3. Versal of Spain in 4. Poole Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. Victoria Lake Rowing Club all the way from South Africa. And we've already mentioned Jens Klingberg of Ruder Club Fürstenwald from Germany. Well, as those scullers come into the final 250 metres hitting the red boys, we can once again say congratulations to Jose Lopes Agante from Fluvial Rowing Club in Portugal for his win. But let's look at that drone shot. That is spectacular footage, and what a contrast we've got of our current race leader, Jens Klingberg, across in lane 7, dominating, and then it's a blanket finish between what looks to be lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. As Rem Barcelona come up to the finish line, it'll be a dominant performance from Jens Klingberg to take win and first place in this race. But what about this finish between lane 6, 5, 4 and 3? I think 6, 5, 4, 3. Yes, that's correct. We've got Victoria Lake from right to left, Victoria Lake, Poor, Versailles and Shandon all vying for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th place position. And it'll be, I think, an outstanding finish. We've seen some great sprints here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We might see some more. But up to the line then. Great win, great performance for Ruder Club Furstenwald's Jens Klingberg, who will take first place by some margin over the rest of the field. And here they come. Here comes this brilliant race. Leading the way at the moment is Ian Johnson of Victoria Lake. But we see Alexander Vidakovic from Versailles of Spain just rowing through Wayne Callahan from Poole Rowing Club of Great Britain. And then on the far side of the course, we will have the likes of Tatsumi Rowing Club coming through from Japan. And Jon Koppings of Sweden coming through as well. Confirmation there of our winner, Ruder Club Furstenwald from Jens Klingberg. Victoria Lake taking second place. We go back to the start one more time then for final 14 of the men's D single sculls, the 14th and last final. There's our current race leader at the moment from Commercial Rowing Club. That's Dennis Crowley, Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin, Ireland. The rest of the racers, though, Starport Boat Club, Stuart Barnett from Great Britain. Ruder Club Aachen of Germany, represented by Siegfried Meil. Argentina's San Fernando Rowing Club's Manuel Porta goes in lane 3. Starport Boat Club, the second of their scullers, Dennis Crowley. We've already mentioned... Sorry, Duncan Gwilym of Starport. Dennis Crowley is, of course, of Commercial Rowing Club. Next to him in lane 6, it is Sander Verhoogd of RV Breda from the Netherlands and Michael Parsons of Great Britain's Marlow Rowing Club in lane 7. Well, there's Commercial Rowing Club. There is Ireland out in front leading. But I think going with them, I think it looks to be the sculler across in lane 1, Starport Boat Club, Stuart Barnett. We take a quick moment, though, to appreciate the work of Jens Klingberg of Ruder Club Furstenwald of Germany for receiving his medal for the previous race. We go back to race 14 because out in front, Commercial. He's now so far ahead. He's now out of shot, but it does look to be lane 1, Starport Boat Club, Stuart Barnett, and I think that is lane 3, San Fernando's Rowing Club's Manuel Porta. That's Siegfried Meil of Ruder Club Aachen coming up to the finish line. But it will be gold. It will be first place for Commercial Rowing Club, for Ireland, for Dennis Crowley. And then, yes, it will be Siegfried Meil of Ruder Club Aachen, followed by Starport Boat Club's Duncan Gwilym. And then coming through will be Sander Verhoogd of RV Breda from the Netherlands. And 2 scullers coming through, the first of which will be Michael Parsons of Marlow Rowing Club in their famous scarlet kit. And I believe that leaves Manuel Porta of San Fernando from Argentina will be our final sculler coming through across the line. And that rounds out this block, 14 incredible races in the men's D single sculls. Well, we finished up with the men's single sculls, and we'll be starting with the women's G quads, which are on screen at the moment. I'm delighted to leave you now in the very capable hands of Sebastian Frank, who will be taking you through the next block of racing.
And my thanks reach out to Fergus Mainland, who's done an incredible job. It's like relentless work, especially when you have like 14 finals in one category. So thank you, Fergus. Great job. And you're going to have some well-earned lunch break now. See you a little bit later. And yeah, let's move on to this race, the final one of the women's G quadruple sculls. And there we have the lineup between Hawthorn, Australia, Fredensborg and Lyngby Dame Row Club Denmark in 2, Slavia Praha in Czech Republic in, or Czechia, sorry, in 3. Then we have Nogent Ranville and Lauragais for France in 4, Avalon USA in 5, Corinthians Brazil in 6, and in 7 we have USA Endeavour Racing Alliance, Martha's Moms, and Minneapolis Rowing Club. And I believe from what I see from the halfway markets, this crew with the F7 on their bow that is leading this race. Yeah, bright neon yellow racing unis. Here they are racing. And beautiful drone shot confirming this. So it's indeed the crew in lane 7 that leads the way home here, followed by lane 2, and that is the Danish crew from Fredensborg and Lyngby Dame Row Club. Right, so this is the victory celebration of the winners of the winner of the last heat of the men's D single. Already making some remarks on his race, but let's move again to the women's quadruple scull. I've been joined now by my dear colleague Oriol from the organizing committee. In fact, you're the director general, or what's the official title, Oriol?
Thank you very much. I'm really thank you that I can be here and I can speak directly on this streaming that you are organizing. I'm really surprised about the high level of these sports people, the performance they are doing, and the demanding that it is being here great. But attention, because we have already a victory.
Yeah, and indeed, we saw the victory of the United States crew of Endeavour Racing Alliance, Martha's Moms, and Minneapolis Rowing Club. We're going to celebrate them in a moment. And right from the start, the Danish crew was in second place. They held on to that. So Fredensborg and Lyngby Dame Row Club. Then next to come in is the crew from Czechia, Veslački Club Slavia Praha. And there's our dear former Masters Commission colleague Zdena Norkova on board, so taking a third place here. Excellent. So this is the first of, let me count, a few finals in the women's G quads. Indeed, we have 5 finals, the first of 5 finals. So, Oriol, you were speaking about the high quality that we have here, and so the high quality over so many age categories as well, right? The oldest competitors well past 90 years of age. You're a very experienced event organizer. How does that feel for you?
Well, first of all, I've noticed that if the first 2 days they were very much concentrated on leisure, of discovering the city, today that changed a lot. Now we have people really concentrated on their races. They come 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours before warming up, very much looking and focus on what they are going to do. And that's really surprising me, and I'm very excited about seeing the races here right now. I have seen already that Club Natació Banyoles have got some victories, from what we are proud of, for sure. And I can see also that we have a very quality streaming where people all over the world can enjoy the beauty of the Lake of Banyoles and all what is that.
Yeah, so gather the figures. I need to find all the volunteer numbers and that you have in store. Let's look at the next race first. It's the second final of the women's G quadruple scull. So the crew from the Netherlands, De Ventria, Roeifining, De Amstel, and De Hoop, as well as Alkmarsche, are in the lead here, and good sculling performance here from them. Should be a length clear of the rest of the field. Then we have bow number G6. That's for the French crew of Compiègne, Arcachonnais and Région Grand Est in second place. So these crews are past the 500 meter mark, but have not yet reached the last 250. Here we come with the first red buoys, and probably the lady in the bow to the right of your picture will give the shout for the final sprint if that is necessary. So these intermediate standings to the left of your picture, they are relatively old, so some minute or so ago. But here we are with the overall picture, and it looks to be indeed the Dutch crew over there on the right side of your picture. Some pressure still on there from the French crew in lane 6. And here we are with some happy winners of the first final of the women's quadruple scull, and we congratulate the crew from Endeavour Alliance, or Endeavour Racing Alliance, Martha's Mums, Minneapolis Rowing Club. So that's Terry Waters, Victoria Loughlin-Taylor, Elizabeth Rundy, and Christine Miller. Yes, super to have this split screen here with the happy faces of people who have achieved their wanted result, and then other people still aspiring. This is the Dutch crew coming towards the finish line with a very comfortable margin, indeed some 2 or 3 lengths ahead of the crew from France. And then again some open water to the following crews. Great stuff here in the second final of the women's G quadruple scull. So Oriol, it's been a year's work at least. You did come in 2024, right?
Yes.
And so we met in December last year already for a site visit from the Masters Commission World Rowing, and then had a lovely. You were a lovely host to us then to check on the standing of your preparations. How many people did you involve? How many volunteers do you have? How many people are on your central organizing committee?
Yeah, we have around 350 volunteers, from what we are very proud. Not only that they came from all over, but also because we have a lot of people that are not in the rowing sport. That means that they really want to enjoy this event. They want to be involved in the celebrations, and that makes us especially very proud.
Super. And is there anything special that you look forward to? Any like public things that you would point us to? Let me quickly, before you come to that, introduce you to the next race setup. Here's Christiania Norway in 1, Sogotak USA in 2, Belfast and Tribesman for Ireland in 3. International between Great Britain and Canada in 4, Strathclyde Park for Great Britain and Scotland in 5. Then we have the Czech combination of Melnik, Hodonín and Praha, Bohemians Praha this time in 6, and Avalon USA in 7. And I believe the crew in lane 6, the Czech Republic, is leading this field here. So we come to that as they come to the last 250 meters of racing. So yeah, please continue, Oriol.
Yeah, for us it is very important. 2 or 3 points, issues that we would like people really to enjoy and discover. One, it's Banyoles city. It's a city that has been always been looking to the sea, to the lake here, and as they are, it is nice if people coming here, they discover it, the culture, and all what it's involving. And the second one is the beauty that we can see perfectly now with this drone view of the lake. Lake that it's a protected area, and that we all love here in Banyoles, and we would like people again to discover and to visit once in their life.
Yeah, lovely drone shots here of the beautiful also mountains. We're close to the Pyrenees mountains from here, but also close to the sea. So you can do so many things just in one day. Well, one day's work done for the Dutch crew here on the left side of your picture. Der Ventria, Roeivereinigung, Der Amstel, Der Hope, and Alkmarsche. So this is Eleonora van Dam, Anna Smit, Yvonne Wolf, Anne van der Zee for the Netherlands, winning final 2 in the women's quadruple scull. So last stages for final 3 then. I gave you the lineup, and it's going to be a good one indeed. And it was pretty close here for the rankings because we don't have direct view of the finish. It's really hard to gauge with this little split screen here, but we're going to give you results very soon. So confirmation will come up pretty soon. It was the Czech crew that was leading a good part of the race, but let's see how this panned out in the end. Yeah, thank you also, Oriol, indeed, for providing us with the resources for the video stream here. That's that is something very special for us. So here we are with the winning crew. So Czech Republic, so Melnik, which is also on the Labe River, Hodonín and Bohemians Praha winning this race. Renata Kratinova, Pavla Svitakova, Dana Grudova, and Alena Herinkova. So here we are.
So lovely that you enjoy that the position and the location where we have placed you. I think that here we have a natural landscape also for spectators to enjoy the finish of all the athletes, of all the rowers. I can see in the faces already that they are enjoying, and we hope that they are going to do that in the next 3 days.
So talking about the next 3 days, maybe just 30 seconds or so, what's coming up for people who want to join us here in Banyoles to watch? Any special events?
Yes, we are having some music events, live music, and we have something very nice from our point of view. It is the homage that we are going to do to all the participants that were racing here in the 92s and the 2004 World Championships, in the Olympic Games and the Championships. We are going to do a small ceremony in order to make a homage for all those that were there and come back again in the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
Super. Thank you, Oriol, for stopping by, and yeah, would love to have you again.
Thank you.
Right, so thanks to Oriol, who is not sleeping at all these days. He's just relentlessly working. I get WhatsApps from him at 5 in the morning, so I don't know when you sleep, but you look great. So thank you, Oriol. Looking great on the water is the final 4 of the women's G quadruple sculls. So here we are with the leading crew, and that is indeed the crew from Tees from Great Britain. Is that right? Let me just double check. No, sorry, of course we're... Let me double check this race. Chatting away this one. So, so there we are. Here, Riverside, Lucky Charms, Pocock Rowing Club, and Lake Washington. So the USA crew here was in the picture just now. Let me confirm you with you the final results. So this is the crew of the. Crew from Czech Republic on the left side of your picture on the victory ceremony pontoon from Melnik, Hodonín, and Praha. Happy faces again, so you have achieved what you aimed for and trained for so hard. Yeah, so on the course was indeed the final 4 of the women's quadruple sculls, and we will give you the final results in a short while. Yeah, so that was the confirmation of the results of the previous heat. Here's the lineup of the final 5, the final, if you will, the last final of the women's G quadruple sculls between Malo GB in lane 1, international between Germany and USA in 2, Sita rowing for Japan, the whole club crew here in lane 3. Then in lane 4, it's international Calgary and Canada and Tweed Heads, Australia. In 5, we have Vada da Ventria and Pampus for the Netherlands in 5, and then Cambridge, USA, and Riga, Latvia, teaming up for an international boat on lane 6. Right, so crossing the halfway mark. Yeah, so crossing the halfway mark here in this last final of the men's quadruple sculls, and a beautiful wide shot here from the finish tower. The crew in lane 2 seems to be leading this race in, again, neon yellow racing uniforms between Rhein Club Alemannia, SAC USA, Rocky Mountain USA, and Baltimore Community Rowing USA. So Peggy Bailey, Gudrun Klein, Anne Kuvenhauven, and Jacqueline Snyder doing a good job there, a length and a half or maybe even 2 lengths clear of the rest of the field. Sculling beautifully down the waters of the Banyoles Lake here. Natural reserve, that's what Oriol said, and so all boats needed disinfection before they entered the water the first time, and that was the first time that we had this on any World Rowing Masters event, but it's good to be like really conscious what you do to a great venue like this when you come here with 3,500 rowers, part of them victorious. And here we have the winners of that quadruple scull heat number 4. So heat number 4 was indeed won by the crew from Cambridge Rowing Club, New Zealand Express, Great Britain, and Wallingford Rowing Clubs, right? Here we are, yes. Yeah, so still underway, the last and final race of the women's G quadruple scull, finishing their race here. And a few more strokes for the crew in lane number 1, that's Marlowe. And that's indeed the crew from Sita Rowing, that is not too far from Kyoto in Japan. I had the pleasure of visiting that very, very nice and very well-structured club, and was out in the motorboat with my friend Hiroshi-san, and he's coaching this crew, and great to bring them over here to row in the Masters categories. Yeah, so the win here in that race was for the international crew of Rhein Club Alemannia and the USA clubs combined. We'll give you the full names when they come to the victory ceremony pontoon. Moving on, putting 4 more rowers in the boat means we have an 8. And here we have the lineup. Athlone, Ireland in 1, Durban, Nottingham for Great Britain in 2, international between Germany and Austria in 3, Catawba, USA in 4, Medway, etc. for Great Britain in 5, Germany, Leipzig and Kieler and Grünau Leipzig again for Germany in 6, and then Runcorn and Norwich for Great Britain in lane number 7. It is the men's G8, and this again is quite a competitive category. I saw the crew from Great Britain in lane 2 doing well. Lane 3, sorry, that's the international combination of Germany and Austria. They went out fast, and also the crew over here in, I believe it's lane 6, is doing quite well, and that's the crew in the racing unis of Erster Kieler Ruderclub from the north of Germany. They are indeed ahead 3/4 of a length up, so 2 seconds, meaning around 3/4 of a length. And they come to the last strokes of their race pretty fast going down the course here. It's the crew of Akademischer Ruderverein Leipzig, Erster Kieler Ruderclub, Sportclub DHFK Leipzig, and Grünau winning this race in a good manner. So congratulations to them. And it was an excellent race by all the other crews involved here from Ireland, Great Britain, USA, and another international combination here. Great stuff, starting the series of men's G8. So they know the drone is around, so they know they can wave into the camera. Yes, guys, you're on screen. And so congratulations to the crew around Bernd Schmid, Armin Burg, Dirk Luther, Matthias Borchardt, Arne Kassbaum, Bernd Klose, Rolf Zumegen, Thomas Henning, and Jörg Schüssler. So this is the victorious crew of the last final of the women's G quadruple sculls. Congratulations to the crew from Rhein Club Alemannia Germany, SIC USA, Rocky Mountain USA, and Baltimore Community Rowing, Peggy Bailey, Gudrun Klein, Anne Cowenhoven, and Jacqueline Snyder. Yes, a really nice mood now here in the finish area. We're sitting in a container just behind the finish tower with no direct view onto the course, but we can see the crowd, and yeah, it's really nice. People coming around. It's national holiday today in Catalonia, so some people might be off work today, so they come around here, enjoy a little food and drink down here in the finish area. But they can do as well on the boathouse or in the boathouse area, which is the boat park as well, which is around the start of the race, so halfway down the 2,000-meter Olympic distance course, where also the club, Banyoles Rowing Club, is located. Actually, the name is a swimming club, so but officially they are a swimming club, and they have two great pools, one indoor and one covered outdoor pool. But they also do kayaking, they do rowing, and quite an assortment of other sports. Fantastic race developing out here on the waters in the men's G8. And I believe it's lanes 1 to 3 that are separated by just under half a length. Lane 1 in the lead, and that should be Chinook of USA. So then it's lane 1 Chinook, lane 2 Belfast Ireland, lane 3 Great Britain Tees, lane 4 Norway Christiania and Berum, lane 5 International Portugal and USA together, lane 6 GB, that's Warwick and Upper Thames as well as Poole, and then Brazil, the Corinthians again from Sao Paulo in lane 7. Yeah, and some people start the habit of getting out of the boat. Hopefully they get in time back into their boat when we want to honor the next winners, and the next winners are not decided at all at this stage. A great race here between the leading three crews, yeah, Chinook and Belfast were there. Chinook and Tees, of course, battling out for the win here, with some chances also for lane number 6, and that's Warwick, Upper Thames and Poole combined. Also, the Belfast crew hanging in there, but you can see in the background the bank. That's the latest. You should stop your boat. The finish line is about 60-80 meters before that, and now it seems to me that the Chinook crew has found some extra fuel in that tank and moved away by about half a length well clear of the rest of the field, increasing that margin stroke by stroke. So quite a burst of energy here from the US guys, from Jaime Rubini, Macaulay Nash, Michael McDevitt, Richard McDonough, Stephen King, George Douglas Green, Timothy Bukowski, Stephen DeBeaver, and Alexandra DeBeaver. And they indeed are now more than a length clear of the rest of the field. A great final push from them. Second place, whoa, that's really close. It was indeed lane 3, so Tees taking second place just ahead of the international combination in lane 5, I believe. Confirmation coming up shortly. So that's the kind of racing that we want to see, ladies and gentlemen, out there on the stream. Thanks for the organizing committee to having set aside the budget for this. And yeah, so it's running on worldrowing.com, on the YouTube channel there. You find a link on worldrowing.com, and then you can tell all your relatives and friends that you're racing and that you're on TV. Yeah, everyone who has rowed a race and won it knows this moment. You lie there past the finish line with the great feeling that you have won, all the adrenaline kicking in, taking away all the pain that you might have felt on the last stages of the races, and just you will just be feeling happy. So here's the start list of the final 3 in the men's G8s. And we have Malo GB in 1, Sandefjord for Norway in 2. And yeah, let me just quickly look here. Then in 3, we have Avignon for France, lane 4, Cantabrigian and Champion the Thames in 4 for GB. International for Germany and Great Britain in 5. And USA between Undine, Cambridge, Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain in lane 6. And it looks to me that, yeah, probably lane 6 is leading here. Let me gauge that properly for you from the TV screens. But if they do, that's quite a considerable margin. Yeah, good long stroke, not rating too high. That's the crew out there on the left of your picture. And that should indeed be the crew from USA. Hard to gauge from this vantage point. I'll confirm the standings at halfway when I get them in full scope, and that's indeed the USA crew that we have now right in the middle of our picture that has led at the halfway mark there. They have found really a solid rhythm. I mean, eights rowing, this is the art of accelerating the speed of your boat over the full length of your stroke together. It's the very image of teamwork. That's the 8. And so even every rower has a special allocation, has a special job. The bowmen, in this case, would be stabilizing the boat with their work, the bow coming up a little bit out of the water at the catch of each stroke. So technically, the most demanding positions would be the bow. Then the middle section, the middle 4, is the engine room, if you will. The strongest guys should be sitting there. And then number 7 and 8 in the stern of the boat should be setting the rhythm and the structure of the stroke. And the coxswain is there to just give everyone a good push and the indication where you lie. So second place for lane 3 ahead of lane 4, which means we have the Avignon crew just ahead of the British crew of Cantabrigian and Champion the Thames. So here's confirmation. Undine and Cambridge and Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain, they won this race. They won the last of 3 heats of the men's 8s in the age category G. Lovely. So we're going now to the women's pairs age category B, so the second youngest age category. And we have Région Grand Est for France in 1, Rem, Barcelona, Spain, and Catalonia for number 2. And then Huaran rowing for China in lane 3, Peterborough, Great Britain in 4, International between the Netherlands and the USA, Nautilus and Milltown rowing in 5, and Nottingham Club crew in lane 6. So pairs racing. Well, in these conditions, it should be quite doable to steer properly. You know, the rowers have just one oar each, and so it's the movement of the oars, and then also the stroke most of the time has the rudder at her feet to steer with 1 foot. And indeed we have the international crew from Charlotte Nieven van Dijkum and Anda Rula from Nautilus, the Netherlands, and Milltown Rowing, who are leading this race quite comfortably so.
Yeah, so we are here with this race already in the on the last strokes. So red buoy zone is there, and crossing the line in first place indeed is the crew, the international crew that has led all the way from the start line here. We will give you the full confirmation, the full set of results here in just a minute. So final two coming up shortly. Some crews still making their way out of the finish line area towards the victory ceremony pontoon or towards the start. So lineup for final two will be St Andrew Boat Club, Great Britain in 1, Glebe and Leichhardt for Australia in 2, London, Great Britain in 3, Tiber for Italy in 4, Club Nautico de Sevilla for Spain in 5, and Akademiska Roforeningen for Sweden in 6. So here we are with a winning crew in the men's G8 category. So congratulations to James Green, Clifford D'Souza, Michael Gasper, John Creighton, Alexander Cook, Daniel Corrarian, Frank Rowe, Gregory Benning, and Christopher Bolt. So here's confirmation. It was the combination of Nautilus and Milltown Rowing that won the first heat of the first final of the women's B coxless pairs. And here we are with the second final. Yeah, I already gave you the lineup, so let's look at the race. Quite spread out, this race, over about 200 meters. But the leading crew could be the crew in lane 2, if I gauge that rightly. So Australia between Glebe and Leichhardt rowing clubs, Nicole Lopresti and Heidi Lindahl. Yeah, long strokes there. And quite a margin, if I gauge that correctly from what I see. Might see the split times of quite a moment ago, 500 meters very soon. But these crews already near the finish line, so let's wait for confirmation who crosses the line first. Congratulations to Nautilus, the Netherlands, and Milltown Rowing USA. Congratulations to Charlotte Neven van Dijkum and Anda Rula. Yeah, so I believe it was lane 2 that crossed the line, the boat in lane 2 that crossed the line in first place here in the second final of the women's B coxless pairs, Glebe and Leichhardt rowing clubs combined. But again, because the screen is relatively small, I need to confirm that with you in a moment. Some damage here. Hopefully nothing serious, but that's the crew from London Rowing Club that wants to bring their boat across the line, which is pretty hard. Doing that with just one person. There you go. Yeah, probably some technical issue here that made them stop their race, but it's good to see them continue their race towards the finish line now. The lineup for the third final, I can give you that right away. And that the lineup is Sweden, Hammarby Rod in 1, Spain, Real Club Regattas Alicante in 2, Germany, Karlsruhe Ruderverein Viking in 3, Hetsparne for the Netherlands in 4, Great Britain, Aberdeen in lane 5, Brazil, the Corinthians again from Sao Paulo in lane 6. So if you tune in now, well, Sao Paulo certainly has one of the biggest contingents, if not the biggest, of athletes coming to the Northern Hemisphere, coming to beautiful Banyoles. Well, actually, I hear that the World Rowing Masters Commission is looking for a host for one of the World Rowing Masters Regatta on the South American continent. So maybe Sao Paulo is one of the places. Here we are with the lineup of final three. I already explained that to you. Right, to the left of your picture, you have the Dutch crew from Hitsparne. And at the right side of your picture, this should be lane 2. This should be Alicante then, maybe, making a push, but the Dutch look comfortable. And comfortable and happy, we see on the left side of your picture the crew from... Yeah, let me just quickly gauge this here. From Australia, of course. It's Glebe and Leichhardt rowing clubs. So congratulations to Nicole Lopresti and Heidi Lindahl for their win in the women's B category, the women's B pairs category. Yeah, the last few strokes here for the leading crews in final 3 of the women's B pairs. Leaders at halfway were the Corinthians from Sao Paulo, but I believe now it's the crew with bound number 4 that is clearly in the lead. So Hitsparne Rowing Club taking a win here with some 2 lengths of open water ahead of the crew from Karlsruhe, Germany. Is that right? No, it was indeed Club Regattas, Real Club Regattas Alicante. So Elena Espinosa Perez and Maria Amores Pedro scoring second place here. Now it's Karlsruhe coming in. And one crew stopped again before the finish line. Ladies, you need to continue rowing. That this might improve your result. You're being overtaken. I can't shout out to them, obviously, because I'm in that container. Yeah, so these the big orange buoys, they mark the finish line to give an indication to the athletes when they are passed. But then you need to brake really quickly because, as you see, the bank is quite near. So here we are, congratulating the winners, Real Club Regattas Alicante, on the Mediterranean coast. But the winners, of course, were Hitsparne of the Netherlands, and that's so the winners Hitsparne of the Netherlands. That was the final 3. So let's move on to the next category, and we have the men's 4 in the I to M category. So 80 years, 75-year-olds and 80 years olds here, all combined together in straight 4. It's a coxed 4, sorry, apologies. So we have international between Portugal and USA in 1, Star Club GB in 2. We have a combination of clubs from France in 3. International again in 4 between USA, Great Britain, France and Estonia. Then we have the Corinthians, Brazil again, and international in 6 for Denmark and USA. And finally, USA between Willamette and Cambridge. So Q2 belongs to Star Boat Club in Great Britain. They have a good rhythm here and move their coxed 4 really nicely, trying to pull away, fend off any challenge here by thrown at them by the French on their left side. So in the front of your picture, and behind them in the dark blue, we have the crew from Adna Remo Portugal, Detroit Boat Club crew, and Ann Harbor Rowing Club. So this is a tightly knit field, at least for the first 3 places. Oh, this is not over yet. It's the last 250 approaching, which again means the last 30 strokes, the last minute or so, that you have to be pulling really hard and trying to up the rate and get away from your opponents. What a challenge here between the two crews from Portugal and USA. To the right of your picture, and the British crew still narrowly in the lead by just over a canvas. Now finding some extra fuel, now upping the rate. It's the British crew from Star Club that tries to hold on to that first place that they have achieved over the first 750 meters. Now with just 15 strokes to the line, they might maintain that lead. It's the boat speed that's not dropping. It's it's increasing. And here we have some happy faces again. So we congratulate Maartje van der Meulen and Maartje Deutekoorn of Het Sparne of the Netherlands for their win in the women's B pair. And look at this. Here we are come to the last few strokes in the men's I category 4. All fours from that I category, so not two sets of medals necessary here. 3/4 of a length win for the crew from Star Club, ahead of the international crew between Portugal and USA in second place. Then we saw, I believe it was a French crew in third place. Yeah, but we are going to have full confirmation of all crews coming in quite soon. Yeah, so rowing as a lifetime sport, and this is a living symbol here, the victorious crew from Star Club. You train together, and if you really, if you have luck, you have a crew that trains together for a year or then many years. You know each other so well, you're friends in the boat, and that's just awesome. That's a good feeling. I have the same pleasure with my guys. I'll row tomorrow in the 4. We've been doing that for, I think, about 10 years now, and it's just a great pleasure for me. So here we are with bow number R4 sticking out clearly there. Let me give you the full lineup. It's Dark Blues, Mitsubishi, and Daikango, as well as Penta for Japan in 1. International between USA and Denmark and Latvia in 2. Japan again, WK Masters in 3, then GB between DRC, Minerva Bath, Ardingly, Upper Thames and Broxburn in 4. 5 international again between Sweden, USA, Australia and Great Britain. And another international crew in lane 6 between USA, Great Britain. So tough competition here in this category. Now we have the J categories and K categories, so 80 to 83. And I believe 84 also involved here, 84 years of age in this race, and still going. Look at this. So R4 is the crew from Great Britain, DRC, Minerva Bath, Ardingly, Upper Thames and Broxburn. So Colin Barrett, Anthony Stokes, Frederick Hollix, Klaus Riekemann, Mary Bromilov is coxing. Yeah, miles ahead of the rest of the field here. That's the lane number 4, last of the J crews, and then K category is between lanes 5 and 6, so to the right of your picture now. So lane 4 clearly in the lead, so we look for the crew around Klaus Riekemann, the former German Olympian. Has been living in Britain for a long time now, and of course here it's only about which club you start for. That determines your nationality in the program. Some steering issues there. It's not easy to keep that A8 straight. That's the crew from International, from Sarasota County Rowing Club, Odense, Denmark, Avalon, USA, and River City, as well as Riga, Latvia, in to the second to the left of your picture. Right to the left is the Japanese crew from the Dark Blues, Mitsubishi, Daikango and Penta. Try to get their bows across the finish line ahead of some other crews. I mean, the great thing here, you have 8 boat fields or 6 boat fields. You don't want to come last. That's not a good feeling. But when you place well, that's often quite satisfactory. Here we are with the winners of the J category. This is DRC, Minerva Bath, Ardingly, Upper Thames and Broxburn for Great Britain scoring the win. The next crew to come is from the K category, so that's Stockholm's Rollföreningen for Sweden, Cambridge, USA, College Club, Seattle, USA, Bendigo, Australia, and Royal Chester, Great Britain, coming together in the K category. Again, it's about a meeting of friends. It's not only about, okay, I want to have strong teammates, and I send out an email to a number of friends and then get the strongest crew together. Often it's about nurturing friendships that have developed over years and years participating in the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We are celebrating the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here, so yeah, quite a way to celebrate it on the 1992 Olympic course. Yeah, here we are with the victorious crew of Star Club Great Britain, Christopher Wisby, Stuart Saylor, Lyle Marcel, David Taylor, and Alexandra Gentry. Wonderful. So, and this is the other British crew that has won, with Klaus Rickemann on stroke seat here. They're going to be celebrating in a minute at the victory ceremony pontoon. Right. Yeah, we're switching, obviously. We're switching from fours to doubles. Again, getting a lot younger. Switching from the I, K, and J categories to the second youngest category in Masters Rowing. It's the B category. And starting at the age of 37, if I remember correctly. I'm a long-time master, I should know. Anyway, these guys are really pushing hard. Strong leg push here. And the lineup there in the first final of this category. Indeed, we have altogether 8 finals in the men's B double sculls to look forward to. The first lineup is Lisboa and Coimbra for Portugal in 1, Deportivo Alemán de Concepción for Chile in 2, Huaran Rowing for China in 3, then Putney Town and Drummoyne, so Great Britain, Australia International in 4, TWDW for Poland in 5, Nottingham and Newark for GB in 6, Club Remo Vigo, Spain in 7, and finally Ruder Club am Baldener See Essen for Germany in 8. Yeah, highly competitive, high rates of striking, and so we see the boats in lanes 1 and 3 looking strong here, but I believe gauging for this position also lanes 5 and 6 are not out of the race just as yet. Yeah, I believe it's lane 6 leading this race by about a length ahead of lane 3 at this point. So it should be Nottingham and Newark leading ahead of the crew from China in the orange boat to the right side of your picture.
Lane 6 is looking strong from Great Britain.
Well done, well done. We'll catch you. He's great on the other side.
Sir, it's your wife, safety, and tickets with you. We want to congratulate again Lane 4 from Great Britain for their win in the last meet.
All right, we get quite a congestion here at the victory ceremony pontoon now. To the right, we still have the race pictures. Still lane number 6 in the lead, which is Nottingham and Newark. So Ashley Cowley and David Smith really stepping on the gas here on the second half of this race. And there we are with the victorious crew from Great Britain, and it's the crew from DRC, Minerva Bath, Ardingly, Upper Thames and Broxburn. Colin Barrett and Anthony Stokes, as well as Frederick Hollis, Klaus Rickemann and Mary Bromeloff. Well done, you. And yeah, keep on going. That was the winning crew from the J category. Yeah, so split times trickling in. It's indeed lane 6 that, with a very solid stroke there, has a length and 1 length of open water margin over the rest of the pack. the field rather. So great win for them. And next to come in is Club Remo Vigo for Spain. Third was then I believe the Croatian crew of wrong line here, putting it down, and Jamoin looked good in third place. But you're going to have the full results table in just a minute. Yeah, look at this. Klaus Riekemann proudly presenting his medal to the camera. Thank you, Klaus, for just keeping on going. The former German Olympian now being a member of that British rowing club he is rowing for. Let me just quickly double check what that could be. I believe it was Upper Thames, if I remember correctly. But anyhow, great athletes out there on the water. So second race coming up. It's the second final of the men's B double sculls. Here we are with Banyoles. We have Germany in 2, Wusterhausen and Schmöckwitz. Then an international between Germany and Israel. Then we have Croatia in 4, Neptune and Biokovo. Then Corinthians, Sao Paulo, Brazil in 5, Poznania, Poland in 6, Glebe Rowing Club, Australia in 7, and Vitus, Korea in lane 8. Yeah, cool stuff. All across many continents. So we have Europe, yes. We have South America. We have Australia. And we have Asia. All represented in this very race. Again, I'm also a member of the World Rowing Masters Commission. And we would love to every now and then, every couple of years, we would love to go outside Europe also to also lay a foundation for an encouragement of masters rowing in other venues in other parts of the world. So South America certainly would be a great area to go to, whether it's Brazil or other countries, nations in South America who would like to host the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And then also Asia. There's so many great rowing clubs and federations in Asia that do a splendid job. So many great courses also that would love to host the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Someone has to muster the courage actually to put forward this idea and to get a crew together, get some funds for an application, for a bid together. While bidding for the win here, it's a really strong push to the line for the crew from I believe it was Newcastle there. Let me check this for you guys. So talking about future Masters Regatta, let's track off this race just a little bit, but I'm going to be giving you the confirmation in a minute. Yeah, so let me double check by the intermediate standings, and there it was indeed the club of Alemannia and Israel that was leading at the halfway mark. First, yeah, so T5 belongs to the crew from Brazil. That is the... Yeah, indeed. So the crew Brazil is confirmed as the winner. Corinthians won this final 2 of the men's double sculls. And there we are already with final 3. The lineup here: Lagan Scullers Ireland in 1, Bauswehr Denmark in 2, Rocky Mountain USA in 3, Donaubund Vienna in 4 for Austria, Newcastle Australia in 5, ACDB for France in 6, Vitus Korea in 7, and then Rem Barcelona for Catalonia and Spain in 8. So the leading crew at the moment is the Austrian crew, Wiener Ruder Club Donaubund. That would be Marko Milodanovic and Balázs Saforda. Yeah, that's the bow number 4. Toughly challenged by the crew from Newcastle, Australia, Brad Smith and Benjamin Homer, doing a good job, increasing their rate, doing a little bit of a push here, a little bit more pressure on the blades there every stroke, trying not to let the Austrian crew slip away from them. The French hang in there too from ACDB, Teddy Nigon and Cyril Bonze. So these crews coming down towards the last 250 meter. You can see the last white buoy in the middle of your picture and the first red buoy. That marks the last 250. And so they're heading into that corridor when the vision really fades out a bit when you close your eyes. All the lactate acid blocking you from the vision. So you just have to rely on your feeling here. Hopefully you have a lot of feeling still left in your muscles. Pushing really hard to the right of your picture is the Austrian crew of Wiener Ruderclub Donaubund, Marko Milodanovic and Balázs Saforda. So they should be winning this quite comfortably. But what's happening behind? There's two crews in lane 6 looking strong, but that's going to be decided on the verge of the stroke here, on like a really close finish here with a meter or so separating both crews. Good win here, left side of your picture. Congratulations to the Corinthians Sao Paulo, Benjamin Bolfson and Agustin Campassi for winning the final 2 of the men's double scull age category B. Yeah, so confirmation coming up shortly for the win in final 3. Yeah, so when we are showing you empty water, we're still waiting for one crew to cross the line, at least one crew. So here we are. This crew also missing the bow number. But I believe it was lane 7, so it was the Koreans, Hyun So Choi and Byam-do Kim. This is the winning crew. I already mentioned the names a few times, and this is the final result. So Leg and Scull is scoring the second place ahead of Newcastle, Australia. Here's the lineup of the final 4. And this is Warszawa. And I don't know the name of the other club. It's Poland in lane 1. Aragon, Remo and Navarrete for Spain in 2. Calef, Estonia in 3. Fluvial and Coimbra for Portugal in 4. Nürtingen, Germany in 5. Lek for India in 6. And Jan Libao for Hong Kong, China in 7. And Norske Row Club for Norway in lane number 8. So good work here. That must be the 2 Portuguese scullers in the green boat here. Striking high. Pedro Fraga, Nuno Manuel Costa Mendes. So these guys rowed the lightweight men's double scull for a while. If I remember correctly, they were also European champions in this boat class some 15 years back maybe. But they still row beautifully together. Now, of course, Masters don't have lightweights, at least not in our outdoor version of the sport. Indoor, I believe we have this. But now they're in the open class, open weight class, the Masters category. In this category, it's the B category. So they push and push and score the win here. So this is the crew from Austria on the left-hand side of your picture, the Wiener Ruderclub Donaubund, and we, of course, are with Marko Milodanovic and Balázs Saforda for this club. So unfortunately, the Indian crew could not start from the race that has is just in the finishing stages here from Final 4. So just saw that on the monitor. So no Indian crew here. Yeah, so let me talk about the race conditions here. Again, we have a picture of just water waiting for at least one crew to come in. Here we have the results. Yeah, everyone's across the line. The Indians have not started. So great racing conditions, and these double sculls certainly make the best of it. So the next lineup is Barreiro and Caminense rowing clubs for Portugal in 1, Cairo Police for Egypt, and Tegel Berlin for Germany International in 2, Rem Barcelona for Spain and Catalonia in 3, Cambois and Poole, Great Britain in 4, Stockholm's Roforeningen in 5 for Sweden, Région Grand Est for France in 6, Club de Remo de Brasilia for Brazil in 7, and finally my club, RG Hansa Hamburg for Germany in 8. Yeah, so competitive racing here, quite a challenge. Fokke Beckman on the bow's position in the white boat in the front of your picture. My clubmate, he was here in 2004 in the junior men's 8, winning a bronze medal then, teaming up with US, German, Israel, and Palestinian Mark Gerben. But yeah, so they were not leading, unfortunately, at this stage, but they might come back later. Let's have a look at if we get them at the halfway mark scores. Yeah, 3 crews well clear of the rest of the pack, while we congratulate the rowing legends, Pedro Fraga, Nuno Manuel Costa Mendes from Portugal. Yeah, good sprints here in the men's double scull final 5. It's not over. It's still 100 meters or so to the finish line, so hopefully we get the shot from the finish tower pretty soon to give us a gauge of who's actually winning. And I believe it's the crew in lane, well, let me gauge this. Could be lane 3 then. So that would be the Estonian, sorry, that would be the Barcelona. Yeah, so it looks to be Barcelona indeed. So that the second place went to the crew from France, just ahead of the Hansa Hamburg German crew. And then the other crews coming across the line here. Nicely packed field, this one, in the final 5 of the men's B double scull. Still missing lane 2. Yeah, here we are, happy winners waving into the drone camera. And that was Alexander Koninov and Boris Bartine for Rem Barcelona, winning in the good time of 3:20.69, ahead of Région Grand Est from France in second place. So line up for final 6. Here we have Norway, Bestum Kielen Row Club in 1. International between Great Britain and Poland in 2. Sports Nautique Tournon for France in 3. Baden and Hanau for Germany in 4. Star Club again for Great Britain in 5. Ravens, Republic of South Africa, RSA in 6. Then Club de Rem Tortosa for Spain in 7. And Mladost from Croatia in lane 8. It's a full field. And we see here the crew from Baden and Hanau, Frank Arnold, Moritz Schneider, focusing on their good start. Oh, that's not so nice. So the F4 might be missing later, but fortunately this lake is so clear that you can actually see it lying on the ground, and hopefully the drone has a GPS indicator to where exactly this shot is from, so that our folks, our great volunteers, can retrieve that number. You might remember every bow number has an alphabetical code and a number code determining which heat you're in. So the heat now on the course is the X numbers, X1 to 8, and then comes the Y numbers. So you can always gauge which competitors are on the water, which would belong to your final. Yeah, so I wonder what will be happening here in the final 6, because we don't have the race yet on our monitors here. That was the crews returning from previous finals. That is the technical position behind the start, helping the crews to clear the area behind the start. So there's normally is one national technical official there to get the crews from behind the finish line, because we have a 3 minutes interval, and sometimes if crews are slow to move from the area, then it can be tricky. Yeah, so actually I'm a bit blind here of what's happening here. Okay, so this is the aligner giving the indication to the starter that the race is ready to be sent on the course, and indeed that is the case now. And this should be the final 6 of the men's B double scull once we have it from the side. Yeah, so the final 6, that's the confirmation here, is underway. Slight delay there at the start. Sorry for having no information on the reason for the delay, but anyhow, we are happy to have them underway. Official start time was 5 minutes ago, so basically we were running on time. And so congratulations again to all the national and international technical officials for making this event running really, really fast. Yeah, executing this regatta as well. And also thanks to the athletes that are very disciplined and coming to the start in time for their race. Really strong push here on the first 30 strokes of the race. And I believe that's the crew from Mannheim and Hanau in lane 4. Yes, that's confirmed. So it's indeed Frank Arnold and Moritz Schneider from Germany that have really made the best of this waiting time they had at the start. It's always a tricky thing, you know. You lie there, you're warmed up, you're ready to race, and then there's a delay of 5-6 minutes. This sort of emotionally, so from the hormone side, a bit of a knock on the head there, so it might bring you down. But obviously that wasn't the case for the Germans here, and also looking strong in lane number 6. We have the crew from South Africa. That's Ian Morrison and Brandon Skinner of Ravens. They try to challenge the Germans for the win here, not letting them go in any way here. Yeah, long strokes here from the leading crew, but also long strokes, a little bit lower rate of striking from the challengers in lane 6. So the leader still the crew from Mannheim and Hanau. So some, I don't know, about probably 100 kilometers apart, these two cities. But the strong push being done by Ian Morrison and Brandon Skinner of South Africa in the lower side of your picture, in the white boat. Behind them in the green boat, it's still the Germans. And I think now the Germans, with some 150 meters left in this race, have found some extra gear. They're upping the rate again, overrating all of their competitors considerably. So with the last few strokes remaining, I think nobody really can touch them there in the leading position. There's no indications of any loss of strength here either. Look at this sculling from the German crew, very solid, very compact in this men's B category double scull, and they even increased their margin. Coming across the line, victorious here is the crew indeed from Mannheim and Hanau. Frank Arnold and Moritz Schneider scoring the win here ahead of Ravens of South Africa. Third place goes to Star Club, so Samuel Dean and Jason Green scoring third place here. Very good job. Then two crews really close to each other. Yeah, so a few more crews crossing the line. Everyone has given everything here. So the winners were determined relatively early on in this race because the Germans just dashed out of the starting blocks and sprinted, and yeah, got the better edge in this race.
The next heat has already passed the 500 meters lane now. In lane 1 we have...
Yeah, so next heat already on the course, obviously, because we are at 3 minutes intervals. Express and Ely for GB in 1, Humlebeck Row Club for Denmark in 2. Then we have Sport Club Magdeburg for Germany in 3, De Hunze and Swan River, so Netherlands and Australia teaming up, International in 4, Bydgoszcz for Poland in 5, Club Náutico Sevilla for Spain in 6, Poznań again for Poland in 7, and Bandeirante for Brazil in 8. So this is Bandeirante in 8. So this is the lineup for you, big full screen graphic. Right, who's in the lead? Looks to be the crew in lane 3. Yes, that's the Sport Club Magdeburg colors, yellow boats. So it should be Lars Schulz and Sven Schwan. Now in the yellow boat to the right upper corner of your picture. It ain't over yet because still 30 strokes to go to the line, still some 350 meters, or 250 meters, of course, and still pushing and pushing is the crew on this side of the course. That should be the rowers from from Bandeirante of Brazil. Yeah, really, really tough race here for places 2 and 3. Fantastic race, very close together. Again, people stopping, rowers stopping before the finish line, and then it's really, yeah, the surprise when you look at the final results. Coming in here is the crew from Poznań, from Poland, another great host city for World Rowing events. Wojciech Majerczak and Mariusz Mikolajczak. Yeah, so here we have the winner, Sport Club Magdeburg, Lars Schulz and Sven Schwan. So bow number Z now on the course. That indicates the final the final 8. That was what I wanted to say. Men's B double scull. So Austria and Croatia international in 1. Poland, 2 clubs involved in 2. Humlebeck, Denmark in 3. International between Lagan Scullers Island and Strathclyde Park, Great Britain in 4. Undine, USA in 5, Aberdeen, Great Britain in 6, and international between Real Club Regatas Alicante and America Argentina in 7. So 7 boats involved. Who's looking strongest at the moment? I think lane 1 and also lane 3 looking strong. Lane 1 being the crew from Austria and Croatia. So Ante Ramadan and Markus Schüttelhofer. They are doing a good job there, right to the right side of your picture. But also this crew, we need to look at them. Should be the crew in lane 7, Real Club Regatas Alicante and America. So Santiago Martin Gonzalez and Leonardo Moretti for this international crew, striking high and building on a previously narrow lead, maybe. But it should be also, they should be looking over to the far side of the course. So happy faces on the left side of your picture. That's Ruder Club Magdeburg in their classic white, green, and red racing uniforms. And yeah, now they have 1,000 meters to wind down to recover. Oh, there's another stop before the line, but the momentum carried them across the line. So victorious in this race. It was. Yeah, it was quite a close race there. I'm going to call the show when I get the final results in. Sometimes you just get stuck right somewhere in a thought, but this helps a lot, of course. So indeed, it was the guys from Real Club Regatas Alicante and from Americas. So Martin Gonzalez Santiago and Leonardo Moretti, very happy with their win here indeed. That was the last final in the men's B double sculls category, and yeah, so I take a few more races here in the women's E quad category, and my dear colleague Fergus Mainland will then carry on for the afternoon session, for the early afternoon session on the stream. Women's E quads category, that's final one in the lineup. USA Chinook in lane 1, Lake Macquarie and Newcastle for Australia in 2. Valkai, Kosken, Vesi Valcott and Smark Row Clubs for Finland in 3. East Bay USA in 4. Torrevieja and Kirolak for Spain in 5. St Andrew Boat Club, Great Britain in 6. Calgary Rowing Club for Canada in 7. And Buell Boat Club for Great Britain in 8. Well, the leaders at the moment are from Australia, so Lake Macquarie and Newcastle. Teresa Fearon, Rayleigh Eisen, Michelle Dusel and Diana Sanders. They really have found a good rhythm here right from the start, and more than halfway into this race they have a length clear of the rest of the field. The strongest challengers coming from lane 1, so Chinook USA, or Chinook always sending competitive crews. And let's celebrate the winners of the last final, the final 8 of the men's B double sculls, and congratulate Real Club Regatas Alicante and America, so that's Spain and Argentina together, Santiago Martin Gonzalez and Leonardo Moretti. Yeah, good to see happy faces here. I guess when the racing is over today, everyone will assemble, get together in the great food court area with drinks and foods in abundance on offer from all the restaurants in Banyoles. And then maybe later on, people will go out also for dinner in the vicinity here. Banyoles offering a lot of good opportunities to eat out. Women's E quadruple scull, first heat, and it's still the crew from Australia in lane 2 in the lead. I think the margin has even grown a bit here, with a length and a little bit of open water over Chinook in lane 1 on the upper side of your picture. Then below them on lane 3 we have the crew from the Finnish clubs, Valkea, Kosken, Vesi, Velkot and Smark. So Latinen, Jokinen, Rinel and Laksonen teaming up here for this race. And it looks to be, indeed, a win for the crew from Australia, Lake Macquarie and Newcastle, taking the win here, just ahead of the Finnish crew, now taking second place from the crew from the United States. And very close indeed, too close for me to call, between rankings 4 and 5. And so let me bring you the results in just a moment's time.
From Spain, followed by lane 7 from Canada, followed by lane 6 from Great Britain, followed by lane 4 from USA, and it's gonna close this race lane 8 from Great Britain.
Yeah, so here we have the winning Aussie crew: Lake Macquarie, Newcastle, Teresa Fearon, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel, and Diana Sanders. Smiling into the drone camera. Well, everyone knows that there's a drone around. So if it's close to you, you better smile. Gives a good impression of your form for the next races as well. If you can smile after the race. So this is the lineup for the next heat, for the final two of the women's quadruple scull category E. So Marlow GB in 1, international between Italy, Brazil in lane 2, Warwick GB in 3, Région Grand Est for France in 4, Rocky Mountain USA in 5, Sarasota USA in 6, Wannsee, Lübeck, and Hanover teaming up for Germany in 7, and Germany and Switzerland teaming up between Kieler and Belvoir Zurich in lane 8. So this is the crew in lane 8. This is the Kieler crew. So this is also the racing uniform of Erster Kieler Ruder Club, being really in the north of Germany, Baltic Sea port, sending out a lot of cruise ships and freight ships to the north, to all the Baltic states and to the Scandinavian states, of course. So Birgit Becker, Gabi Schulz, Ulrike Lohmann, and Susanne Dreller teamed up here. And well, if you row in front on an outside lane, the good thing is you only need to move your head to one side to gauge your competition, who is challenging, and how clear are we from the rest of the field. And indeed they are 1.5 lengths over the nearest competitor, the crew from Kiel and Zurich leading this field in lane 8. Next one is the German crew in lane 7 in the red boat on the left of your picture, but they're being challenged by the crew in lane 4, I believe. Yeah, lane 4. So that would be Région Grand Est, also the French regional team, sending a lot of strong crews over. They were really, really strong, also putting a lot of good teams together for the Libourne edition some 3 years ago in the south of France, in the Bordeaux region. Great event that was as well. So yeah, we try to choose good venues, good events that offer good opportunities also for things to do after rowing. Some steering issues there with the crew in lane 5 I saw, but this is the win for the crew from Kiel and Zurich combination. Second place then should be going to lane 3 if I gauged that correctly. So that would be Warwick, but I think it was, no, sorry, it was lane 4 indeed, the Région Grand Est I was talking about earlier. And then it's now the crew from Warwick coming across the line. So more crews. Remember, these boats are steered by a movable, firmly installed foot, so you can turn that foot and thus activate the rudder to one side or the other. You have the stern of your boat to gauge the parallax between the 2 rows of buoys to know where you're going, but in the heat of the moment that sometimes gets lost. More so in the sweep boat classes probably than in the sculling classes, but yeah, that's the case sometimes. That's part of the sport. So we congratulate again the crew from Lake Macquarie and Newcastle, winners of Final 1 in the women's E quadruple scull. So Teresa Fearon, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel, and Diana Sanders victorious in that race. Yes, so coming up next will be the final number 3 of the women's quadruple scull category E. So international between USA and Germany and Switzerland in 1, Oriel, Kensington and Buell for GB in 2, Auckland, New Zealand in 3, Sarasota, USA in 4, Schwerin, Germany in 5, Hilversum, Netherlands in 6, Marlow, GB in 7, and Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt again for Australia in 8. Yeah, it looks like it's a good race for the internationals from Germany and USA and Switzerland in lane 1 in the bright neon yellow colored rowing jerseys, rowing t-shirts. Long strokes there. Try to keep their bow in front. Yeah, I'll give you the split rankings at 500 in a minute, because at the moment we can't see that much of the further rankings. But to the left of your pictures, you have again a victorious crew. So happy ladies there at the pontoon, being presented with medals, and we congratulate the crew from Erster Kieler Ruder Club and Belvoir Rowing Club Zurich, Birgit Becker, Gabi Schulz, Ulrike Lohmann, and Susanne Dreller. That's the racing unis of Erster Kieler Ruder Club. Yeah, and they look quite satisfied with the row they had so far. But here we are with the last few meters, and it's indeed the crew in lane 8, I believe, that scored the win here. That is Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, unspotted by any cameras that we have on the course. But anyhow, that's how it went. So congratulations to the Aussies here: Trudy McDonald, Magali Azerna Barak, Susan Hargett, and Daniela Bogart. They scored the win in the final 3 of the women's quadruple scull category E. Yeah, so while we have a little bit of waiting time here, showing open water until the last crew finishes the line, well, here we are with the results. So indeed, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt crew winning this ahead of the Germans. And here we are with the final 4. It's the Hope of the Netherlands in 1, Remo Brasilia for Brazil in 2, French combination of different clubs in 3, Exeter and Barnesbridge for GB in 4, Marlow and Tightway Scullers for GB in 5, Danske Studentes Rowclub and Furesø and Bauswehr for Denmark in 6, Chinook USA in 7, and international between Brazil, Australia, Ireland and Italy in lane number 8. At the moment, the crew in lane number 5 seems to be in the lead, and that would be Marlow and Tightway Scullers, both very traditional, highly competitive British clubs, both on the Thames. Marlow a bit up the Thames from London, and Tightway Scullers being on the course of the boat race and of the head of the river race as well. Yeah, so good pushing there. Jacqueline Easton, Tamsin Vernon, Lorna Loretto, and Fiona Betts trying to move their quad as fast as they can, and I think they're getting away quite nicely here on the last 250 meters. We can see the red buoys again, or buoys, however, which way ever you would pronounce it, the American or the English way of saying it, British way of saying it. Yeah, so the French leading this one. That was the 500-meter intermediate result. So that would be the French crew indeed in the lead. Let's confirm that in a moment. Sometimes we have a little mishap here in the intermediate timing, but only sometimes. Most of the time it's really, really great to have that. Yeah, so we can't see the leading crews. There we are with the leading crews, thank you. So it looks to me indeed the crew in lane 3 won this just ahead of lane 4, which means the French from Mulhouse, Lyon, Marignane won the race ahead of Exeter and Barnesbridge. Yeah. So this is the boat between Brazil, Ireland, Australia and Italy. So Michelle Blake, Miriam Bernini, Karina Mendes, Logo Roja and Branwen Kelly making their way across the finish line. That was final 4, and I believe it was a win for the Mulhouse Aviron combination with Ankou, Lyon and Marignane. So Marignan. So then we move on to the next category. After, of course, congratulating the crews that still have to be presented with their medals. But the next category, or not the next category, but the next race is again a final of the women's quadruple sculls. In fact, we have quite a few more to come. Yeah, so basically it's 10 finals altogether in the women's quads. And the next one is final 5 to come up. So first, lane 1 would be for Thailand Master. Lane 2 for Chinook, USA. Lane 3, Corinthians, Brazil. Minerva Bath for Great Britain in 4. Calgary Rowing Club, Canada in 5. Ålesund, Norway in 6. UTS, Australia in 7. And Star GB in 8. Ooh, some mishap there on lane 2. That's, are we really feeling sorry there for you guys. It's the crew from Chinook that caught a crab there. Although that seems to be from a leading position or in a leading position. Didn't cost them that much then. Right, so having the wider picture helps a lot. I believe it's lane 6 in the lead here. That would be the crew from Ålesund's Row Club, Norway. So lane 7 it was, actually. So thank you for the pictures and apologies to, well, if I or we seem a bit confused here. We just gauge everything from one video picture, the same that you see. So if you can't see anything, we can't either. So lane 7 winning this race, and so it was Australia, UTS, winning this race ahead of lane 8. So Great Britain Star Club in 2nd place here. Great rowing indeed in this beautiful sculling in the quadruple scull, the fastest sculling boat on the water. We don't have 6-seat boats or 8-seat boats in sculling. Yeah, so happy French scullers here. Let's congratulate Nathalie Audio, Patricia Barsanti, Laurence Busseau, and Aurelia Gerber-Schwab for their win in the final 4 of the women's quadruple sculls. So they didn't have to pull too hard because they can already talk again. Now, of course, as I think I said this before, it's all the adrenaline kicking in, just swiping away all the pain that you might have felt because of the lactate acid accumulating in your muscles, and so you get a lot more acceleration in the if you're a winner than when you lose the race. Yeah, so. UTS, there we are. Lane 7 winning heat number 5, or race final number 5. So Gillian Campbell, Jennifer Luff, Christine Phillips, and Monique Heinke are making their way to the victory ceremony pontoon. So next lineup for final 6 will be Fredericton, Canada in 1, Ålesund, Norway in 2, Aberdeen, Great Britain in 3, Avalon, USA in 4, international between Germany, Lithuania, Ukraine in 5, then Great Britain, Bradford and York in lane 6, Maritime, Spain in 7, and Germany, Hennigsdorf, Energie Berlin, Rüdersdorf in lane number 8. Yeah, so eight boats competing here in this race. Yes, so in the German crew we have Sabine Winkler, who already won the single scull this morning. So yeah, 2 races a day is quite a program, I can tell you. But yeah, we train for that, so hopefully we can perform good in both races. Yeah, so we have the winners of Final 5 there at the victory ceremony pontoon. The UTS team from Australia: Gillian Campbell, Jennifer Luff, Christine Phillips, and Monique Heinke. Well done. Yeah, some. Yeah, again, it's quite difficult for us to gauge actually who comes across the line here. Just gauging it from the pictures that we get, but this is a clearer picture from the drone. It should be lane 4 in the lead in this final 6 of the, and that would be the Avalon crew. Yeah, let's confirm that once we have the full results in, not to confuse you guys out there listening to us. It's enough that we can't get the full picture, but it's good. It's like it's a really good spirit here. Also now in the grandstand area, in the we're near the finish line here in the container, not having a direct view of the lake, so we gauge everything from that monitor, but we can see the grandstand crowd, and they're really nice mix of local people. Catalonia having a public holiday today, I believe, and also the international rowers coming down here to cheer on their compatriots or their friends from all over the world. So that was final 6 in the women's quads. Hopefully we're going to have a result pretty soon. Right, here we are with the results. Let me quickly gauge. Right, okay, so we are here with the winning crew from lane 8, and indeed it's Ruderclub Oberhavel, Hennigsdorf, SV Energie Berlin, Rudersdorfer Ruderverein Kalkberge teaming up together and scoring the win here. So next race already underway. It's the final 7 of the women's quadruple sculls category E. Australia in 1, international between Austria, Great Britain and Hungary in 2. Norway, Christiania in 3, Two Rivers Rowing Club Canada in 4, Loughborough Boat Club in 5 for GB. Then USA between Endeavour Racing Alliance, San Diego Rowing Club and Rocky Mountain in 6. Then Lymington ARC and Christchurch Rowing Club in 7. Right, so this is the lineup. Let's see how this race pans out on the second half, which they're clear already on, gauging the race time displayed on the lower left corner of our screen here. Looks good for lane 2, which would be the crew from the international combination of Ruderverein, well, whatever it is, Ruderverein Linz maybe, I don't know. It's there's no city named here from the Austrian sculler involved. Upper Thames Rowing Club definitely coming from Henley and GB. Ferenc Sivras for Hungary Rowing Club, and Wallingford also on the River Thames, a little bit upriver from Henley from GB. So that might have been the leading crew in lane 2. Gauging from this picture, I would confirm this. And then maybe either lane 3 or 4, the nearest contender for the victory. But I think the leading crew looks really safe and secure there. Relatively low rate of striking here. And we have some happy winners again. So that's, yeah, I think that's the crew from Hennigsdorf, Berlin and Rüdersdorf. Sabine Winkler, Ina Bauer, Silke Schulze and Annette Bühnert having scored the win here. Yeah, so we have the split times now, but the crews are across the finish line. So that's confirmed. A win for the crew from between Austria, Great Britain and Hungary. Then quite a bit of open water for lane 3 coming in next. That was Christiania Rowing Club. Yeah. And then The other crews following suit. Nobody stopping before the line this time. That's great to see. We're still here with the women's E category. And this is the crew from USA. That's Endeavor Racing Alliance, San Diego Rowing Club, and Rocky Mountain. Still working their way to the finish line. Juliette Lachapelle, Sella Aguda, Donna Pill, and Margaret Smitty. That's the crew here crossing the line now, having completed their race. Yeah, one more crew, obviously, to come in. This should be the another international combination here. Yeah, well, that was the final 7 of the women's E double scull. So confirmation here, lane 2 winning this. So it's Austria, Great Britain, and Hungary teaming up. So Joe Wilby, Louise Weimer, Andrea Bosniak, and Heather Moon Fogels scoring the win here in this final 7 of the women's quadruple sculls. Right, so coming up next is final 8 of the women's quadruple sculls. Towerport, BC, GB in 1, Rotation Berlin, Germany in 2, Fredensborg, Denmark in 3, Nottingham and Canterbury for GB in 4, RCA alumni for Canada in 5, Cercle de l'Aviron de Saint-Chamond for France in 6, and finally North Suburban Crew USA in 7. Yeah, all crews should be underway, so that's confirmed. No DNS on my monitor. Oh, and it looks good for the crew in lane 5 here, coming, getting caught by the drone here. Lane 5 belongs to RCA alumni, so Cheryl Moore, Anna van der Kamp, Angela Schneider, and Jennifer Wallinga are pushing and trying to cling on to that lead. They have 2.5 lengths at least at this point. Quite comfortably leading this race. Here comes the big orange buoy in the background, and this indicates the finish line. So just 3 strokes, or was it just 1 stroke for that crew from Canada winning this race, RCA alumni. Then it's the crew in lane 2 coming up next. That was the Germans from Rotation Berlin. 3rd place, I believe, went to Fredensborg, Denmark. Yeah, and the full results table is going to be up in just a moment. So, here we are with the winning crew. I mentioned that before. RCA alumni, Canada, coming all the way across. But most crews actually, or many crews actually, have rented a boat. And so did this Canadian crew. Much too expensive to bring it over, and not quite a sustainable way, probably. Some European, or many European clubs, though, have brought their boats in combined transport. So here's the lineup for final 9 of the women's quadruple sculls, and it's White Marsh and University Barge for USA in 1, Denmark in 2, international between South Africa and Germany and Italy and Ireland in 3, Durham for GB in 4, international again between Mexico, Spain, in lane 5, lane 6, Canada again, Leander, Two Rivers, and Red Sands Rowing Clubs, and finally Upper Thames Rowing Club, GB, in 7. So 7 boats should be on the water. These are the crews that are actually winding down, coming from the finish area, having completed their race, finished their race, and winding down towards the incoming pontoons at the Club Natation de Banyoles. So that's the club that hosts the whole event here. We heard before from Orioles, 350 people helping and that's probably not counting the international and international technical officials that are also working here to ensure the smooth running event that we have had so far. Great race developing here between, I believe, lanes 7, that would be Upper Thames to the right of your picture, and the yellow boat, another yellow boat there. On the far side, it's hard to gauge which number that would be. Let me check on the intermediates times. Well, that because there's a few crews missing here, I can't gauge from that. But it's a fantastic race indeed. And we look at the winners of the previous heat, rather RCA Alumni Canada. I mentioned the names before. Christelle Pontier. Oh, sorry, that was so Juliette. Totally mixed up now. So it's Cheryl Moore, of course, Anna van der Kamp, Angela Schneider, and Jennifer Wallinger are at the victory pontoon. And we're going to give you the full results of the final 9 of the women's quads in just a moment's time. Yeah, so it was a win for Upper Thames Rowing Club for the crew in lane 7, and Naomi Ashcroft, Helen Mangan, Judith Byrne, and Rebecca Sadler did a great job here. Confirmation already for this race. So here we are with the final 10 of the women's quadruple sculls. We have international between France, Australia, GB in lane 1, Great Britain, that's Loch Lomond, Clydesdale and Semple rowing clubs in 2, Breda and Pampus for Netherlands in 3, Calgary Rowing Club, Chinook USA international in 4, Express Upper Thames and Strathfly Park GB in 5, Rocky Mountain USA in lane 6. Let me quickly check. And then we have lane 7 as well from the Netherlands, Rhineland, Cornelis, Trump, Hilversum, Hedsparne and De Waal rowing clubs. Yeah, beautiful view here from the finish tower across nearly all the lanes. I think the crew on lane 7 looks best at the moment in this final 10 of the women's double sculls. So lane 7 indeed it is. So it's the Dutch crew. Most of the Dutch crews wear the same uniform, so that's a good point here. Four lanes, four full boat lengths ahead. So it's a full 4 boat lengths at least, and the rest of the field is so tightly knit. Look at this, beautiful drone shots here for us. Thank you for delivering this. Thank you to the TV crew from Poznan doing a great job here on orders of the organizing committee of the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta Banyoles. But this is amazing. Look at the shot from above. It's like 5 crews within half a length chasing the leading crew, but the leading crew really has done all the work and can even take the rates down. So this is really, really beautiful. Good win here for the crew from the Netherlands in lane 7. So the clubs involved. Second place then for lane 4. And that was the crew from Calgary, Chinook and Rocky Mountain. International combination here. And we again have happy winners at the pontoon. And that is the crew from Upper Thames winning final 9 of the women's quadruple sculls. Félicitations for Naomi Ashcroft, Helen Mangan, Judith Byrne and Rebecca Sadler. Canada Right, so that was the confirmation of the Dutch win here. And we change from fours to pairs now, and it's the first heat, the final one of the men's E coxless pairs, or pairs rather. And in lane one, we have my club and boatmates from Hamburg, Germany, Bergedorf and Hansa Hamburg. Lane 2 is Rosario from Argentina. Lane 3, Banyoles for Spain and Catalonia, of course. Buell Rowing Club, GB in 4. Wrocław and Warszawa, Poland in 5. Real Club Regatas Alicante for Spain in 6. And Bandeirante, Brazil in 7. So, yeah, tough going here. It's two crews, well, not separated by much. Can't see at the moment who's leading, but it looks good for the crew in lane 6, that is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, lane 6. So here we are with a lead for the crew from Alicante, Pedro Ferrer Rodriguez and Alvaro Crespo Guiner. Well, of course, a moment for our winners from the last heat of the women's quads. That's the combination of Roeivereniging Rijnland, Cornelis from Hilversum, Hitsbarne, and Roeivereniging De Waal from the Netherlands. Congratulations to Alita van der Esch, Katharina Gertina, Maria Brunningen, Evelyn Gorvink, and Maria Schaap. Yeah, so lane 2 winning this first heat of the men's E pair, Regatas Rosario, that seemed to me. But yeah, let me confirm that in a minute. First heat that was of the men's pair category E. And I will hand over the microphone again shortly to my colleague Fergus Mayland, coming back from well, always too short a lunch break. We started at 8 this morning, both of us, and we're still here, and hopefully you are still there, out there, listening on worldrowing.com, on the YouTube channel. We bring you the latest of the racing action, in this case the confirmation of the result of the first final in the men's pair, for a win for Alicante. So we're going to see the Alicante crew in just a minute. So goodbye for now, Sebastian Franke, and now it's Fergus Mainland.
Well, thank you very much, Sebastian, for your past couple of hours, keeping the chair nice and warm for me. This is, of course, the second final of the men's E coxless pairs. We've got home support in lane 1. It is the crew from Banyoles, Palm Beach, USA in lane 2. Club Nautique de Libourne, 1876 from France go in lane 3. We've got a second of our Spanish crews, Capri Club, Mequinenza, Starport from Great Britain in 5, Tartu from Estonia in 6, and Vats Masters from Hungary in lane 7. Some great racing, as always, unfolding. This is, of course, the men's E pairs. We've got 5 of these finals coming up over the next wee while. So this is, of course, the second one. Our cameras at the moment zooming in on the crew from lane 1, which is, of course, Banyoles on home water on a big day. It is, of course, the national day for Catalan today. What a performance that crew is putting together on the far side of the course. They're into the red boys, the rest of the other competitors into red boys as well. But we're fast finishing closest to us. That is, of course, lane 7. That's Vats Masters from Hungary. They're coming through, they're taking first place. And on the line, it will be lane 6. The Estonians, Tartu from Estonians, just pipping the Catalan crew from Banyoles. Great racing from Vats Masters, Andras Fenyo and Gabor Abraham. And of course, speaking of winners, Real Club Regattas Alicante, Pedro Ferrer Rodriguez, Alvaro Crespo Giner, winners of the previous race, final one of the men's coxless pairs. So just coming through there on the far side, that was our crew in lane 3, Club Nautique de Libourne, 1876, the French. And of course, it was just a couple of years ago that the carnival that is the World Rowing Masters Regatta headed to Libourne. Confirmation, though, of those results. Vats Masters from Hungary coming through, taking first place in final 2. Which means we head back up the course now. It's time for final 3. As we said, 5 of these finals coming. This time around in lane 1, it is Mendoza de Regatas of Argentina, Fluvial of Portugal, Partes from Japan, Partes Rowing Club, Exeter and Putney Town combined forces in this Great Britain crew in lane 4. Spain, it's Itzas Lagunac in lane 5, Canottieri Italiano of Chile in lane 6, and it's CDR San Geronimo from Spain in that lane 7 crew. Where are the runners and riders? It's worth noting, actually, that crew from Exeter and Putney Town, lane 4 in the middle of the course, did not start this race, so we're down to just 6 crews then racing. The camera at the moment tuned in on that crew in lane 1. That is Mendoza de Regatas, Argentina, Sergio Pederma and Marcelo Barchesi. But our race leaders, it's 2 lanes over. That looks to be Partes of Japan. Olivia Fidri and Hiroyoshi Matsui, our current leaders. Sitting in 3rd place, still going with them though, it's the Spanish. Pedro Martinez Garcia and Jose Atenes Regif from San Geronimo in Spain. There you're 1, 2 and 3, but our race leaders have got about a length's advantage over the rest of the field, and it's Clearwater a couple of lengths back to 3rd place. A moment though for our winners, Andras Fenyo and Gabor Abraham from Vats Masters of Hungary, just receiving their medals on the left-hand side of your screen. But back with the main race, it's phenomenal racing. It's been a great performance from the crew. A great sprint finish as well from Mendoza de Regatas, who closed probably to just under half a length. But it looks like it will be that crew from Partes who come through, take first place. Just coming over now, that is the Spanish combination from San Geronimo. They're followed by the other Spanish crew, Itzas Lagunac, and of course Canottieri Italiano from Chile coming through. And they'll be followed by the Portuguese combination. So there we have it, our winners on screen from Japan. Olivier Fidri and Hiroyoshi Matsu. Great win for that combination. We're not hanging around though, straight back to the top. Final 4 out of 5 for the men's coxless pairs. Average age in these pairs must be 55 and above. Lane 1 is Ardingly from Great Britain. Olympic Barcelona from Spain. The Reds and Bristol form this Great Britain combination in lane 3. CP Catcher from Portugal in 4. River City USA in 5. Club Remo de Mino from Spain in 6. And then we've got a Dutch combination of Vada and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum in lane 7. We've just mentioned there Willem Haave and Taco Bavalar, your Dutch combination. They're the ones in lane 7, just on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment, out in front, leading this race. Going with them as well, you know, we're approaching probably about 300 meters to go. Looking at the boys where they're at the moment, those red boys, 250 meters to go. That'll be them into the final quarter of this race. Going with the Dutch, though, it's Club Remo de Mino. It's the Spanish. It's Balthazar Marquez Rodriguez and Jose Mar Segura Aregi. But what about that race for third, fourth, and fifth? Looks to be lanes 1, 2, and 3 getting absolutely stuck into the action. That's, of course, from left to right now that the camera has panned around. That is Ardingly, who are just ever so slightly down on Olympique Barcelona, who have the lead for third place at the moment. Fourth place is held by the other British crew, the Reds and Bristol. Probably about a canvas or so if they want to get themselves back in contention for third place. Out in front, though, leading this race as they have done, it's the Dutch Vada, Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum, William Haave and Taco Bavalar. Superb racing from them, sees them come through. Set to take first place in this race. Fast finishing though, what a blanket finish across the rest of the board. Club Remo de Mino takes second place, and it will just be Olympique Barcelona who hold on ahead of the two British combinations, the first of which will be the Reds and Bristol, Richard Spink, Gareth Evans, followed over the line by Ardingly, Michael Howe and Jonathan Carter. Big year for Ardingly Rowing Club, celebrated their 30th anniversary. Plenty of celebration. They've got a strong contingent out here racing in Banyoles. So congratulations to all of them for a big year for their club as we welcome over the line River City, United States of America, Ronald Yaw and David Billingsley. And then they'll be followed by the Portuguese combination, CP Cacha, Vitor Orelo and João Simões. But I'm delighted to say that receiving their medals is from Partes Rowing Club Japan. Congratulations to Olivier Fidri and Hiroshio Matsui. Brilliant racing from the two of them, and they look absolutely delighted with their medals. Confirmation there, a win for the Dutch, a win for the Dutch composite. Vada and Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum on top in final four. We're already through 500 metres then in our next heat. Final five, fifth and final in the men's E pairs. Foreso of Denmark in 1. John Coppings RS of Sweden. Olympique Barcelona once again. They go in lane 3. Great Britain's York City in 4. Armadale Rowing Club of Australia in 5. Upper Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain in lane 6. And Corinthians are back in action representing Brazil in lane 7. Well, what about this for a view? We've got Banyoles, the great city of Banyoles, off to the left-hand side, but out in front, lane 3, leading the way, Olympique Barcelona. Josep Ventosa Puyen, Sinhu Perez Mayoral, out in front, leading this race. Going with them, though, it's the crew in lane 6. That is Upper Thames Boat Club, Peter Jacobs and William Sadler. The two of them coming together for this Upper Thames combination. Sitting in second place. And, you know, we're coming into the final stages. We're not too far to go in this race, so perhaps we might see Upper Thames moving themselves into contention in this race. But our medalists just there on screen at the moment. Willem Haave, Taco Bavalar from final 4, representing Vada and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum. But up to the line then, in this 5th final, it will still be Olympique Barcelona. Brilliant race from them. They will come through taking first place in final 5. And they'll be followed by that crew in lane 6. That is Upper Thames Rowing Club from that famous Henley stretch in the UK. And they'll be followed a few lines back by Armadale Rowing Club Australia, Brian Percy and Hugh Doick. And then we cross to the far side. It's the Swedes, John Coppins, followed by Denmark, Foreso Rowing Club, with York City coming through. And then wrapping up this race, it will be the Brazilians, Henning Voskos and Raimundo Beltrao Rosas from Corinthians. Congratulations to all of our crews racing across the board in the men's E-pairs. 5 races of them on display, which is phenomenal to see. So there is the infamous medal pontoon where so many of our crews will be hoping to head to. And the next one heading there will be Olympique Barcelona. And they win the final race in men's E-pairs. So next up, we head to single sculls. We stick with men, but we move up a couple of age categories. This time to men's H. And as I said, we move to single sculls. And in this field, we are looking forward to 11 finals of men's H single sculls. So that next block of racing will be starting at 16 minutes past 2, quarter past 2. So in about 50 minutes time, we will be bringing you that next block of racing. We're just hovering though at the finish area. I'm delighted to say big cheers from the banks. A lot of supporters out because we are welcoming Olympic Barcelona, Josep Ventosa Puyen, Sinhu Perez Mayoral to the finish area. And here they are jumping out. Lots of excitement after their terrific performance in the 5th final of the men's pairs. Congratulations to the two of them. They've received their medals. They're getting back into the boat, pushed off from the landing stage. I've got to say, a remarkably good push off from the landing stage. And much like the other competitors, they will be making their way back to the village, to the competitors area up by Club Banyoles, our host club for this year's regatta. So that concludes this block of racing here at day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta, the 51st World Rowing Masters Regatta here in the beautiful Lake Banyoles in Spain. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this morning and lunchtime block of racing. And as we said, the next of our races will be taking place at 16 minutes past 2. And that will be the first of our finals for the men's H single sculls. So we hope you could join us for that in about 45 minutes' time.
I doncs, el mitjó, esclar, saps què ell fa, jo? Tinc el mitjó, això és un mitjó cert. El poso així, aquest mitjó tallat, i a dintre el mitjó hi tinc una plantilla d'una bamba. Home, això ja és el professional. I així no se m'aclava la...
Mira, ho he vist.
Jo ho he vist amb altra gent.
Ho he vist que per fem-ho.
Però això on t'ho has vist?
Amb una parada d'aquelles de... I tot.
Des que tens 15 anys.
Jo tinc unes marques aquí que també queden amb el...
Ja no marxen.
Haurem de tocar els profils. El Lluís em va dir això.
El Lluís és aquest que fa l'espanyol.
Sí, és el que diu el noi. Que vam fer consell i jo vull que amb la condició que va fer
En fait, tu as la réponse. Hein. Maintenant, tu sais pourquoi ils ont arrêté pendant une... C'est à cause de la pluie.
Oui.
Weźmy do taśmy bardziej. Mogę to coś kawałek. Nie umiem rywać tej taśmy.
very good to meet you all. I might get something about 4 o'clock. I should be alright for the next 2 hours.
Welcome back, everybody. 3 minutes left. We'll restart the afternoon shift of this day in this World Rowing Masters Regatta Championship. Bona tarda. Falten 3 minuts escassos per poder començar de nou aquesta sessió de tarda en la jornada d'aquest dijous al World Rowing Masters Regatta de Banyoles. Avui, dia 11 de setembre, Diada Nacional del nostre país, Catalunya. Bona diada a tothom.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in the gorgeous Lake Banyoles in Spain. We're just about ready to get racing underway with our afternoon session, and we will be kicking off with the men's H single sculls. What a block of single sculls racing. 11 of these races coming up in the men's H single sculls, and me, Fergus Mainland, will be taking you through all of the action over the next couple of hours here from day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Our competitors are getting loaded into the starting blocks, so let's take you through some of those runners and riders. Brisbane and GPS are represented in lane 1 for Australia. Fredensborg from Denmark in 2. Banyoles, our host club, in lane 3. Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club for Great Britain in 4. France are represented by Caderouge SN in lane 5. Florsheimer Rudeverein, Germany in 6. Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland in lane 7. And Rowing Club Argentino in lane 8. So we are underway then with our first of our finals of the men's H single sculls and the first of our finals for this afternoon's block of racing. We've just seen our sculler from Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club, that's Clive Harlaw. Just taking a look over the rest of the field at the moment. These single scullers, of course, on course, completely in control of their boat. There'll be little tugs of the blades that will determine how they steer, how they move their boat around. But at the moment, we are focusing in on our 2 scullers in lanes 3 and 4. 3 on the right-hand side of your screen. Louis Frade Gobeo of Banyoles, rowing on his home water. Of course, he'll be so used to. I've already mentioned Clive Harlow of Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club, making the trip over from Great Britain. The 2 of them over on the far side of the course at the moment for about a minute or so into racing. And as we said, we've got 10 of these races, 11 of these races, I should say, right the way through. So about 2:45 this afternoon, local time in Banyoles, and then we move over from men's H to women's H for the double sculls, and through to some quads, the men's C quads later on after that. So much to look forward to here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And we're now approaching the 500-metre marker. And we're still focused in on those 2 scullers. 1 Brit, 1 Spaniard, 1 on home water, 1 making the trip across for this year's racing. And we'll get a better idea of all of the competitors who are involved in this race as and when the cameras zoom out. But those 2, that's who we're focused with at the moment. But out of these 2 scullers, it is the British sculler. But now we see moving into picture. It's lane 8. It's Oscar Magnorski of Rowing Club Argentina coming into shot. Perhaps one of the top scullers in this event at the moment. But as we said, once the camera pans round, once we get towards the finish line, we'll get a better indication of who is leading. But we're riding with him at the moment. We're comparing and contrasting the different styles of rowing, though. Much higher rate of striking there from Oscar Magnorski of Argentina. And if you can hear a little whirring in the background, that is our drone that is taking off You can see it just zooming there across the middle of your screen. Off to go and get some of the shots of the crews, some of the athletes. Again, we're just focusing in on what looks to be one of our race leaders. Clive Harlow, Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. He's second from the right. And I think just to his left, just going out of shot, would be Raymond Simonien of Caderouge SN from France. So riding with Maidstone, we're riding with Banyoles at the moment. Louis Frad Gobeo, as we've said, the two of them neck and neck, and it just helps them out very nicely to be in contention, right next to each other, jostling it out, able to push off each other as they get further and further down the course. But as we've talked about camera angles, where there is the decisive one that our drone is just providing. We've talked about how it was close between Maidstone and Banyoles, but in reality, it's incredibly close between Rowing Club Argentino, Oscar Magnorski, and Clive Harlow of Maidstone Invicta. Incredibly close racing. And we saw at 500, we think it was the Argentinian who was out in front. So this has been a very, very impressive last few hundred metres from Clive Harlow, Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. Looks like he's rowing down his opponents. And perhaps he was dropping down into third place as well. But through the line, first place, Clive Harlow, Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. And then ever so tight between Luis Frad Gobeo of Banyoles and Oscar Magnorski of Rowing Club Argentina, with, I think, Raymond Simonian of Caderouge SN from France coming through in fourth. That's Ronald Wallace. Ron Wallace. I know his wife Carol will be tuning in and watching from back home in Aberdeen. She'll be watching one of the many athletes who have made the trip across from Aberdeen Boat Club in the northeast of Scotland. That's the largest entry from the UK. 101 entries from Aberdeen. Great to see Ron out there on the course at the moment. But there's our winner. In final one, Clive Harlow, Maidstone Invicta. So confirmation there, Maidstone Invicta ahead of Banyoles, ahead of Argentina. But now, we join up with the second of our races. Final two of the men's H single sculls. Quintin Boat Club in lane 1 from Great Britain. RRC from Germany. Saint Cassien from France in 3. Miami Beach Rowing Club, USA in lane 4. Mossman Boat Club from Australia in 5. Banyoles, again, great home representation in lane 6. Sita Rowing from Japan. And Calpe make the trip from Gibraltar. Two scullers there on screen. Berthold von Baer, the German sculler in lane 2. We can just see him there. And then in the background, in the famous blue kit with the white stripes, that is, of course, Quintin Boat Club, represented by Slavo Radosevic. So a great row at the moment from Berthold von Baer, the German sculler. He's into the red buoys. I imagine a number of the other competitors are doing the same thing, just coming into those red buoys, which we know, of course, 250 metres left to go, the final quarter of their racing. But there is what looks like our top crew. Sculler from lane 5, Mark Williams from Mosman, Australia. We'll be tracking him all the way through to the finish line, but I think just coming back into shot as well. Our sculler from Germany, Berthold von Baer. That looks to be an incredible tussle. We can just see the puddles from the German sculler from Berthold von Baer just in the distance, signifying that I think he is still in the lead. I think he's still winning at the moment. I think it is still the German ahead of the Australian sculler. There it is by about a length or so as we're coming up to the finish line. It will be Germany. It will be RRC from Germany crossing the line ahead of the Australian. That is Mark Williams of Mosman Boat Club from Australia. Great racing from both of them. But of course, great racing as well from Clive Harlow from Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club, who we just saw there on the left-hand side of your screen, receiving his medal for winning final one of the men's H single sculls. Next up across the line, though, that is Slavo Radosevic of Quintin Boat Club, one of the many clubs that base themselves on the Tideway, the championship course in London. He'll be followed by Calpe sculler Joseph Louis Lascelles Gretsch from Calpe Rowing Club in Gibraltar, followed across the line by our entry from Sita Rowing Japan, Shigehiko Shimomura. So there's your confirmation there. Great win for RRC. And a great win for Slavo Radosevic. Sorry, my mistake. Bertold von Baer from Germany. We'll get ready, though, for heat number 3. Final 3, I should say. Not heats. It's all finals. Medals are at the end of this. We've got Avignon from France in lane 1. Glebe from Australia in 2. Bedford Star from Great Britain in lane 3. Detroit Boat Club Crew, United States of America in lane 4. Dartotnes Amateur Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. Corinthians from Brazil in 6. Calgary Rowing Club from Canada and Porsgrunn Row Club Norway in lane 8. Camera at the moment riding with our crews in lane 2 and 3. That is Glebe Rowing Club from Australia and Bedford Star, Leicester Waugh from Great Britain. The famous bright red star on the blades of those blades of the Bedford Star sculler. Star Club in Bedford, the club that gave us Tim Foster, part of that wonderful gold medal winning crew from Great Britain in the Coxless 4 back in the Sydney Olympics. Wonderful stretch of river on the Great River Ouse. And what a shot there as we come up to the finish line. Our crew's coming up to the last the last 250 metres or so of their race as they hit the red buoys. It's our scullers in 2, 3, and I think lane 5 as well. We've mentioned Glebe, we've mentioned Bedford Star. But what about Peter Atkinson of Dartotnes Amateur Rowing Club from Great Britain? A word as well, though, for Bertold von Baer from RRC Germany. He's just pushing off, leaving the medal pontoon. But here's our drone shot up into the red buoys then. 250 metres left, even less for our current race leaders. It is still Mark Teahan from Glebe Rowing Club Australia leading out this field, going with him a few lengths back. There's our competition from Bedford Star, Leicester Waugh. A little bit further back is Detroit Boat Club Crew, but we're seeing an incredible push coming through from Peter Atkinson of Dartotnes Amateur Rowing Club. I think he might have come through, actually, and overhauled his British countryman, Leicester Waugh, sort of in these last couple of 100 metres. I think this has been an incredible finish from Dartotnes Amateur Rowing Club to come through. Out in front, though, it is still Glebe from Australia. He's the man from down under. He's travelled up to Banyoles. He's had a fantastic race so far. He's got about 2 strokes to go until he crosses the line. First place for Mark Teahan. And then, well, what a showdown. What a race for this second, third place. Dartotnes have surged. They've come through Bedford Star, and here they are. Second place ahead of Leicester Waugh. They'll be followed by Richard Sitek of Detroit Boat Club Crew. Motor City making their way across. And then it's lane 1. It's Guy Artaz from Avignon, France. He's beaten on the line as he drifts across by Magdi Elberry from Calgary Rowing Club and Rune Peterson from Porsgrunn Row Club, Norway. So coming through and wrapping up this third final of the men's H single sculls, it will be Valdemar Trombetta from Corinthians in Brazil. Corinthians, the largest of our club entries here, 146 entries from the Brazilian club. confirmation there. A win for Australia. Happy Chappy on screen at the moment. Comfortable win, 9 seconds over Dart Totnes. But what a finish that was. The two Brits going at each other. Dart Totnes overhauling Bedford Star on the line. Great racing. It's what we absolutely love to see. Let's take you through the start order then for final 4 of the men's H single sculls. Landskrona from Sweden in 1. Kulka Iki Hungary in lane 2. Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania lane 3. Dark Blues from Japan in 4. Bissolati from Italy in 5. Club Naval Bariennes from Portugal in 6. Palm Beach, USA. It's a name we keep saying. Great entry from Palm Beach here at the World Masters. And we've got Aviron Agatois from France in lane 8. Well, we're picking them up into the red boys then. We're coming up to the line. Well, what about this row in lane 5? Eros Cantoni from Bissolati in Italy, storming ahead of the rest of the field. Going with him, though, is Bengt Tilly from Landskrona, Sweden, on the top of your screen. And just behind him, Roy Halliday of Manning River, Australia, looking set to come through in 3rd place. We've got our eyes as well, though, on Pierre Weiss from Aviron Agatois. He's sitting down in 4th. But that's a great win. Terrific win from Eros Cantoni of Bissolati Rowing Club in Italy. And just as we were saying, Bengt Tilly coming through from Landskrona. Andras Fair of Kulka Iki coming through. And then closest to us, Pierre Weiss of Aviron Agatois. And then our Hungarian sculler in lane 2. Two scullers left out on the course at the moment, both racing hard right to the very end. So our representative from Portugal in lane 6 in the red boat closest to us. You can't miss them out on the boat. There's Kate as well in the Portuguese colours, the red, the white, the green. Club Naval Bariennes, represented by Rui Santos de Almeida Faria. Up to the line, just a few strokes left for the Portuguese sculler. And just behind him will be Tetsuki Matsu of Dark Blues Rowing Club from Japan. And he'll be drifting over the line in just a few seconds' time. So confirmation there. Eros Cantoni of Bissolati winning final 4 of the men's H single sculls. Well, through 500 metres then, of final 5. Remember, it's 5 out of 11 races in the men's H single. Durham Amateur Rowing Club from Great Britain in 1. Cercle Nautique Penson Sylvestre from France in 2. Manning River Australia in 3. Grosvenor Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. Lemvig of Denmark in 5. Athlone of Ireland in 6. And Rudeverein Dessau from Germany in 7. On your screen, though, there he is. Eros Cantoni of Bissolati Rowing Club in Italy, just leaving the medal pontoon. Great racing from him. Very, very impressive to take the win in that 4th final of the men's H single sculls. But what about this then for final 5? 3 of our scullers. And at this point in the race, medals could go in any direction. We're riding right on top of our sculler in lane 6. That's Athlone. That's Paul Gallen from Ireland, the Irishman. He's got the advantage of the moment. Going with him, though, it's the sculler from Grosvenor Rowing Club, 2 lanes above him, right in the middle in the white boat and the red kit, just starting to wind it up ever so slightly. And as well, up on the far side of the course, that's lane 1. It's Andrew Jaggart of Durham Amateur Rowing Club. So 2 Brits and an Irishman leading out this one as we come into the last 100 metres or so. Big, powerful strokes there coming through from Paul Gallen of Athlone. And it will be enough from him to hold on by about a length or so as we come up to the finish line. Great racing, though, for that second, third place. Jonathan Chapman looks set to hold on from Grosvenor Rowing Club for second place, but the rest of the world is starting to catch up with him. Andrew Jaggart of Durham Amateur Rowing Club leading the charge, going with him as well Roy Halliday of Manning River, and sandwiched between the two of them, Alan Whitwell of Cercle Nautique Penson Sylvestre. But through the line, there it is. Great win for Paul Gallen of Athlone. Again, followed by Jonathan Chapman. And then it's bang, 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 the next few crews coming through. And just like that, final 5 of the men's H single sculls comes to its conclusion. Superb race from Paul Gallen of Athlone Rowing Club. Confirmation finishing about 3 seconds, about a length or so up on Grosvenor Rowing Club. But we head onwards to final 6 men's H single sculls. Australia back in action again. This time is Lake Macquarie. Next to them is Rooiverheiniging Breda of the Netherlands, Klaipeda Masters of Lithuania, Mendoza de Regattas of Argentina, Norwich Rowing Club from Great Britain are in 5, Saugatuck from the United States of America in 6, and Cognac Aviron in lane 7 representing France. 7-boat final, this one. Cameras trained on the crew in lane 3. Arunas Satas from Lithuania, and just coming into shot there. So sculler Gerard Le Floric from Cognac Aviron. As we know from racing and following the racing, we've got them in shot at the moment. Doesn't necessarily mean they are our 2 leading scullers. Now, though, we were, I should say, looking at the back of Jonas Bilderman from Rooiverheiniging Breda. But again, great shot here. Oh, the drone is picking up. And as those scullers come into the final 250 metres, we can say congratulations once again to Paul Gallen of Athlone Rowing Club from Ireland, winner of final 5 of the men's H single sculls. As he pushes off, well, it's getting incredibly close out at the front. Closest to us, lane 7. Gerard Le Floric of Cognac Aviron doing all he can to get himself back into contention. But I think it is the sculler in lane 4 who is leading at 500 metres. He's still leading. It's Ricardo Lopart of Mendoza de Regattas of Argentina. Next to him, about half a length back, is Arunas Satas of Lithuania, representing Klaipeda Masters. The two of them battling out, but it does look like Ricardo Lopart of Mendoza de Regattas will hold on as we come up to the finish line. Just a few strokes left to go. The challenges continue to come on his right and to his left as well, but it will just be him on the line again. Brilliant surge from lane 7 from Gerard Le Floric of Cognac Aviron, just to push through Arunas Satas of Klaipeda Masters. To my eyes, I think it was then Julian Ringer of Norwich coming through. They'll be followed by Peter Armstrong, Lake Macquarie. So that is now lane 5 coming through. That is Norwich Rowing Club, Julian Ringer. So that's Arūnas Satas of Klaipėda Masters. So confirmation there. A win for Klaipėda Masters, Arūnas Satas in lane 3. Onwards then to final 7, Regatas Rosario from Argentina in 1, Minneapolis Rowing Club from the USA in 2, Poplar and District in lane 3 for Great Britain, Cayenne Calvados from France in 4, Vancouver Rowing Club of Canada in 5, Belfast Rowing Club of Ireland in 6, and Naberters from Spain in lane 7. Our two scullers then on screen from Poplar and from Minneapolis, Robert Milligan of Poplar and Philip Johnson of Minneapolis Rowing Club. Well, it is Robert Milligan and it is Poplar out in front leading this final. It's an ocean of clear water he's got between himself and Philip Johnson, let alone on the rest of the field. Poplar and Blackwell District Rowing Club, East London coming through. Here they are on the line. First place, Robert Milligan. He'll be followed by Philip Johnson of Minneapolis Rowing Club. And then we've got two scullers there at the moment just sitting out on the course. Richard Stout of Vancouver Rowing Club, rowed through by Jean Gourard of Cayenne Calvados of France, and perhaps even Stephen Lockwood of Belfast Rowing Club as well. And then drifting through, we will have Walter Mendigbel Falcon of Regatas Rosarios, Argentina, and Angel Di Miguel Benito of Naberters from Spain.
The most important in this case is the first one will collect the medal, Robert Milligan from Poplar, Great Britain.
So our winner there, confirmation to give them their full Sunday name, Poplar, Blackwall and District Rowing Club from East London, based on the Isle of Dogs. Well, let's head to final 8 of the men's H singles. Real Club Regatas Alicante from Spain in 1, Roeverheinigen Pampus from Netherlands in 2, Complet Noir from France in 3, Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4, Lazio Go for Italy in 5, Aldo Luz from Brazil in 6, and Norsk, the Norwegians, in lane 7. Well, not far to go, and we're riding with Carlos de Melo Dutra from Aldo Luz of Brazil. He's up to the line. He's got a length on Antonio de Palma of Lazio from Great Britain. From Italy, I should say. And then we'll have Gerard Hissink-Muller from Roeverheinigen Pampus coming through ahead of Jeremy Dobbin of Upper Thames. Philippe Troivard from Complet Noir, the French sculler. Juan Albert Canelio from Real Club Regatas Alicante. And then rounding out this field will be Bjorn Saga from Norsk, the Norwegian sculler. Well, there's our winner from the previous race. That is, of course, Robert Milligan of Poplar, Blackwall and District Rowing Club. Based on the Isle of Dogs and just round the river from Greenwich. Of course, the centre of time, Greenwich Mean Time. Confirmation though, Aldo Luz, the Brazilian, takes the win. Let's join final 9 though, it's already into the red boys. We've got Beaver Creek Sculling USA in 1. CC Irno from Italy in 2. Schmockwitz of Germany in 3. Damas from the Netherlands in 4. Ardingly from Great Britain in 5. Aviron Majolin from France in 6. And Noah Hatta from Poland in 7. And that's the sculler in lane 3. That is Schmockwitz of Germany, quickly followed by Damas of the Netherlands. Wolfgang Erschment from Germany, looking like he's provisionally taken that one ahead of Frank Verhulst from Damas. We're going to pick up and ride with a few more of our scullers. Just flying over the head of Jacques Mascar from Aviron Majolin in France. Just off to the left-hand side of your screen, Carlos de Melo Dutra from Aldo Luz Rowing Club in Brazil, picking up his gold medal, his medal for winning final 8 of the men's H single sculls. So there's your confirmation then of final 9. Wolfgang Eschment of Schmockwitz from Germany winning that one. We can then head to final 10. Just 2 races to go in the men's H single sculls. Drummond from Australia in 1. San Fernando of Argentina in 2. Caderousse SN from France in 3. Upper Thames Rowing Club in 4. Roy Verheiningen Pampus, the Netherlands in 5. Christiana Row Club from Norway in 6. And we've got Row Club Saar from Germany in lane 7. Well, out in front at 500 metres, it was the British sculler. Not by much though, just under 2 seconds ahead of Christiana Row Club. That was Rodney Stewart out in front of Ivor Hoey. Well, it was that Upper Thames sculler that we just saw the back of. He's in the middle of the course, lane 4. We can just see him continuing to stick his bow ball out in front. Worth noting, of course, just 6 boats racing this one. Caderousse opted not to start this one. They did not start. And as they come into the red boys, just a few metres left, we can say congratulations again to Wolfgang Eschment from Schmockwitz for winning his gold medal. Up to the line then, it is still Upper Thames Rowing Club. It's still Rodney Stewart. Clearwater you could just about put a piece of paper between the bow and stern of his boat, perhaps even less. But he comes out ahead of Ivor Hoey of Christiana Row Club. And that will be Alejandro Gasparini of San Fernando, Argentina, coming through ahead of Rainer Ackermann of Ruder Club Saar, Germany. With Martinez Rom Kolthorf of Roy Verheiningen Pampus finishing just ahead of Branko Kovacic from Australia, representing Drummond. Confirmation then of final 10. Upper Thames, Rodney Stewart. A win for him. Which means we go back up the course one more time for the 11th and last final in the men's H single sculls. Dankego of Japan are in 1. Lyngby of Denmark in 2. Lee Valley Rowing Club from Ireland in 3. Drammen of Norway in 4. Sita Rowing from Japan in lane 5. Damas of the Netherlands in 6. And we've got Aberdeen Boat Club represented by Richard Matheson in lane 7. We've got our camera at the moment trained on Hans Knorr, the Danish sculler. He's going well in lane 2, representing Lyngby Rowing Club. He's into the last 250 metres. Long strokes, powerful strokes from him at this point in the race. Great racing. Probably around 200 metres left now for him and the rest of the scullers. So we will wait for the cameras to pan around and see the position of the other scullers at this point. There we go, just coming into shot. Well, up to the line. It'll be Jan Bruing of Damas from the Netherlands. Excellent performance from him. We're followed by Atsuji Adachi of Sita Rowing, Japan, taking second place. We've had the camera trained on him for much of this race. And it will be third for Hans Knorr of Lyngby, all the way from Denmark. We then get a big surge. Rowing through, taking fourth place, lane 4. Steinhoff of Drammen from Norway. And then just over to the left-hand side, receiving his medal for his victory in final 10 of the men's H single sculls. Rodney Stewart of Upper Thames Rowing Club. And coming through, rounding out final 11 of the men's H single scull will be Kailichi Sato of Dankego Rowing Club from Japan. So confirmation there, great win for Jan Bruin of Damas from the Netherlands. Sita Rowing taking second place. We stick with this H age category, an average age of 70 and above, but we move to doubles and we switch over to women's racing. 3 finals of the women's H double sculls, already the first of it into the 250 metres. We've got an international composite from Canada and the United States in lane 1. Roda Verein, Teutonia and Rowing Club Argentino of Argentina in 2. Christiana Row Club in 3. Gorge Narrows and Maple Bay from Canada in 4. Rocky Mountain from the USA in 5. Belfast Rowing Club from Ireland in 6. The international composite from Poland and Israel in lane 7. And Avalon from the USA in lane 8. Well, how about that American crew? That Avalon crew of Chris Ringdahl and Susan Lucas Conwell currently leading, but they've got to be careful. They're in danger of being caught by the other crew from the United States of America. That is Rocky Mountain, Mariaro and Gail Horseman mounting a charge, big old charge coming. And of course this camera on Gorge Narrows and Maple Bay. Big shouts for Rocky Mountain. And do you know what? I think they might have done it. That was an incredibly close finish. Big cheers for Rocky Mountain as they came across the finish line. I think they might have done it. I think they managed to beat Avalon on the line. But just pushing off, speaking of winners, we'll get confirmation of that because we can now see Jan Bruing from Damas Rowing Club from the Netherlands after receiving his gold medal as the rest of the doubles in final 1, women's H, come through the line. Awesome way to kick off the racing in these women's H double sculls. Incredibly close. We're just waiting for those times to come up in front of us. Well, there's the finish area. We talked a little bit earlier on that these boats have to take the run off, check their boats up, hold it up, otherwise they will end up in those bushes just behind them if they're not careful. But all of our crews have been absolutely on it when it comes to coming through and finishing the race, and then they will spin round and head back up to their teammates, clubmates, countrymen and women who will be waiting for them in the athlete village, about 1,000 metres further up the lake. Well, there we have it then. Confirmation. Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay. Final two, women's H double sculls. Avalon in one from the USA. Dart Totnes and Offaly come together from Great Britain and Ireland for an international composite. Endeavour Racing Alliance and Chinook from the USA form a US composite. Corinthians from Brazil go in 4. De Hoop from the Netherlands team up with Melbourne in lane 5. SAC Riverside from USA in 6. Roy Verheiningen Rhineland from Netherlands in 7. And Tribesmen, the Irish, in lane 8. So no entry from Tribesmen. That means that our current race leaders are the Americans in lane 6, SAC Riverside. Jacqueline Schneider, Catherine Widgery leading this one with a length on Roy Verheiningen Rhineland. The Dutch crew next to them in lane 7. The two of them, their own little internal competition in this race has just set them apart from the rest of the other crews out in this second final of the women's H double sculls. The two of them blistering their way up to the finish line. It's America, it's the Netherlands coming right the way up to the finish line. It's Riverside, it's Rhineland. And as we just switch around to our next camera position, we can see it is still the Americans. It is still SAC Riverside. Clearwater they've got over RV Rhineland, Roy Verheiningen Rhineland, who take second place. A well-earned, well-raced second place. Next through will be the crew, a second of our American crews. This one, Endeavour Racing Alliance and Chinook, Terry Walters and Barbara Plon. There we followed by the likes of Dart Totnes and Offaly, with Corinthians coming through there from Brazil. So we can head to the medal pontoon and we can say a huge congratulations to Diana Morris and Susan McDonald of Gorge Narrows and Maple Bay, all the way from Canada, victors in final one of the women's H double sculls. So there's our winning crew, our victorious crew from the United States of America. We'll be seeing them on the medal pontoon in just a couple of minutes' time. America on top, an American sandwich with the Dutch there in second place right at the top of the leaderboards. Onwards though, final three. 6 crews racing this one. Avalon from the United States of America not participating. So it means in lane 1 we've got a French composite, Aveyron Arcachones, along with Rowing Club Port Marlin. Lane 3 is Poznania and Warszawa from Poland, Sogatuk from the US in 4. And then from the Netherlands it's a composite, Roy Verheiningen, Pampus and Vada, with Upper Thames and Wallingford making the British composite in 6, and an American composite of Rivanna and a Rocky Mountain in lane 7. Well, there's this brilliant drone shot. The mountains in the background, and then off to the left will be the athletes' village. And it looks to be the crew in lane just in the top of your picture, it's the French. Annie van Weimers and Nadine Hainville from Aviron Arrachones and Rowing Club Port Marley leading this one out. Just to the left-hand side of your screen is, of course, Jacqueline Schneider and Catherine Widgery of SAC Riverside, winners of Women's H Double Sculls, Final 2. But we're still racing hard in Final 3. There's our current race leaders in Lane 1. It's the French, it's Annie van Weimers and Nadine Hainville in their bright pink kit. You can't miss them out on the course, up to the line. Brilliant row. Sees them through in first place. And they'll be followed by the crew in Lane 3. A Polish combination from Poznania and Warsaw. Coming through next, Rocky Mountain Ravana. Ahead of Vada and Heufer Heineken Pampus. With that British composite of Upper Thames and Wallingford. Finishing ahead of Saugatuck, USA. There they are. Big smiles, big waves for our victors from Aviron Arcachones. So underway, lights out and away we go. 1 minute early, I should say. 3 o'clock on the dot here in Banyoles, due to start 1 minute past 3. We are flying along, and of course we're flying because it's men's C quads, an average age of 43 in these boats. And we are looking forward to 6 finals of men's quads coming up. And let's take you through this first one. Club Nautica Sevilla in 1, Region Grand from France in 2, Sport Club Magdeburg, Baden and Hanau from Germany in 3, Club de Remo de Brasilia in 4, Glebe, Newcastle, Drummoyne make the Australian composite in Lane 5, Uruguay represented by Club de Remos Mercedes in 6, Portugal made up with a composite from VRL and Coimbra, and then the Spanish composite of Banyoles and Itza Lagunac in Lane 8. It's fast, it's furious, it's quad racing. It is absolutely spectacular to look onto. Nothing better, particularly when we look and we've got a drone shot like this. 8 quads ride. This is superb. And all of the action on the top of your screen, it's crews in lane 1, 2 and 3. But your race leaders, the Germans in 3, have the advantage over Region Grand from France by a canvas, no more than that, who themselves have got half a length over Club Nautico Sevilla. We've then got a bit of a gap between our next 3 crews, and the best of them at the moment is the crew from Spain, Banyoles from Itzas Lagunac as well, sitting in 4th place at the moment, but out in front. What a race, what a performance. The question is, can the Germans hang on from Magdeburg, Baden and Hanau as we come up to the finish line? I think this is going to be ever so close between themselves and Region Grand from France. And let's not count out the Spanish from Club Nautique Sevilla as well. Just a few strokes left to go from them as we come up to the finish line. It is a blistering finish from our quads. And goodness me, the French did them on the line. Region Grand, that was superb. Quality racing there from them to come through and take the win. Ahead of the Germans, ahead of Club Nautico from Sevilla, and ahead of the rest of the world as well. Just coming through there, that is the Portuguese crew, VRL and Coimbra. And just out of shot there. We missed them in all the excitement that was going on in the men's quads. Congratulations to Annie van Weimers, Nadine Hainville from Aviron Arracachois and Rowing Club Port Marley as well. Well, that was epic. Absolutely epic. What a way to kick off this next block of racing. It's all quad racing. Brilliant quad racing. Confirmation then. Region Grand coming through, beating the German composite and beating Club Nautique Sevilla. Well, if that's what the first race has got to deliver, let's see what 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, I should say, lined up. International composite in lane 1 from Germany and from Great Britain. Portugal have got 3 clubs in their composite: Barrio, Adnermo, and Camin Hens. Spain, Rem Barcelona in 3, France, Lyon in 4, Corinthians of Brazil in 5, Rocky Mountain USA, and Ravens from South Africa, who I must say had some of the best blazers and jackets on display at yesterday's opening ceremony for the World Rowing Masters Regatta. You could spot them from a mile away. Big, colourful South African flags on their back. However, we're riding with the ever-dominant, you know, we say their name so often actually now at this regatta. Rem Barcelona out in front leading, that's them, with the red crosses on their blades. Lane 4 going with them. Keep your eyes on Lyon, the French crew, and just poking their bows into contention as well. It is Ravens, that South African crew. Ian Morrison, Peter Clark, Graham McGill, and Brandon Skinner. Let's see what they can do as we come into the second half of this race. So there we have it, what we think is our current race leaders. Rem Barcelona just coming into view. And then on the far side, just on the right-hand side of your screen, it is the international composite crew to give them all their full titles. We've got Koenigs, Wusterhausen from Germany, Ardingly Rowing Club from Great Britain, and Schmockfitz from Germany as well. But out in front, Rem Barcelona just keep finding another gear, keep stepping on. Going and going again. Going with them, though, the French sitting 2 lengths back, I would say, at this point in the race. But I think that race for second place between Ravens, third place, I should say, Ravens, who we are riding over the top of in their green and blue kit. And then on the far side of the course, that international composite, the Brits, the Germans. Let's see which one of those will come out on top. We've just got a few strokes left to go. What it is, Rem Barcelona. Once again, another gold for Rem Barcelona here at the World Rowing Masters. Across the line, it will be the French crew, Leon Callure, and then it will be that international composite in lane 1, beating out Ravens, with the Portuguese quad coming through ahead of Corinthians from Brazil. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And the quad racing continues to be of a superb standard. Well, there they are, Rem Barcelona. Great performance from Dmitry Ovechko, Boris Batin, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sarichev. Winners of final 2 of the men's C quads. Back up the course then, final 3. Great Britain have got a composite in lane 1 of Nottingham Rowing Club, Newark and Peterborough. Once again, Rem Barcelona, let's see if they can go 2 golds from 2 in quick succession. Withus from Korea in 3. Club Nautico Sevilla from España in 4. Poznania, Poland in 5. Danish composite of Bagsvard and Humblebach Row Club in 6. And in France, they've got a composite of Aveyron Setois and Aveyron Biterrois in lane 7. That's the crew in lane 1. That is the British crew. Nottingham, Newark and Peterborough. Ian Palmer, David Smith, Edward Bradley and Ash Cowley. The 4 of them on screen racing hard. Perhaps your race leaders at the moment. We've got to keep our eyes on the Danish though. Bagsvard and Humblebach Row Club. Steen Christensen, Erik Jakobsen, Morten Brock, Emil Nies Heinrichsen. Racing hard, chasing them down. Again, we'll get a better angle once we get our drone shot up in the air. And of course, there's the bows of the crew in lane 4, Club Nautico Sevilla, doing what they can to keep themselves in contention. But what a row from the Brits this is. Nottingham, Newark and Peterborough. They've got about 250 metres left to go as they hit the red buoys. But one more word for our winners of final 2. From Rem Barcelona, Dmitry Ovchenko, Boris Batin, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sarichev are winners of final 2 in the men's C quads. We're flying high, we're flying fast because we're coming into about 100, 150 metres left to go. And this race is certainly not over. What about this charging boat then from Denmark? What about the Brits on the top of the screen who have led for so much of it? And what about this charging crew from Club Nautico Sevilla as well? Their rate just keep going up and up and up, but it looks like it's still the British combination of Nottingham, Newark and Peterborough still out in front leading this one. The Danes have thrown absolutely everything at it in the final 200 metres to see if they can get themselves back into contention, but I think it will be the Brits. It will be Ian Palmer, David Smith, Ed Bradley and Ash Cowan who managed to hold on by about a length or so over that crew from Bagsvard Humblebach Row Club, with a charging Club Nautico Sevilla as well. We'll then have our crew from Rem Barcelona through, and they will be just a few lengths ahead of Weethus Rowing Club from Korea. And rounding out this field will be our French composite crew of Aviron Setois, Aviron Biterrois, Karim Loisson, Jean-Manuel Ribeiro da Fonquesca, Guillaume Lemassel and Nicolas Cossain. But there's our victorious crew. What a performance. Matching kit, but in the borrowed boat from Newark Rowing Club. And it looks to be Peterborough City there in the stroke seat with those blue blades. Perhaps that's Ian Palmer. Well, that's final 3. The quads, the men's C quads, I doff my hat to all of you. It has been brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And we get to do it all again 2 more times. Here comes the next one. Dutch composite in lane 1, Willem Draai, Hertzbahn in lane 1. Big French composite, Ramures, Toulouse, Aviron Energie and Club Marginal Sport d'Aviron in 2. Bulgaria, GK Plovdiv in 3, Aberdeen in 4 from Great Britain. Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain in 5. India have got a composite of Lake and Madras. And Croatia go well in lane 7 with HAVK, Mad Lost as well. Well, at the moment, our camera is trained on the French into the Dutch in lane 1. Of course, when you talk about sculling, you can very easily start talking about Dutch quads. They're just absolutely spectacular to look at. The blade work is always impeccable, whatever the age category is, whatever the ability is. They just scull so smoothly, so well. Going with them, though, they're making them work hard. It's the French. Those 2 crews, that's who we're following at the moment. There's the Dutch on the right-hand side, just impeccable blade work from them. As we're coming into the second half, well into the second half of racing. Absolutely laser focused in, just the occasional lookout from their 2-man. And again, just a little glance across from the bowman. That's them hit the red boys. Final quarter of this race, 250 metres left to go. And let's see what this quad race can deliver. We've had 3 absolute Bobby Dazzlers so far. Let's see how this 4th one is just as good when we come up to the finish line. Riding well with Willem Draai, Hertzbahn from the Netherlands. And as our camera pans around, we'll get an indication as to where they stack up against the rest of the competitors. You know, through 500, our 2 leading crews were those top 2 crews. One from France, one from the Netherlands. And coming up to the line, that position at halfway, it has reversed. It is the Netherlands, it is Willem Draai, Hertzbahn coming through ahead of Ramures, Toulouse, Aviron, Energie and Club Marginal Sport d'Aviron, our French composite. They'll be followed by the Bulgarians, GK Plovdiv. And then it's going to be close on the line because we've had one of our crews stop through just though. They'll just drift through. That's Aberdeen Boat Club. And then coming through now, Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain. We're back, though, on the left-hand side of your screen with our victors from Final 3. Of course, that was Nottingham Rowing Club, Newark Rowing Club and Peterborough City Rowing Club as well. Congratulations, Ian Palmer, David Smith, Edward Bradley and Ash Cowley. A tremendous row from all 4 of those gentlemen. Well, there's confirmation then. Great win for the Dutch, for Willem Draai and for Hert Spaan. Well, one more quads race to go then. Final 5. Motoring towards the halfway point. Let's take you through who we've got. Tribesmen and Lag and Scullers come together for an Irish composite. Coimbra from Portugal in 2. Rode Club am Baldenes from Germany in 3. It's an international composite of Germany and Denmark in 4. Weiblingen from Germany in 5. A Spanish composite in lane 6. And we've got Norsk from Norway in 7. That's our bows of lane 4, our international composite. Osnabrücke, Rudeverein, Germany. Schweiringer, Rudegesellschaft from Germany. Soro from Denmark. And Rode Club Bergedorf from Germany. Your leaders slap bang in the middle of the course. Going with them, though, probably the crew right on the outside of the course. That's lane 1, Lag and Scullers, Tribesmen, the Irish coming together, seeing if they can topple the Germans here at Banyoles. And as the camera pans round, I think it is still the Germans leading by about 1/3 of a length. Certainly not any more than that. And then sitting, still got contact at the moment. It's the crew in lane 6. That is our Spanish composite crew from SD, our Astrero, MI Rowing and Club de Remo Pedrena sitting in 3rd place. And then a little bit further back, it's the crew in lane 7, Norsk from Norway. But out in front, it's our international crew. It's our Germans. It's our Dutch rower right there in the mix. Less than 200 metres to go now. We can see the yellow and black finish just off in the distance towards the top of your screen. Great row from Germany. Great row from Ireland as we come up to the finish line. It will be Osnabrücke Rudeverein, Schweiringer Rudegesellschaft, Soro from Denmark, and Rode Club Bergedorf from Germany. But actually, I think it was the curse of the commentator, because I think it was Tribesmen and Lag and Scullers, Philip Beattie, Kevin Boyle, Peter Scott, Neil Darby, who surged through in the final stages of that. We will get confirmation. Just coming through there, it's crew in lane 7 from Norsk, from Norway. So there we have it. Confirmation, just as we're reading out all the names of that international composite, it was the Irish crew, Tribesmen, Lag and Scullers, who come through. That was an incredible second half of their race. More than 10 seconds down at one point in the race. What a performance in the second half to come through. An incredible sprint finish. And I doff my cap to Philip Beattie, Kevin Boyle, Peter Scott and Neil Darby. Brilliant, brilliant second half to that race there. One more race then in the C quads for the men. Final 6. Maritime from Spain go in lane 1. Schweiringer Rudegesellschaft from Germany in 2. The international composite from Czechia, the Netherlands, and from Germany in lane 3. Germany have got another composite in lane 3 of Hennigsdorf, USV TU Dresden, and Rostocker Rode Club. Alessund's Row Club from Norway go in lane 5. Another German composite, this time of Hersfield, Prinar, Tigal and Gruno, with Stockholm from Sweden in lane 7. Well, out in front, high rate of striking that from our crew in lane 3. That's our international composite crew from Czechia, the Netherlands and Germany in that order, from VK Olomouc, Heuverheinigen de Lac and Rode Club Nasovia Horst from Germany. They're leading the way out at the moment. Going with them, though, the crew from Alessund's Row Club from Norway. And again, about half a length back on them, it's our other German composite crew with Stockholm, about a length back on that second German crew in lane 6. About 150 metres left to go for our crews. Again, great finish, great finale to all of this quad racing that we've had over the past few minutes or so, but it will be that crew in lane 3, that international composite from the Czech Republic, from the Netherlands and from Germany, up and through ahead of Germany. Hennigsdorf, Dresden, Rostocker, ahead of the Norwegian swim Alsunds Row Club. And just coming through there on the top of your screen, that was Schweininger Rudergesellschaft from Germany and Maritime from Spain, who just come through now at the top in lane 1. So there they are, our winners from our 6th and last race of men's C quads. Brilliant racing across the board. 42 quads we've just seen racing across that category, and there we have it, confirmation for the international composite from Czechia, the Netherlands and Germany. VK Olomouc, Heuverheiniging de Lac and Ruder Club Nasovia Host from Germany. Well, this is our winners from Final 5 of the men's C quads. Just flashing their identification to make sure they are who they say they are. That's Tribesmen, Lagenscullers, Philip Beattie, Kevin Boyle, Peter Scott and Neil Darby. Congratulations to all 4 of them. And what I might say is probably one of the best bits of kit I think we've seen all regatta. Well, we switch now from 2 blades to 1 because we go to coxless 4s. Men's F coxless 4s with an average age of 60 and above. In lane 1, representing Great Britain, it is Pool with a German composite of Frankfurter Ruderverein and Ruderverein Hellas Offenbach from Germany in 2, Riga from Latvia in 3, Loughborough Boat Club of Great Britain in lane 4. Mendoza de Regattas of Argentina in 5. Germany, big composite from Germany in lane 6. Hauschke Ruderverein, Bolberg, Nell, Ruder Club Alt Werder Magdeburg and Ruder Club Wittenberg, Germany in lane 6. Norwegian composite of Christiana Row Club and Baurum Row Club in 7. And then an international composite from Canada, Germany and Great Britain, London Western of Canada, TVK Essen of Germany and Inverness from Great Britain. We're looking at the bows of Mendoza de Regattas there in the middle of the course in their distinctive red tops, but just coming into view as well. What about that composite of London Western, TVK Essen and Inverness? Led there by the stroke man Alan Sinclair of Inverness Rowing Club. Former member of the Great Britain rowing team, born and raised up in Inverness. Raced for his country, he's raced for Scotland, and here he is out in front leading at the moment. London Western, TVK Essen of Germany and Inverness Rowing Club leading this first final of men's F coxless 4s. What a performance from these gentlemen. Of course, 8-4s racing and going with them in second place. It is the crew in lane 5. Mendoza de Regattas of Argentina, Jose Miniverde, Guillermo Pederna, Sergio Pederna, Marcello Berchisi sitting in second place at the moment. That's a great lead, a great advantage that our international crew in lane 8 have got over the rest of the field. And we cast our eyes back. We know it's the Argentinian sat in second place. That race for third between lane 1 and lane 3, and that crew from Pool in Great Britain on the top of your screen. Going with them is the crew from Riga in Latvia. The two of them, bow ball to bow ball, neck and neck, stroke for stroke for that third place spot, which means sitting ever so slightly further back in fifth place. It's the German composite of Frankfurter and Helios Offenbach. But up to the line then. It will be the crew from London Western, from Essen and from Inverness, that great composite crew. Volker Knott, Alan Sinclair, Ansgar Vesling and Brian Peaker. They'll be followed by Mendoza de Regattas of Argentina, then the fast finishing crew on the far side of the course. From Riga, with Poole followed by Frankfurter, Rudeverein and Rudeverein Hellas Offenbach coming through for Germany. And then rounding out this field will be the crew from Norway, our composite crew from Norway, all wearing the kit of Christiana Row Club, but we do have a member from Baurum Row Club on board as well. So there's our winners, the overhead shot. London Western, TVK Essen and Inverness. Right then, back up the course. Final two, men's F coxless fours. We've got 4 of these races, and then we'll be switching over to the women's C single sculls. In lane 1, from Finland, Turin Sutat, British composite of Nottingham, and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in 2. France have got a composite of Club Marijnas Sports d'Aviron and Caderousse Essen. Banyoles racing on home water in lane 4. Big cheer for them. Seigberger of Germany in 5. The Royal Air Force from Great Britain fly in lane 6. Germany are represented by a composite of Karlsruhe Viking 1879 and Rhein Club Alemannia in 7, and Corinthians from Brazil in lane 8. Well, there we see plenty of those crews. They're through 500 metres well into the second half as we tick over the 2-minute marker. That's Corinthians closest to us in that distinctive black kit that we see so often out on the course. And on the left-hand side of your screen, that is London Western, TVK Essen and Inverness, winners of final 1 of the men's F coxless fours. Great performance from all of them. All 4 of them sporting the London Western t-shirts. Well, here we go then. Our drone picking up this second race of men's F coxless fours. Currently riding on top, coming back into view. It is Corinthians. They've got work to do if they're going to get themselves back into contention, because I think our race leaders are at the top of the screen. It's not quite Turin Sutat from Finland. I think it is the French composite who, despite being down at 500, have hauled themselves back into the lead. Club Marijnas Sports d'Aviron and Caderousse Essen from France out in front, leading this one. Corinthians there sitting in 5th place at the moment. 3rd place is that crew in lane 5. It is Seigberger from Germany. Here we are, finish camera. Couple of strokes left to go. And it will be the French. It will be Bernard Blanc, Franck Schmidt, André Duvier and Jean-Pierre Foucault. They will beat out the Finnish crew. And a big cheers, as always, for our crew from Banyoles on their home leg as they come through. That's Corinthians just drifting through, and they will be followed by the German composite of Karlsruhe Viking 1879 and Rhein Club Alemannia. Confirmation then for our victorious club from France, Caderousse Essen and Club Marijnas Sports d'Aviron. So we're off the blocks then. Back up to the start for final 3. Victoria Lake from South Africa in 1. Alessund's Row Club Norway in lane 2. An international composite from Germany and from Brazil. Nurtingen and Würzburg from Germany teaming up with Corinthians. Germany are also represented in lane 4 by Lucht, Send and Linden 11. Great Britain's Ardingly Rowing Club in lane 5. Region Grand Est from France in 6. Chinook, United States of America in 7, with Nottingham Rowing Club going out of the blocks in lane 8. So just over a minute in, a third of the way through racing here in this third final of the men's F coxless fours. There's the wide shot we're getting, you know, and from right to left. Our crew in lane 2, Alison's Row Club. Then next across, it's our international composite from Nürtinger, Germany, Würzburg, Germany, and Corinthians from Brazil. But that on top is Victoria Lake, David Britton, Ivan Pence, Brian Hodgkinson, and Justin Hageman. The South Africans doing all they possibly can to compete themselves in the mix for this one. The bows of lane 6 starting to poke into view as well. The French Region Grand Est. And now we get the swooping shot of the drone, telling us that it is still Victoria Lake from South Africa out in front. Britton, Pence, Hodgkinson's, Hageman as we come into the final 250 metres. That's the boys just starting to change colour. But just over to the left-hand side, it is our winners of final 2. Bernard Blanc, Frank Schmidt, André Duvier, and Jean-Pierre Foucault from Caderousse SN and Club Marignan's Sport d'Aviron from France. High fives, fist bumps all round for all of them. But we're riding now alongside two of our leading crews, lane 6 closest to us. Region Grand Est doing what they can to get themselves back in contention. The drone alongside just gives you an indication of the speed of these quads. The French doing what they can to get themselves back in the mix with the South Africans, who have been leading for so much of this race. 3 minutes done, just a few seconds left to go for some of these competitors. But out in front, the South Africans looking incredibly good. The French, well drilled, doing all they can to use their technique to get themselves back into contention. But it looks like it will be the South Africans. Britton, Pence, Hodgkinson's, Hageman, as we said before, coming up to the line. Just a few strokes left to go. One last roll of the dice from the French, but I don't think it'll be enough. It will be the South Africans. Victoria Lake come through to take this third final of the men's F coxless fours ahead of the French from Region Grand. They'll be followed through by the likes of SMBS from France. Sorry, by Chinook, I should say, from the United States. And then just coming across there, that is Nottingham Rowing Club in the mix, with a couple of other crews as well. So there they are. Victoria Lake, your winners of this third final.
So this is the last men's four coming down the course, in F category. We've got in lane 1, Moedergroep aan Wannsee, Berlin, Köpenick, and Waldmanslust. In lane 2, we have Star from Great Britain. In lane 3, we have Armadale from Australia. In lane 4, we have Undine, Palm Beach, and Rocky Mountain from the USA. In lane 5, we have Sandefjord World from Norway. In lane 6,
Up and running with the next of the races, Wannsee, Berlin, Kopnik, and Waldemanslut from Germany in 1, Bedford Star in 2, Armadale from Australia in 3. The United States have a composite of Rocky Mountain, Palm Beach, and Undine. Norway, Sandefjord Row Club in 5, Glebe, Manning River, Newcastle from Australia in lane 6. France are represented by SMBS in 7, and North Shore from Australia go in lane 8. Here's the drone shot. We are over the heads of Bedford Star. They're in second place at the moment. A lot of work to do if they want to manage to get themselves back in contention, overhauling our current race leaders. Great row from them, but it will be up to the line. just coming through there. We'll bring you confirmation of those results as soon as we get it in front of us. So that was our fourth and final of the men's F coxless fours. And those are our winners in lane 4. Our American composite of Undine, Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain, Roman Lesno, Michael Gasper, Frank Rowe and John Borick. They finish ahead of Bedford Star and ahead of our Australian composite from Glebe, Manning River and Newcastle Boat Club. We can go and pick up some single sculls racing. Eight races coming up now for the women's C single scull. On screen at the moment, just to the left-hand side, is Victoria Lake picking up their medals. For winning final 3 of the men's coxless 4, David Britton, Ivan Pence, Brian Hodgkinson and Justin Hageman. But on screen, as we've said, it is the first of our 8 finals of the women's C single sculls. Region Grand Est in lane 1, Llandaff from Great Britain in 2, Leichhardt of Australia I should say, in 3, Freisenwein from Austria in 4, Belfast Rowing Club of Ireland in 5, Milltown Rowing in USA and Vancouver Rowing Club Canada in lane 7, with Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club from Glasgow, UK in lane 8. Well, it was our 2 British scullers, Llandaff and Clydesdale. Clydesdale and Llandaff out in front, leading this first final of the women's C single sculls. Nicholas Smith of Llandaff, Lynn O'Hare of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, but we know how much that can change. And it looks like it is changing. That's Llandaff just off to the left-hand side of your screen with a black hoop round her chest. Being chased hard by Loretta Lofer of Region Grand Est from France. Going well in lane 1. We'll get a better idea as the camera pans out as we come up to the finish line. But we're tracking with Region Grand, we're tracking with Llandaff. But there we are, some of the other scullers just coming into contention. That is lane 6, that is Milltown Rowing. USA, United States of America, will come through and take this win. Ahead of Region Grand Est from France, with Llandaff coming through in 3rd, just ahead of Leichhardt from Australia. On screen, though, we can see congratulations to Undine, Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain, United States of America for their win in Final 4. Roman Lesno, Michael Gasper, Frank Rowe and John Borick. Congratulations, gentlemen, on your well-fought, well-won medals in Final 4. So confirmation there, our Region Grand. Great win for Loretta Lofer of Region Grand. And then we can head back up the course for the next final. Final 2, Women's C single sculls. Corinthians from Brazil in 1. Bogazici of Turkey in 2. Bealbridge Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. Rem Barcelona of España in 4. Kusnacht of Switzerland in 5. Jesus of Great Britain in 6. Roy Verheinigen Tor from Netherlands in 7. And Glebe of Australia in lane 8. Just with their bound number upside down at the moment. But those 2 scullers, it's the Australian and the Dutch sculler Heidi Lindahl of Australian Club Glebe and Katrien Schoenmakers of Roy Verheineken Tor from the Netherlands, currently out in front, leading this second final. So the drone zooming over as our crews hit 250 meters left to go. But we can say at this point that it does look like it is the rower in lane 7. It's our Dutch sculler, Katrien Schoenmaker from Roy Verheineken Tor, who is leading this one. And then just behind her, probably about a length and a half back down, it is our Australian sculler, Heidi Lindahl. And then right on the very top side of your screen, what about Ingrid dos Santos from Corinthians Rowing Club, all the way from Brazil, chasing hard, currently holding on to that third place position. Being pushed hard, though, by the sculler who's 2 lanes across. I think that's Dominika Rosenfeld of Buell Bridge Rowing Club from Great Britain. Your 4 leaders at the moment as we come up to the line. There's our sculler from Corinthians, Ingrid dos Santos. Racing hard, going all the way through to the line. But it will be lane 7. It will be Katrien Schoenmaker, Roy Verheineken Tor from Netherlands, just ahead of Heidi Lindahl of Glebe. And then on the line, Corinthian stop, which means that there's an opportunity for the next sculler to come through, which I believe was Dominika Rosenfeld of Buell Bridge. So important that all of these athletes are racing right the way through to the finish line to determine the final positions. That is Anna Podgornia of Rem Barcelona. And there is our winner. Katrien Schoenmakers, Roy Verheineken Tor from the Netherlands. Finishing ahead of Australia, Great Britain and Brazil, Glebe, Buell and Corinthians. We go back up the start list for final 3. Maritime from Spain in lane 1. Aviron Bayonnaise from France are in lane 2. Lübeck from Germany in 3. Noosa Yacht and Rowing from Australia in lane 4. Falcon Rowing Club of Great Britain in 5. Club de Remo de Brasilia in 6. Glasgow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7. And St Michael's of Ireland, represented by Sheena Clavin. Where we're seeing a burst of energy, a burst of adrenaline come from our race leader on the screen at the moment, who I think is Sylvie Morvan of Aviron Bayonnaise, the French sculler in lane 2. But we are just zooming over the head of Sheila Glavin of St Michael's from Ireland, who actually is in first place. She's in prime position. She's got a couple of lengths advantage over Sylvie Morvan of Aviron Bayonnaise. It's why we've got to wait for the cameras to reveal everything. Brilliant sprint. What a sensational sprint this is in our third final from Sheila Clavin. She was leading at the 500 meter marker and she hasn't let the rest of the world catch her up just yet. Going with her though as well, we're keeping our eyes on Bridget Stender, the German from Lübeck, but across the line there, first place St Michael's, Sheila Clavin. She'll be followed by Sylvie Morvan from Aviron Bayonnaise. And at this point, we can just say congratulations once again to our winner of final 2 of the Women's C single sculls, Katrien Schoenmakers from Roy Verheineken Tor from the Netherlands. That's her just pushing off on the left-hand side of your screen from the middle pontoon as we rejoin final 3 with Carmen Rodriguez Amandio Matos of Club de Remo de Brazil coming through. And they'll be followed by Fernanda Correa of Noose Yacht and Rowing Club from Australia. So a big win, huge congratulations to Sheila Clavin of St Michael's Rowing Club from Ireland, ahead of Sylvie Morvan of Avion Bayonnais. There she is, still absolutely exhausted after that performance. Hugely impressive final couple of 100 metres. But we head back up for the start list for final 4. Nottingham Rowing Club are in lane 1, Glebe Rowing Club of Australia in 2, St Michael's back in action in lane 3, hoping to make it 2 from 2. Molesey Boat Club of Great Britain in 4, Atlanta from the United States in 5, Nautilus from the Netherlands in lane 6, Lisboa of Portugal in 7, Istanbul Korek of Turkey in lane 8. Well, there's all our scullers, you know, from the right-hand side to the left. That's our sculler from lane 1. Alison Walker of Nottingham Rowing Club. Next to her, just sitting a bit slightly back on the rest of the field, that is Jacqueline Harris of Glebe Rowing Club. And a great row there from Elżbieta Pasinska of St Michael's. I think just sitting in that second place position at the moment. But again, we'll wait for the cameras to pan around, see what the finish angle is. But it does look like momentum is with Alison Walker of Great Britain. But what a race. What a race this is turning into. Nottingham, St Michael's and our sculler in lane 5 from Atlanta, Karen Perkins. Incredibly close as we're coming up. Nottingham Rowing Club have it at the moment, but will they have it on the line? I think they just about will hold on. But it will be Atlanta who come through in second place by about half a canvas. Ahead of St Michael's, Elżbieta Pasinska of St Michael's of Ireland is pushed down into that third place position. But Nottingham Rowing Club cling on with Alison Walker holding on for that first place position as they come through. Oh. We then have the rest of the world coming through. Lane 4 will be our crew from Molesey Boat Club. That's Jessica Webb. And it should be followed by Sofia Rosa of Lisboa from Portugal.
Don't know how they will do that because there's a race coming down the course and
Well, confirmation there. Our race winner, Alison Waller of Nottingham Rowing Club. Well, final 5. We're into the second half of the Women's C Single Sculls. Tralee from Ireland are in lane 1. Cambridge Boat Club from Boston, Massachusetts, the United States of America in 2. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club are in 3. MI Rowing of Spain in lane 4. Club Ferroviario de Portugal in lane 5. Bristol Ariel of Great Britain in 6. Canned from Australia in 7. Warwick Boat Club of Great Britain in lane 8. So at the moment we do have one of our scullers capsized in one of the lanes, and we're hoping they can get back in their boat as quickly as possible. The safety launch is coming in to help them out. In the meantime, though, we send our best wishes to that sculler. Hope they're out as quickly as possible. But that does mean that sculler in lane 8, Elizabeth McAvoy of Great Britain, and Fanny Abramchuk from Bristol area will both be affected by that, which means our race leaders over on the far side of the course. We've got the likes of Cambridge Boat Club USA in the mix for the lead, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club as well, leading, and perhaps, you know, Tralee from Ireland as well in the mix as well. Or should I say actually MI Rowing from Spain. Yes, it's lanes 2, 3 and 4. That will be Cambridge Boat Club, Elizabeth Avery, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Alexandra Bidlake, and Margaret Berry of MI Rowing from Spain. Lane 6 coming through, that will be the sculler from Bristol area. Always difficult when we've got a capsize out on the water. Lane 8 coming through though, Warwick Boat Club, Elizabeth McAvoy. And of course we can hope that our sculler can get back in their boat, back in dry land as quickly as possible. Nottingham Rowing Club are on the medal pontoon. Of course they are, because Alison Waller was victorious in Final 4 of the Women's Sea Single Sculls. Congratulations, Alison, and congratulations to Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain. So they're coming through in lane 7. Hayley Bidle of Cannes Rowing Club Australia, who I think might have been the one who capsized. So that is a tremendous effort from her to get back in to the boat and across the line. Very well sculled. Or perhaps not quite. Now is obviously a great opportunity, though, to thank all of our volunteers, all of our safety boats out on the water. Without them, this regatta simply would not be able to happen and function. So important to have them, and we're incredibly grateful for all of their support that they are offering over the course of the 5 days of racing, and of course the training days as well, leading up to the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So thank you to all of those boats out on the water for your help, your assistance, and of course all of the crews on land as well. That does mean we have a slight delay in racing. Just a slight one though. We'll be back up and on time in no time. Our next race is Final 6 of the Women's Sea Single Sculls. Porsgrunn Row Club Norway in 1. London Western of Canada in 2. Club de Remo de Brasilia from Brazil in 3. Denmark represented by Roferingen KVIK in 4. Germany's Hennigsdorf in 5. Aviron Energy of France in 6. Wallingford Rowing Club of Great Britain in 7. And Hemos from Netherlands in lane 8. At the moment, we've got the camera trained on Stephanie Savoldelli of Aviron Energy, the France sculler. Just having a wee look around, making sure her bows are exactly where she wants them. Getting ready for an explosive start out of the blocks. And here we are, green lights underway here in Final 6 of the Women's Sea Single Sculls. Slight delay in racing due to a capsize in the previous race, but we are underway. Some fantastic head-on shots of all of our scullers racing here. I believe that is our Norwegian sculler, from Poskran Row Club. Exploding out of the blocks there. And then we get a great side-on view of some of our scullers. Lane 1 on the far side, that is Poskran Row Club, Annette Sjoboden. Next to her in lane 2 is the purple and orange and the white of London Western, Caroline Jager. And just a little bit further back in the green, it is Club de Remo de Brasilia, Marciana Moura Felil in lane 3. Great start from all 3 of these scullers. London Western just rating ever so slightly lower than the rest of her competitors, but long, powerful strokes there. We can take a moment, though, to appreciate Elizabeth Avery of Cambridge Boat Club from Boston of the United States of America. She's just leaving the medal pontoon, victorious in final 5 of the Women's C single sculls. She will head back to the athlete village with a wonderful medal round her neck. And we will head back to final 6 to see how this one is unfolding and how it is developing. Fascinating race, this one. 2 of our scullers out in front. So that sculler in lane 2. That is, of course, Caroline Jager of London Western from Canada. Going with her as well, though, lane 6. Aviron Energy, Stephanie Savoldelli. We saw the camera had been trained on her for a good amount of time at the beginning of the race, and here we are swooping over her head as they are well into the second half of this race. Those are your 2 leaders then at the moment. The Canadian, Caroline Jager, Stephanie Savoldelli of France, and the rest of the world just in between. The sandwich between them will give you the roll call of them. Club de Remo de Brasilia just to the left in lane 3 of London Western. No sculler from Denmark, and then just off 2 lanes across, one to the right of our French sculler is Ina Bohr Hennigsdorf from Germany. Probably sitting down in about 4th or 5th position at the moment. You know, that camera as it pans out, we get a good view of a great performance that's coming from Mariska de Vries from the Netherlands over on the left-hand side. It's always sneaky, those outside lanes. You've got to keep an eye out on them. We've seen some great finishes from lane 1 and from lane 8 as well. But at the moment, it is still advantage to London Western, but I think that advantage might be being eaten up at the moment by Stephanie Savaldel from Aviron Energy France, coming up to the line. We're into the red boys, probably about 130 metres left to go, so about 10 or 15 big strokes left to determine the winner of this race. Those 2 scullers very much separating themselves from the rest of the field as they come up to the line. 100 metres now, even less. But again, that race for 3rd, 4th, 5th is still playing out. Our camera trained on Caroline Jager from London Western of Canada. Let's see what's going to happen as we come up to the line. Here comes our French sculler, Aviron Energy, coming strong, finishing well, and it will be France. It will be Stephanie Savaldel. It will be Aviron Energy just beating Caroline Jager on the line from Canada in a spectacular finish, with our Dutch sculler Mariska de Vries of Hemus coming through just ahead of Ina Bauer of RCO Hennigsdorf from Germany. We'll then have Annette Sjoboden of Porsgrunn Row Club from Norway, with the likes of Emily Brooker from Wallingford coming through there in lane 7. Wow, goodness me. What a performance from Stephanie Savoldelli from France. Times had her leading at 500 metres, but I think that lead was just chopping and changing, just going back and forth all the way through. And at one point it looked like momentum was really with our Canadian sculler. But then at the finish line, when it mattered most, Stephanie Savoldelli of Aviron Energy from France came out on top, just under a second ahead of London Western from Canada. So the start list for final 7 then. RRC of Germany in lane 1, Moss Row Club from Norway in 2, Bedford Star from Great Britain in 3, Esteri Roma of Italy in 4, Corinthians from Brazil in lane 5, Delfster Sport from the Netherlands in 6, and Danske Studentes Row Club from Denmark in 7. Well then, into the red boys, lane 4. Francesca Grasso of Esteri Roma of Italy out in front, leading this race. Just behind her is the kit of Bedford Star in lane 3 in the Empacher. But at lane 4, up to the line, a very well orchestrated sculling race from her sees her ahead of the field, ahead of the competition, and set to finish in first place in this 7th final of the Women's C Single Sculls. Congratulations, Francesca Grasso of Esteri Roma. Absolutely obliterated the field. Again, as so often happens, one of our scullers just finishing just before the line. I think coming through in lane 4. Lane 3, I should say. I think that was the Bedford Star sculler, Rachel Armstrong, which meant that on the line she was beaten by Luciana Hagstrom-Becks of Corinthians. Coming through, we'll then have Christine Schanz of RRC of Germany. I think that's Marit Andersen of Moss Row Club Norway coming through as well. She'll be followed in lane 6 by Astrid Frank of Delfster Sport. And that is our 7th final of the Women's C Single Sculls. Esteri Roma on top then. Francesca Grasso ahead of Bedford Star, Rachel Armstrong. And we move on to our 8th and last final of the Women's C Single Scull. Last but by no means least, Danske Studentes Row Club of Denmark in 1, Lakeland Rowing Club from Great Britain in 2, Rocks of United States of America in 3, Hennigsdorf of Germany in 4, Fluvial Villa Condense from Portugal in 5, Victoria Lake of South Africa in 6, with Lee Rowing Club of Ireland in lane 7. Well, there's our winner from Final 7, Francesca Grasso, representing Esteri Roma of Italy. Congratulations to her on that performance. Now, though, we head back to the racing, because that is reaching its climax. About 250 metres left to go then on this race. And we've got a fast finishing race coming in the centre of the course. From lane 4 and lane 3, that is Silke Schultz of Heinigsdorf and Debbie Brazil of Rocks of the USA. But also, we're watching out for Sally Cudmore of Lee Rowing Club of Ireland. She's closest to us in the red and black. So we've got Ireland, fast finishing Ireland, and it looks like she's rowing through the German, rowing through the American, and she keeps on going. A quick look across tells her that she's half a length up. She was down by more than that, but here she is, managed to get a length or so's worth of racing in the past 100 metres. She's got to keep pushing right the way through to the line if she's going to hold on, because we've got a last-minute burst of speed coming from RCO Hennigsdorf, but it will be Sally Cudmore of Ireland. Silke Schultz of Hennigsdorf comes through ahead of Debbie Brazil of Rocks. And then coming through, it will be Fluvial Villa Condense, represented by Alexandra Mule. And the likes of Samantha Ayres as well coming through from Lakeland Rowing Club, Great Britain. But there's our winner, another medal for our Irish clubs. This time Sally Cudmore of Lee Rowing Club.
We had lane 4 as the second position from Hennigsdorf. We had
Confirmation there, a win for Lee Rowing Club. So we move on. We stick with women's racing, but we move to coxed fours. This is the women's F coxed fours. Lane 1, Alkmaar from the Netherlands. Then we've got the British composite in lane 2 of Bewdley Rowing Club, Worcester and Birmingham. We've then got North Suburban Crew from the United States of America in 3. Another British composite of Nottingham Rowing Club, Canterbridgian and Express Boat Club. Skibbereen and Cork come together to form the Irish composite in 5, with Corinthians in lane 6 and Chinook in lane 7. So there's our crews then from right to left, I should say. Alkmaar, the British composite. We've got North Suburban coming through there in lane 3. Next to them, perhaps just a little bit further down, it's the British composite of Nottingham, Canterbridgian and Express. I think our current race leaders are probably the first of those British crews from Bewdley, Worcester and Birmingham. But just on screen at the moment, receiving her medal is Sally Cudmore of Lee Rowing Club for winning final 8 of the Women's C Single Sculls. Congratulations to Sally and to Lee Rowing Club. She'll be heading back to Cork with a big smile on her face, much like the one she has at the moment. Now though, back with the business end of Final F. And it's the crew that over in lanes 1 and 2, Alkmaar from the Netherlands and the British composite, Bewdley, Worcester, Birmingham out in front leading this one. And it does look like it is the Dutch crew who have the advantage over the rest of the field. Probably about half a length, perhaps even more over that British composite coming up to the finish line. Next one we're just passing over is the crew in lane 3. That's our American crew from North Suburban. Right then up to the line, 3 strokes to go then. Alkmaar from the Netherlands out in front leading this one. Great performance from them. They will be followed by the British combination from Bewdley, Worcester and from Birmingham. Next up, it's fast finishing. It's the crew in lane 7. Chinook Rowing from the United States of America. And then, wow, blanket finish across the rest of the field. It looks like it is just, I think, the British combination of Nottingham, Canterbridgian and Express who are the best of the rest, but we'll wait for those official results to flash up on our screen. Awesome way to kick off the Women's F coxed fours. Well, there we have it, confirmation. Alkmaar, Bewdley, that composite from Great Britain. Chinook, Nottingham were the best of the rest. There's 4 finals of this Women's F Coxed 4, the second of which is on screen at the moment. North Suburban crew from the United States of America are in lane 1. We've got an international composite from Klaipėda Masters, Lithuania and Riga of Latvia. British composite of Upper Thames and Wallingford in lane 3. Big German composite of Ruderverein Empor, Berlin, Köpenick, Energy Berlin and Grunau. The international composite of Seattle Scullers from the USA, Iberia from Spain, Canottieri Roma of Italy and Esperia from Italy, as well as Canottieri Casal from Italy. Next to them, it is the United States represented by Chinook, and York City go in lane 7 for Great Britain. So red boys then for our crews. And our drone is flying over, and our drone looks like it is flying in the favour of the crew across in lane number 1. North Suburban Crew, United States of America. Look to be leading this one, going strong, going with them. Klaipeda Masters Riga, that international composite, sat in lane 2. And how about the crew in lane 4? Our big German composite coming from across Germany, racing incredibly well here. They're challenging for that 3rd place position. First and second, though, it's still up for grabs. The international composite from Lithuania and Latvia potentially overhauling North Suburban. What have the Americans got to offer in these final few strokes? Just a few to go. I don't think they've got any response. I think Klaipeda Masters and Riga from Lithuania and Latvia will come through. They do. First place for them. But on the line, I tell you what, did the Germans manage to sneak through the Americans on the line? Incredible finish from them. They'll be followed by the British combination of Upper Thames and Wallingford Rowing Club. And then again, another brilliant finish coming through from lane 5 and 7. Seattle Scullers, Iberia, Canottieri Roma, Esperia and Canottieri Casal. And York City in the mix as well. We'll take our breath and wait for those results to come through. And we head back to the middle pontoon because the Netherlands are there. It's Alkemaar, represented by Johanna Dracht, Marga Engel, Anna Schmidt, Yannick Escout, and Gabrielle Albers. Your winners of final 1 of the Women's F Coxed Fours. Confirmation, the Americans. North Suburban Crew just about managed to hold on there. Ahead of that German composite of Ruderverein, Empor, Berlin, Kopnik, Energy Berlin and Kruno. But the start list is up on the screen. The start list for final 3 of the Women's F Coxed Fours. Warwick Boat Club are in 1, Avalon, United States of America in 2. We've got a Czechia composite from Praha, Pradubis and Brno in lane 3. An Australian composite next to them in lane 4 of Nagambi and Hawthorn. Sarasota County Rowing Club are in lane 5 with Strathclyde Park Rowing Club in lane 6. Well, there's our camera at the moment riding with that crew in lane 1. That's Warwick Boat Club, Deirdre Mordaunt, Alicia El Haj, Jennifer Smith, Catherine Ryder and Samantha Wesley. And then just poking into view the 2 bows of 4 and 5. That's the Australian composite in 4 from Nagambi and Hawthorn. And the Americans, Sarasota County Rowing Club. And just behind them, bow 6 is Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Well, let's see then how the second half of this race unfolds. You know, just looking out the window of the commentary box, we can see the Warwick supporters. Big cheers for their crew. They're currently in the front. They're currently leading. But that race for second place between lane 4 and 5, the Australians, the Americans, it's ever so close. It is stroke for stroke, but I think momentum is just starting to swing in the favour of Sarasota County Rowing Club. Brilliant racing from the Americans as they come up towards the line. I think they've just about done it. They've overhauled Nagambi and Hawthorn to put themselves in contention for that second place spot. But I don't think anyone is going to catch Warwick Boat Club. They've got clear water with about 50 metres left to go. This is a brilliant, brilliant row. And I think it's so important for them to get themselves out in front and just separate them from that race that is quickly closing in for second place. But it will be lane 5. It will be Sarasota County Rowing Club. It will be the Americans who have just overturned Nagambi and Hawthorn, who themselves are racing for that third place spot. But out in front, let's hear it for Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain. They have been magnificent from start to finish. We've got about 4 strokes left to go from them. Tremendous. And the shouts and the support and the cheers from the bank is just brilliant from the other club mates of Warwick. Big, big cheers for them as they come across the finish line. It will then be that crew from Sarasota Nagambi and the cheers of come on the park can only suggest that that is Strathclyde Park Rowing Club through across the line after them. Our last couple of crews coming through then. And that will be Avalon. But there are our winners. Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain. Big smiles from all of them. A little dance as well going on, I think, from their Cox. A little moving and grooving of the shoulders. They are delighted with that performance, as they should be. Winners of final 3 of the Women's F Coxed Fours. And they will be heading to the medal pontoon in just a few moments' time once they've managed to navigate the other boats in the finish area. We've got one more race to go in the Women's F Coxed Fours. And then we've got, for one time and one time only, men's A coxless fours, 6 boats racing that one. But we'll come to that in a race's time. But our 4th and last race of Women's F Coxed Four is on the course, coming into the final stages. The international composite from Australia, Great Britain, and another Australian club, Perth, Evesham, and Anna from Australia. Second international composite from Canada and the United States in 2. Bedford Star Club, Milton Keynes Rowing Club in 3 from Great Britain. An American composite of Community Rowing and Riverside from the United States. Lane 5, it is another international composite, another American-Canadian international composite with Chinook Rowing Club in lane 6. There's the drone shot. That is the crew from Riverside and Community Rowing in lane 4. Just back on the rest of the field at the moment. Our race leaders, either side of them though, it's our international crew in lane 5, Chinook in lane 6, and over to the other side, I think it's the Americans, it's Calgary and the Canadians, as well as Bedford Star. And on the line, goodness me. Goodness me, we'll need to wait for the official verdict to come through there. The crews were absolutely flying up to the finish line on that one. Coming through though on the far side though. Perth, Evesham and Anna. 2 Australian clubs and a British club. They'll be followed by that crew from Riverside, from Community Rowing. Both of those crews Boston-based. And as we wait for the results from Final 4, what I can tell you is that that is Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain on the medal pontoon. Deirdre Mordaunt, Alicia El Haj, Jennifer Smith, Catherine Ryder and Samantha Wesley. Your winners of Final 3 of the Women's F Coxed Fours. Well then, we're starting to get some of the times coming through then. It was fast finishing, incredibly fast finishing, just 0.2 of a second separating our top 2 crews. But I can tell you that our winners were our international composite crew from Calgary, Martha's Mums, Rocky Mountain and Atlanta, with second place going to Mile High from USA, Montreal, Canada, Long Beach, USA, Cespel, Evessos, Hungary and Lake Washington, USA. And I think it just goes to show what happens when you can bring these international composites together. Just the level of racing, the standard of racing continues to be incredibly high. Both of those crews setting the standard in Final 4 of Women's F Coxed Fours. We stick with fours though, and we said, but for one time and one time only, we will bring you Men's A Coxless Fours. We can see them on screen just now. Lane 1, Rem Barcelona. Lane 2, Cambridge 99. Rob Roy Boat Club and Ely as well come together for a big Cambridge composite. Corinthians from Brazil in lane 3. Another British composite from the Royal Navy and from Poole. An international composite of Sarasota County Rowing Club, United States of America, and Circolo Canoteri from Peru. And in lane 6, that's them on screen at the moment. Toulouse Aviron, the distinctive orange, white and black kit going out of the starting blocks like a scalded cat. Let's see what they can do in this field. Looks like they've got the jump on their opposition just to their left of them. That's Sarasota County and Circolo Canoteri from Peru, the international composite. That, of course, is Rem Barcelona. They need no introduction. Very familiar with the medal pontoon. They've been so successful throughout this regatta. Rem Barcelona, very excited to see how they unfold over the next couple of minutes in this race. Rem Barcelona still rating high, still coming out to the starting blocks, still waiting for them to drop down onto rate. Perhaps we'll see that over the next 10-15 seconds or so. Still riding with them, though. We're coming up to the halfway point. We're probably already about 350, 400 metres into this one and only final of the men's A coxless fours. The rest of the field, though, we're with Rem Barcelona. Let's see what the Cambridge composite can do next to them in lane 3. Perhaps what Corinthians can do in lane 3. Royal Navy and Poole, that other British composite in 4. Sarasota County and Circolo Canoteri, that international composite from the United States and from Peru in lane 5. And of course, we saw them out of the blocks. They look to be in one of our top 2 positions at the moment, Toulouse Aviron. I think it's second place, though, because I think Rem Barcelona on the far side of the course. Boris Batin, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sarchev are your race leaders. They've got a length on the French crew from Toulouse Aviron, and the 2 of them are just starting to distance now from the rest of the field. Third place at the moment occupied by Corinthians from Brazil, which means it is our Cambridge composite crew from the likes of Rob Roy from Cambridge 99 and from Ely as well. Our 4th, just ahead of what looks like the other British crew from Royal Navy and from Poole. So, 250 metres left to go, less than as we hit the red buoys. Rem Barcelona have the advantage, the clear water advantage over the rest of the field. And it's a similar position for second place for Toulouse Aviron, who themselves have got 2, 3, 4 lengths on the likes of Corinthians. We can say a huge congratulations, though, to Calgary Rowing Club, to Martha's Mums, to Rocky Mountain and to Atlanta for their victory in Final 4 of the Women's F Coxless Fours. However, up to the line, there's no letting off from Rem Barcelona from Spain. What a performance, what a row from them. Completely dominant. They've absolutely blown this race apart. Up to the line, Rem Barcelona victorious in the men's A coxless fours. As we said, no letting off from them. Coming through, it will be Aviron Toulouse who come through to take second place. And Corinthians, the Brazilians, for third. They'll be followed and flanked, I should say, by both crews from Great Britain, Cambridge 99, Ely and Rob Roy, getting the better of the Royal Navy and Poole Rowing Club. And then rounding out this race will be the crew from lane 5. It will be Sarasota Rowing Club and Circolo Canoteri from Peru.
Great Britain, Royal Navy crew. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, there we go. Congratulations, Rem Barcelona. A name we're getting very familiar seeing heading to the medal pontoon. Confirmation then, it was the Spanish Rem Barcelona ahead of Toulouse Aviron, ahead of the Brazilians from Corinthians. We now move to double sculls, though. The women's A double sculls. We stick with the age category. Must be older than 27. And we will be riding with doubles for the next 5 races. The first of which is on screen, approaching the halfway mark. And we've got Delta Sport Netherlands in lane 1. Copenhagen's Row Club from Denmark in lane 2. Itzas Lagunac from Spain in lane 3. Nottingham Rowing Club go in lane 4. It's a Canadian composite from Fredericton and PEI in lane 1. Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha go in lane 6 for Great Britain. Belfast Rowing Club from Ireland in 7, with Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland in lane 8. Well, that is the crew from Great Britain. That is a crew from London. It's Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. Lane 6, they're the ones we are riding with at the moment. Katie Brooks and Jennifer Bailey. We will, of course, wait for the camera to pan round to get official confirmation, but that looks to be one of our top crews in this field at the moment. The rest of the field, though, they are just in front of us, and from right to left, that's Delftser Sport from the Netherlands, as we track across to Copenhagen's Row Club from Denmark. But at the moment, they're trailing the Spanish crew, Estas Lagunac. That first race of the women's A double sculls coming into the Red Boys. But arriving at the medal pontoon, it is Rem Barcelona, winners of the men's A coxless fours. Boris Batin, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sachev. Congratulations, gentlemen, winners of the one and only final of the men's A coxless fours, receiving their medals at the moment. We rejoin the action, though, in final one of the women's A double sculls, and it is a great performance, commanding performance from the Brits in lane 6, from London, from Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. An 8-second lead they've got over the rest of the field, and it looks like, certainly at 500 metres, it was that Irish combination from Belfast, Laura Potts and Alana O'Donovan, who occupied that second place position. We'll see if that's the case when we come up to the finish line. But what we do know is that it will be Great Britain, it will be Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha have absolutely demolished the field here in this first final of the women's A double sculls. It certainly looks like the Irish, who were in second place at 500 metres, have been overturned, but just pushed down into third place, beaten by what looks like the crew in lane 3, Itzas Lagunac, Maria Perdiguero Ruiz and Oyan Pardo. That double, yes, of course, from Belfast Rowing Club, Laura Potts and Alana O'Donovan. And they're at the moment riding with Aberdeen Boat Club, Isabel Bannister and Elizabeth Briggs, with a boat named R2D2. I can tell you what is fun is that Aberdeen will name all of their boats after the River Dee that they name on. So that's a creative one, an inventive one. R2D2 that they're racing in. So congratulations to our winners, Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha from Great Britain, winners of that first final of the women's A double sculls.
Lane 21, 32 is coming. Of lane 1, USA working outside. Second lane, Indiana. Third lane, International Castor Viking. Hitler Bentex. Lane 4, Portugal in Goa. Lane 5, Britain Aberdeen. Lane 6,
Well, I'm delighted to say I am joined by Sebastian Frank, who's back after his coffee break. He's full of energy, ready to go again. We'll be taking you through the rest of the women's A doubles before we have a quick 20-minute break before the men's D8. But this is final 2 of the of the women's A double sculls, with Rocky Mountain USA in lane 1, Hawke's Bay Bad Boys from New Zealand in 2. But it is our winners in lane 8. It's our German crew from Münchener and Alemannia who come through. Sebastian, you'll have to correct all my German pronunciation and everything that I've been doing.
No, that was good actually. So where we are? Yeah, oh, here we are. Yes. Okay. So Carina Hein of Ruder Club Alemannia Hamburg. So and then Hamburg Munich. So the Hamburg people and the Munich people get along quite well here. Franziska Zimmermann is her teammate.
Excellent. So coming through there, that's the crew from Z Club Lucerne, Switzerland, through in lane 6, ahead of the combination of Lucy Rowe and Helen Tintpulver from Aberdeen Boat Club. So we've got 5 races of these Women's A double sculls. We've just had our second one. So 3 to go, then a bit of a break before we pick up some of the 8s racing.
Yeah, so Münchener RSV means Ruder and Segelverein, so it's a sailing and a rowing club. Normally, rowing clubs and sailing clubs don't get along too well because when they share the same stretch of water, that can be tricky. So line up for final 3.
Final 3 leading off in lane 1, Gruneau from Germany, Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 2, Rocky Mountain United States of America in 3, Aberdeen Boat Club again in lane 4. Then we've got Auckland and North Shore combining for a composite crew from New Zealand in 5, Copenhagen's Row Club from Denmark in 6, Karlsruhe Viking 1879 from Germany, and Jan Lebo from Hong Kong for that international composite. And then we've got an Irish composite of Clonmel and Commercial in lane 8. And I think, if my eyes don't deceive me, it is that German crew at the top of the screen. Gruneau, if I'm getting my pronunciation correct again?
Yeah, Gruneau, that's good. Yeah, Gruneau. I mean, come on. We have 50 nations and probably even more languages together here at the World Rowing Masters 2025. So you can't have all the names right. So apology if we butcher your name too much. But yeah, we try our best and learn as we go. And here we have Scarlett Geleshun and Jessica Für, who have a clear margin of maybe some 1.5 lengths.
Yeah, over the rest of the field, but I think they're just sitting in second place, though, just behind, I think, Clonmel and Commercial. Sandra Wall and Emer Corcoran come through. They will take first place. Second for that German combination. Who's that coming through? I think that is lane 5. I think that's Auckland and North Shore.
Yeah, that's North Island of New Zealand. Great area to do both rowing and sailing, actually.
Then coming through, we've got the likes of Rocky Mountain, USA, Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland. Which means we've just got 2 finals to go.
Awesome. And then a little break, as I believe. So racing will then pick up at 4:49, if I'm correct. And so just a little breath that we can take. No, I mean, come on. You have been doing this like I have, from yesterday 12 noon, more or less relentlessly, all through those days, 3 minutes intervals. How do you feel, Fergus?
Do you know what? I'm ready for the next 3 days of racing.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I hope everyone at home around the world tuning in, enjoying our pictures. We've got 5 brilliant days of racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. As Sebastian said, crews from over 50 countries are coming together for this brilliant festival of rowing. Lane 1 at the moment for Final 4 of the Women's A double sculls. That is Akademiska from Sweden. Nottingham Rowing Club will be next to them in Lane 2. Corinthians of Brazil. Then we've got our international combination from Australia and from Poland. Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft from Germany. Lane 6 will be Clonmel and Peterborough coming together for an international composite. Friedensburg from Denmark in 7 and Poznan, Poland in lane 8.
Yeah, quite a nice mix of crews here from Europe and also Australia racing each other here. And we have some happy winners at the victory ceremony pontoon. That's indeed the crew from Clonmel and Commercial from Ireland. So congratulations for Sandra Wall and Emer Corcoran.
Yeah, big thumbs up. It's been a good sort of half hour, 45 minutes or so for some of our Irish clubs, heading to the podium across the single sculls as well.
Cool.
But a great drone shot. And I believe that is lane 5. Lane 5 coming through. That is Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft from Germany leading out, I think, ahead of the crew in lane 1. Akademiska from Sweden. They're your 2 leading crews. Clear water between both of them. And I think a great position for the Swedish crew to be in clear water over what is an incredibly tight rest of the race.
Yeah, I love when the drone shots are from 90 degrees off, you have these bow ball to bow ball pictures that we love so much, especially when you can see the whole crew, not only the tip of the boat. Here we are, approaching the last 100 meters or so of this race, of the final 4 of the women's double scull age category A, our youngest competitors here on the regatta.
Our youngest competitors, and they're putting on quite a display of sculling. That is the crew in lane 5 coming up to the line. That's the Germans at Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft coming up to the line. But we've got our eyes as well on the crew who are fast finishing on the far side. Akademiska from Sweden. What a performance. They were down and out about 200 metres out from the line. And what a surge they were able to find in that closing stages of the race to come through and take first place. Coming through then for third place will be Corinthians from Brazil, just ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain for third and fourth place respectively. And we sort of take a breath and we see the likes of the crew from lane 8. That's Poznan from Poland coming through ahead of the crew in lane 4, our international composite from Bratislava, Poland, and Essendon, Australia, just ahead of Clonmel and Peterborough.
Yeah, so here's confirmation for the win for Akademiska Roforeningen from Sweden. Well done, Anna-Luisa Volk and Natalia Dogshevitz. 0.7 of a second, less than that, separated them from the Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft crew. So it's those races that we actually love commentating as well. So here's the lineup for final 5, the women's double scull age category A: Aberdeen, Kassel, Fredensborg, and then it's Great Britain SRC. Can you tell me what that might mean?
I'll need to see what their kit is. It could be a number of them. I think it could be Starreport. It could be Sterling. There's a few S's. It could
not
be.
Star for sure, because they have their full star in the entry system. So then it's Italy, Chiusi and Roma together. Then it's Denmark, Quick and Bausmer, both from the Copenhagen area, and my home club, AG Hansa Hamburg, Germany, also in the mix.
Well, it's the crew in lane 5. I think it's the Italian combination of Chiusi and Esteri Roma who have the advantage over that British crew. Gosh, it's to my shame that I can't actually recognise which club it is. They'll be coming through in second place, though. SRC, Eleanor Miles and Anna Nicol, just behind Chiara Sacco and Francesca Grasso. Francesca Grasso, we've already seen her winning the single scull earlier on today. They come through. That is our crew in lane 6. That's our Danish composite of Bagsvard and Roforeningen KVIK. It's our crews in lanes 2 and 1 respectively from Kassel Rudergesellschaft and Aberdeen Boat Club. And they'll be followed.
Yeah, stopping before the line. That was the boat from Hamburg here. AG Hansa Hamburg, Laura Gnutke, Christina Axer. Only now they cross the line. Yeah, Chiara Sacco and her teammate is Francesca Grasso, scoring the win here. Some 2 lengths clear of the rest of the field.
Great performance from them, and that'll be another medal for Francesca Grasso. Of course, winning in her single not so long ago. So we're waiting for that crew to head to the medal pontoon, but we do have a break in racing now. Sort of our afternoon block of racing. I suppose if this was at Henley Royal Regatta, we might call this tea time.
Well, could I have some strawberry and cream, please?
We can see what we can sort out. We'll see what they've got in the Banyoles club. But then this afternoon we can look forward to some racing in the men's D8. 3 races of those before the women's D coxed 4s. 4 of those finals before heading into the men's G quads just after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, lovely. It's been overcast the whole day. Actually,
looking out of our window of our little container here, it's looking worse on the screen than it actually seems to be outside in reality. And to be honest, the racing conditions have been glorious all day, right? Just a little ripple from the wind on the water, so no technical challenges today. Yesterday we had quite a tough tailwind in the first half of the afternoon, and then quite a bit of headwind in the second half. But here we are with some medal winners and someone blocking our view.
Well, we were hoping to see Akademiska, Anna-Louise Volk and Natalia Dokeski from Sweden, who won the fourth final.
Yeah, actually what I do at the pontoon also is to check identities. We now have a wonderfully printed identity card with the picture and everything on it. But of course we want to make sure that the athletes that are in the system are also matching with the athletes that have won the race. So no cheating possible here.
Absolutely
so make
not.
sure if you have another person in your 8 that you do the crew change correctly. The crew change pavilion now being near the incoming pontoons, no longer in the accreditation center, but it's an easy procedure of just a few minutes. So please do it. Not to have any surprises at the victory ceremony.
Absolutely. Well, those were our closing shots. We can see them just pushing off our winners from Italy of final 5 of the Women's A double sculls from Chiusi and Esteri Roma, Chiara Sacco and Francesca Grasso, our final winners of this afternoon's session. But we will be back just before 10 to 5 at 16:49 Banyoles time for the first of our races in the men's D8s.
So we'll be silent for about 7 minutes now.
Com tenim temps, doncs anunciarem els noms d'aquests esportistes del 8 masculí en categoria D. Tal com hem quedat, al carrer número 1 tindrem el combinat Helios, Marítim, Nàutic, d'Arenys de Mar, la Ràpid, Aragon, Remo, Rem Emporium i Rem Barcelona, i els seus tripulants són en Joan Carles Calàvia, en Rubén Loriente, en Xavier González Rojas, en Juan Empordanès Delgado, en Lluís Barceló, en Carlos Millán, en José Labarta, l'Andreu Gasparí i la timonera és la Natàlia Male. Seguim amb els de casa i estem a la línia 4 i tenim aquí el Nàutic de Tarragona, el Banyoles i el Nàutic d'Amposta, el nostre equip català de 6, i els seus components són en Jordi Artema, en Genaro Pérez, en Didier Calor, en Víctor Argentó, en Salvador Martí, en Jaume Casellas i el timoner és el Xavi Vinyoles. La línia el Corinthians del Brasil i tenim en Bruno Pierri, en Marcelo da Silva, Daniel López, José Silveira, Miguel Carvalho, Claudio Morales, Silvio Robert, Pereira i el timoneu és Hernando da Silva.
Cruz and Christopher Bull. So we're ready for the start of this race. And we'll have about we will have three finals of the men's D8, D 50 years or 50 to 54. We will have three of those finals.
So, welcome back to the live action. Welcome back to the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025 in Banyoles, in Catalonia, and of course also in Spain, in the northeast of Spain. We have the men's D8 coming up. Here's the lineup. It's Helios. Different clubs from Spain, at least 6 different clubs in this boat in lane 1, and lane 2 is Ireland. Also 5 clubs involved. Macross is the first one to appear here. Then France, Région Grand Est. This is the crew on your picture right now. They always boat very competitive teams, as do the Spanish, I must say. And of course, not to underestimate the Irish as well. So here we are with the other Spanish crew from Tarragona, from Banyoles, and from Amposta. So that's... that's of course the international crew in lane 6, Osnabrück, Schwerin, Cambridge, USA, Sorø, Denmark, Hamburg, Ardingly, and Kiel. Start has been given. And good rowing style by these guys, but of course they also have the experience here. Yeah, it's always good to see an 8 coming from the pontoon, and I must say I like this perspective, I like this view. From behind you can see the teamwork so well, the 8 being like the symbol of teamwork for many non-rowers as well. And it's so beautiful, the feel when you really accelerate that boat together. It's not easy to stay clean, and these guys, they manage excellently here on the first stretch. And they are highly competitive, so no one really sticking their bow out in front. Maybe just a little bit the Irish crew in the green from that beautiful island in the Atlantic, really, really now pushing hard. Some difficulties here in the crew on lane 1. The Spanish from Helios, Maritime, Arenus de Mar, Rapita, Aragon Remo, and Rem Emporium, as well as Rem Barcelona. So they drop out of this competition quite early on. But the other Spanish crew now taking over the lead. It's Nautic Tarragona, Banyoles, Nautic Amposta, powering away. And yeah, the start is like a power 10. And then if you continue to row, maybe another 20 or so, and then maybe settling into a good race rhythm. And they have done that beautifully. So nearest competitors is the international crew between Germany, Denmark, and Great Britain and USA in lane 6. They try to not let the Spanish get away with this. Région Grand Est a length down on the leading 2 crews. It seems to me quite a good boat speed in the international crew on the left-hand side of your picture. So let's see how this pans out here. Lanes 4 and also lanes 6. So lane 4 in the lead, half a length up on the rest of the field. Let's not count out the Irish in lane 2 as well. So this is a fantastic start of this late afternoon session here during tea time. I'm having a tayat, which is the Catalan version of a coffee with a little bit of milk, of an espresso with a little bit of milk. Well, what a power 10 here from the Spanish. And the audience is just delighted here on site, seeing the Tarragona, Banyoles and Amposta club crew winning this race by a length. And what a power 10, what a power 20 they had on the last 250. The international crew in lane 6 getting second place ahead of the Irish. And then it's Région Grand Est coming in third. Fourth place will go to the other Spanish crew from Helios, etc. And then the Corinthians from Sao Paulo in Brazil coming in sixth place. Yeah, well, that was a good way to start off the afternoon session. Excellent rowing from all 6 crews. The win going to the Spanish combination of Tarragona, Banyoles, and Amposta. Yeah, you can see how quickly that bank approaches when you come on with nearly 30 kilometers per hour speed, because that's the speed that the 8s get. And then you have to stop really quickly after you finish past the finish line. Nautic Tarragona and the other clubs involved winning this race. So here we are already with the second heat of this, the second final of the men's D8. Altogether we will have 3. So this is between Copenhagen, Denmark, then it's the international between Estonia and Latvia, Baltic states combining. Then we have Great Britain, Black Sheep, Star and Bristol Ariel. On lane 3. Lane 4 is international between the Czech Republic and the Netherlands. Lane 5, it's Spain again, Remo Dominio and Remo Vigo. And then in lane 6 we have Willem Drey and Het Sparta. So the also quite competitive Dutch combinations here. And again, we have 3 boats that try to make an early impression here in this race. It's lanes, let me double check. Lanes, well, that's really hard to gauge from my monitor, actually. Get this round. Yeah, it's definitely the Dutch in lane 6. Then also trying to follow them is the crew from Estonia and Latvia, I believe. No, lane 4 is actually the German combination. And then the international combination from Praha, the Netherlands, and yeah, also Olomouc. So here we have the full picture, and it's indeed the Czech and Netherlands crew, the international in lane 4, that's leading, just ahead of the Dutch. This is a really tough competition, and I think the Dutch now have gained some momentum. Their boat is creeping up to the leading crew ever so slightly, and then in 3rd place, hanging back just a little bit, we have the crew from Great Britain. Yeah, so great stuff here. It's the crew from, actually it's this crew from Spain, and it's a win here for the international crew, just ahead of Willem Drey and Het Sparta, so just ahead of the Dutch. Coming in 3rd, it was the Spanish crew in lane 5. So these 3 crew well clear of the rest of the field. Now lane 1 coming in, that's Denmark ahead of international, Estonia and Latvia together. And the 6th place overall is between is the Great Britain crew of Black Sheep, Star and Bristol Ariel. Yeah, so the Banyoles Club colors on the rowing singles of the victorious crew of the first race in the men's D8, and we congratulate Nautic Tarragona, Banyoles and Club Nautic Amposta with Jordi Arteman, Javier Boix Angelats, Gennaro Perez Suarez, Daniel Izen Pascual, Didier Escalon, Victor Argento Morales, Salvador Martí Puig, Jaime Casellas Gratacos, and finally Francesc Vinolas Masegur, butchering these names, but paying them tribute because they just rowed really, really well. 3rd and last final of the men's D8 underway between Portugal, USA, international, that's Germany and Denmark and Czech Republic teaming up, also Spain on board. Then in 4 it's Germany again between Berlin and Leipzig and Pirna. And then it's Ireland in lane 5, and then it's Spain again, Tortosa, Versales and Potejos also in the mix. Yeah, let's look at the leading crews. Difficult to gauge. This is the camera from the halfway mark, but I believe it should be lane 4 that has taken the lead at this point. And lane 4 would be the international combination of Praha, of Vara from the Netherlands, of Jiskra Trebon of Czech Republic, Olomouc, Czech Republic, and De Laak, the Netherlands. So lane 3 in this race is another international crew. They might Yeah, so that's lane 3, trying to gauge this, and they have really done well also, and that's the combination of Ruderclub am Wannsee Berlin, Bremen 82, Lübeck, Banyoles, Copenhagen, and Copenhagen's Row Club, and also Brno from the Czech Republic. So lane 3 in the lead, and then it's really close between lanes 5 and 4. So in the foreground we have the Irish crew of Shandon, Belfast, Commercial, Cork, Neptune, Shannon and Belfast again, trying to hang on to that second place and maybe close the gap to the leading crew, but everyone is already on the last 250 meters stretch. Coming clear of the rest of the field is the Irish here in the green colors, but a clear win for the international combination from Germany, Denmark, Czech Republic and Spain ahead of the Irish. And then in lane 1 it was the third place for the Portuguese, followed by Germany and then followed by USA, Cambridge and Palm Beach teaming up. Last crew to come in is the other Spanish crew in this race, Club de Rem, Tortosa, Versales and Pontejos.
Then we had, coming in second place, the composite from Ireland, many different clubs there. The composite, then the quadruple, then we were set as the quadruple as the third one. Then composite from Germany, the composite from USA in sixth position, and then last position in fifth position. The last one was the composite from Tortosa, Versailles, and UK.
So let's have a look at the next races to come down the course. So we are already in the women's D coxed 4 category. First of all, we congratulate the winners, of course, of the third final of the men's 8, and that was the crew of Wannsee, etc. So the German, Czech and Spanish and Danish combination in lane 3, even getting out of their boat. So now let me introduce you to the crews that race in the final one of the women's D coxed 4. Warwick GB in 1. International between Germany, Belgium, Canada and USA in lane 2. Then international again between Switzerland, USA and Latvia in 3. Thames for Great Britain, Thames Rowing Club in 4. Chinook USA in 5. Then San Jeronimo for Spain in 6. And finally Nottingham in 7. All 7 boats on the course, and it looks to me as if the Spanish crew of San Jeronimo has the edge here in this race. Yeah, so clearly that's the case here in the middle of your picture now, accelerating their boat beautifully. But it's indeed the crew from the USA, I believe. So difficult to see from the drone perspective. Indeed, it's the crew on lane 5. So Chinook with Lisa Galo, Summer Landreth, Emily Headland, Deborah Bailly and Christina Kale. So the coxswain in this case is lying in the bow of the boat as a meter for the speed and also for the stroke rate, and giving some indications. But in this race also the rowers can see where they are in relation to the competition, And we are again on the last 100 or 150 meters, the red buoys indicating the last 250 on this beautiful course here, the 1992 Olympic race course for canoeing and for rowing. Long strokes here from the Chinook crew. They build on their lead, coming well clear of the rest of the field. Nearest contenders on the far side is the crew internationally from Germany, Belgium, Canada, and USA. They're very competitive too and trying to sneak closer, but it's just a few strokes to the line, so it's going to be a win for the crew from Chinook, from USA, ahead of the international crew in lane 2. Then quite a bit of open water. Right, so here happy winners in the men's 8. Congratulations to these gentlemen winning the men's D8, the third final, and that's Klaus Alterner, Bernhard Stomporowski. I think he's not on the boat, but some replacement probably. Michal Wabrozek, Jörn Imke, Michael Buchheit, Wilhelm Tal-Drechsel, Bo Westergaard, and Jakob Nielsen, as well as Marina Garcia Alsina. That should be the coxswain. So here we are with the winners. Confirmation, Chinook winning ahead of the international combination in lane 2. Excellent racing. Second final of the women's D coxed 4, Cork and Belfast rowing clubs for Ireland in 1, Malo GB in 2. Then Portugal with Barreiro and Nova Rowing Club in 3, Région Grand Est for France in 4, Aberdeen for Great Britain in 5, and Corinthians Sao Paulo in 6. So this is the bow of the crew from Malo, Great Britain. Really low rate of striking, but they seem to have found a good pace here, and push and push and push. So coming clear of the halfway, they have a length and a half on the nearest contender, one of them being Région Grand Est from France, going for second place and maybe trying to close the gap. Yeah, no, you can see the yellow bow coming closer to the stern of the white boat of the crew from Malo. Yeah, some hard work being done here. It's a little bit different when you have a coxswain lying in the bow. Some boats even have a stern steering. That's true for the crews from Aberdeen. Obviously, J5. That's lane 5 for Aberdeen. They have a stern steered boat in fourth position at the moment. So all positions laid out relatively clear, with the leaders being Malo, followed by Région Grand Est, and then Cork and Belfast rowing clubs from Ireland following in third. And then let's see how the rest of the field will perform on the final stretch of water here on Lake Banyoles. Yeah, so we had a small but very dedicated crowd every day here, all day today as well, at the finish line. So that's giving you the background noise, if you will, the background support for the athletes. That's a really nice thing. You can buy some drinks and food here in the finish area and just sit quite comfortably and watch the racing action. A win for Malo ahead of Région Grand Est in second place, and then third place will be going towards Ireland. So this is the boat from Aberdeen coming in. Good style of rowing here and excellent coxing, obviously. So yeah, Corinthians should also be coming in a minute. But let's look at the left side of the screen. There we have the winning crew of final 1, and that's the Spanish crew. Sorry, that's of course Chinook from USA, Lisa Galo, Summerlanders, Emily Headland, Deborah Bailey, and Christina Kale. Congratulations. Yeah, so here's the results. Clear win for Marlow ahead of Região Grande Est, Cork, Aberdeen, Portugal, and the Corinthians from Sao Paulo, from Brazil. We catch a race at the start. How lovely is that? Here we have the ladies from Tilburg. Right, so start has been given. Right, so here we have a nice view across the course. Right, so St Andrew Boat Club in this race for Great Britain in 1, Avalon USA in 2, Champion the Thames from Great Britain in 3. Then we have Ludwigshafen and Karlsruhe, Alemannia, and Speyer in 4 for Germany. International between Austria and Great Britain in 5. Aberdeen again on lane 6. Quite a tight-knit field here, at least between 4 boats in lanes 1 in lane 4, I believe, and then also in lane 5 and 6. Yeah, so that's the case. Lane 4 now pushing hard to get in front, get ahead, and that's the crew from Germany, from Ludwigshafen, Karlsruhe, and Speyer. Michaela Meyer, Claudia Zierscholka, Corinna Bachmann, Elke Müsel, and Eva Hohoff. So they try to build on that early lead, early push, but also there's a challenge from the crew from Aberdeen down here in the club colors of Aberdeen, which are purple and white, and the Aberdeen ladies, they push, and they might even have taken the lead at this stage. Some happy winners from the previous race here at the victory ceremony Pontoon. Yeah, so that was the Marlow crew, I believe. So sorry for the little hiccup here. Somehow I'm missing some papers, but not for this race. I have them with me here, so it's a really good race again, still between the combination from the international, sorry, not the German combination to the left of your picture. That's between Mannheim, between Karlsruhe, Ludwigshafen, and Speyer. And then to the right, it's the Aberdeen ladies overrating the Germans at just a in a very slight way. In the background, you see the finish tower, so it's just 100-meter stretch now left in this race. Can the Aberdeen ladies catch the Germans on the line? It looks to me that the Germans have a very slight margin here of maybe a canvas ahead of the Aberdeen crew, who seem to be fading just a little bit here. So this is K4. This is the bow of Ludwigshafen, Karlsruhe, and Speyer, who take the win a little less than a length ahead of the really bravely fighting Aberdeen ladies. Third place will go to the crew from Austria and Great Britain, between Ruderverein, then Upper Thames and Wallingford. And then on lane 1, coming in fourth place was St Andrew Boat Club, followed by Avalon USA. So there was champion of the Thames, and then Avalon USA. Yes, very good race here between all 6 crews. And here we have the winning crew with Ludwigshafen, Karlsruher Rheinclub Alemannia and Rudergesellschaft Speyer on board. Confirmation again. And in the end, it was nearly a length for the Germans ahead of the British-Scottish crew from Aberdeen. So here's the lineup for Final 4 in the women's D category. And Final 4 is between St. George Rowing Club and UTS from Australia in 1, Marlow GB in 2, Alkmaar from the Netherlands in 3, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt for Australia in 4, and then Bewdley for GB in 5, and finally North Suburban crew from USA in 6. Again, 6 crews, and we have the crew on lane 3 leading this field just ahead of lane 4. That means that we have Alkmaar, the Netherlands, well, half a canvas up on the fast approaching Aussie crew from Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt. So let's see how this comes on the second half, how this will end up in at the finish line. It seems to me that the Australian bout now has gathered some momentum here. Long strokes from the 4 ladies here, and their boat speed is a little better than the one from the Alkmaar from the neighboring lane. So we have some 300 meters left in this race. Who's gonna win this? Yeah, also lane 1 still in the mix, the other Australian crew. That's the picture of them. St. George Rowing Club and UTS, Kirsty Edwards, Christine Phillips, Gillian Campbell, Monique Heinke and Jacqueline Pelly. Yeah, lane 1 just ahead of lane 4. This the Aussies battling out between each other. So the Australian Championships here on the Lake Banyoles, if you will. And it's a really close fight going back and forth between these 2 crews. We will we will be having the full picture in just a minute. Long strokes here from the crew in lane 1. That's St. George Rowing Club and UTS. And they have now built on their initial sprint and had a good last 200 meter stretch. So 3/4 of a length win here for Australia 1 ahead of Australia 2, if you will. So for Australia, that's St. George Rowing Club and UTS beating Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt. They have the second place. So this is the winning crew from the previous race, I believe. Happy medal winners. And that is the crew from Ludwigshafen Ruderverein, Ruderclub Alemannia Karlsruhe, and Ergi Speyer, and Michaela Meyer, Claudia Ciszolka, Corinna Bachmann, Elke Müsel, and Eva Hohoff. These were the athletes on board. Here's confirmation: St. George Rowing Club and UTS winning this third heat, this final 4, sorry, in the women's D coxed 4. Here's the lineup for the next race, and we come from sweep rowing to sculling, and we have the men's G4s finals. Final 1, Ardingly GB in 1, then Kaiku together with Sevilla and Santiago Tarak for Spain in 2. Then we have an international combination of the Netherlands, Belgium and France in 3. Then Aviron Agatois from France in 4. Newark Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club GB in 5. Middelfart and Foureseux for Denmark in 6. Canberra and Nagambie for Australia in 7. And Bradford on Avon and Llandaff, as well as Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in 8. So a full field here. And yeah, the race is already over. So we took this race relatively late. Apologies for that. It's not nothing we can do about it, but it was obviously a great race, especially I believe for the crew in lane 4, but let me get you the final results in this category. Yeah, so here we are with the winning crew. It was the crew from Newark, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, and so Thomas Woodman, Keith Lawton, Nigel Price, and Graham Price. They will be having a good celebration tonight in the food court area, with all the drinks and food that is on offer there. Here we have them on your screen. So it's a big screen here as well in the food court area. So if you want to follow the racing action from there, that's a good possibility. So coming up next is final 2 of this category here. Lineup following pretty soon. So we have Katoba from USA in 1, then we have Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania and Viking Berlin together in 2. Then we have Tees in 3, Belfast in 4, Corinthians in 5, Star Club from Great Britain in 6, Région Grand Est in 7, and from Spain, Kirolac, Union Remo Kirolac. Yeah, so again, we have H category G here. So, good competition. We can see 2 boats here nearly entering the last stage here. The last 250 opening up when you reach the red buoy row. And then you can count the strokes down, maybe 30 strokes to the finish line. And it's 2 crews in lanes 6 and 7 as well in lane 1. Also quite quite within the mix here, but definitely lane 7. That's the crew from Région Grand Est. They have a little margin here, and you can see that they try to get away from the challengers in lane 6, that being the Star Club crew from Great Britain. So here we have Région Grand Est, good sculling, good blade work there between Crépel, François Crépel might be the stroke here, but they are under pressure. Look at the bow of the Star Club boat coming nearer and nearer, but it's too late. The sprint coming a bit too late here. Half a length was the margin for Région Grand Est, just ahead of Star Club, and then on the far side we have the crew from Katoba of USA, and then very close between lanes 2, 3, and 4. So the Berlin crew in 2, Tees, Great Britain in 3, and Belfast in 4. Yeah, so this is the winning crew of the previous final. We congratulate the crew from Newark and Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. That is Thomas Woodman, Keith Lawton, Nigel Price, and Graham Price. Yeah, so this is confirmation of Région Grand Est winning the final 2, and now we move on to final 3 in just a minute. The lineup, it's Italy in lane 1, Canottieri, Retica, Irno, and Lazio together. Then in 2, it's Caen, Calvados, and Rouen, so from the Normandy area, I believe. In 2, France, and then Banyoles, the whole club crew from Banyoles in lane 3, champion the Thames, Great Britain in 4, Chinook, USA in 5, then international between Germany and Poland in 6, and then in 7, Exeter, Wimbledon, Dart Totnes, and Starport for GB, and Mitsubishi Japan completing the field in lane 8. Who's in the lead? Looks to me lane 5 in the lead here. That's Chinook. think I skipped them in the lineup. So Chinook looking good, but also lane 7. Look at the crew from the Great Britain here, and they win it narrowly ahead of lane 1. So Great Britain just ahead of the Italians, and then the other crews coming in a relatively tight-knit field here for the places 3 to 5. Then we have the crew from France, Caen and Rouen together on lane 2. So that is the crew from Banyoles that has finished their race, I believe. Yeah, so all crews, I believe, are across the line. And so we're going to have the full results table in just a minute. It's a really exhausting race. It's very fast, so you can spend a lot of energy on the 120 strokes that it might take you from start to finish. Happy winners, Région Grand Est. That is François Crepel, Philippe Bredy, Jean-Paul Zucca and Hervé Bourquel. Félicitations to the crew from France. Right, here's confirmation. Exeter and the other clubs winning the final number 4. And here's the next race already coming to the halfway mark. And it's the lineup between Tees, Great Britain, River City, USA, Bærum for Norway in 3. Then the Portuguese crews in lane 4, lane 5 for international between Lithuania and Latvia. And then Switzerland in 6, Australia, Essendon and Mossman rowing clubs in 7, and finally in lane 8, again, Great Britain. So lane 7 looking good here, that's Mossman and Essendon, so the Australians doing a great job, but also lane 2 looking strong. Lane 2, that's River City from USA. So these two seem to be nearly level, if I gauge correctly, across the buoys. And again, we are nearly entering the last 250 meters. High rates of striking, especially on the left side of your picture. They're upping the rate, and that's the signal that you can give when you see the first red buoy. That is around 30 strokes. So lane 7 looking strong. Mossman and Essendon rowing clubs. Competition still there from the crew in lane 1. Which is Tees, I believe. Yeah, good rowing in the foreground from the crew from Australia. So Australia and on the far side, lane 1 are battling it out for the win here. I think Australia looking quite good there. And on the left side of your picture, we have the winning crew of the previous final, Exeter, Wimbledon, Dart Totnes and Starport Boat Club. And we have Peter Atkinson, Stuart Harries, David Burns and Duncan Gwilliam that received the medals here. Right, so quadruple scull racing, the fastest sculling boat class actually. So really great to see quite big fields here. So next race up, while we watch the winning crew from down under, catching their breath, but having enough power to wave into the camera. That's great. Hopefully you're tuning in here, even if you're at home down under. So here we are with final 5 of the men's quadruple scull G. It's Germany, Erster Kieler Ruder Club in 1, Auckland, New Zealand in 2, Worcester, Great Britain in 3, Rocky Mountain, USA in 4, Norwich GB in 5, international between Spain, Argentina, and Brazil in 6. 7 is Italy, different clubs. 8 is the Portuguese Barreirense and Artejo. And at the moment, we have a leader, clear leader this time of the international crew, Trasmerano, Rio Paraná Corrientes, Corinthians, and Buenos Aires clubs together. They seem to be leading this field quite nicely here, but competition still on, still hot from the lane neighbors at least, and that's the Norwich crew. They still have hopes of winning this race. 200 meters to go. They up the rate and try to gather some momentum here, but I think the international crew has seen this coming and responds. Yeah, so the drone picture from the 90 degrees angle off confirms this. It's a length and 3/4 for the international combination that has been rowing in the leading position all the way from the start, and now they have also established a good rhythm, getting them well clear of the competition. So it's going to be a win for the crew around Andres Fernandez Madero, Agustin Garay, Mario Diaz-Flor, and Omar Ferrari. All of these gentlemen, we have seen them before. Some of them we have seen at the victory ceremony pontoon, and they score a really nice win here, just ahead of the Norwich crew. Then third to come in is the crew from Italy, followed by lane 1, that is Erstequila Ruder Club on the far side of the course. And we have lane 2 coming in, that's New Zealand, Auckland Rowing Club. And then a few more crews coming in. Next should be Rocky Mountain, I believe. Yeah, excellent racing here in this men's G quad. This is the crew on lane 8, so Club Naval Barreirense and Artejo clubs. Portuguese combination crossing the line, and on the left-hand side we just saw the winner of the previous seat. That was the crew from Mossman and Essendon, Timothy Josefovich, Mark Williams, Stuart Alsop, and William Nugent. Congratulations. Right, Trasmerano winning this race with the other clubs on board. So final 6 of the men's G quadruple sculls between Chinook, USA in 1, Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain in 2, then Argentina, different clubs in 3, Maidenhead GB in 4, Viking Berlin and Dnipro, Ukraine in 5, so international, then Malo GB in 6, Stockholm's and Ljungby, so Sweden and Denmark international in 7. That's the 7-boat field. Yeah, they really love to race, these gentlemen, all born, most of them born in the 1950s, and still eager to compete and keep themselves fit. That's what I love about the Masters rowing scene. You start at 28 as a relatively young guy when you don't want to row elite anymore, and then you can row on. The oldest competitor that we have seen so far, I believe, is 96. So 96. So that's a really wide range of age groups that you can row through in your life. So yeah, just stick with it. Every muscle from the earlobe to the little toe is moved in the beautiful sport of rowing. Talking about beautiful racing there, it's lane 2, I think, scoring a win in this heat here in this final, and it looks to be going the way for Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain, winning this just ahead of the Chinook crew in lane 1. We're going to give you the full list of competitors here. Some, again, stop their rowing early. Right, so yeah, we are into the category G men's quadruple sculls, and here we have the winners of the previous final between Spain, Argentina, and Brazil. So we have the crew from Transmirano, Rio Paraná, Corrientes, Corinthians, and Buenos Aires. So Andres Fernandez Madero, Agustin Garay, Mario Diaz Flor, and Omar Ferrari. Confirmation of the win of Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain in final 6. And here we are with final 7 at the halfway mark. So final 7 between Marlow, GB in 1, Armidale, Australia in 2, Nottingham and other clubs for GB in 3, Germany, Schwerin and other clubs in 4, Norske for Norway in 5, and in lane 6 we have an international combination between USA and Great Britain. So this is the crew. Sorry, lane 7, of course, Breda and Damas. So that was the crew we just had on our screens. So the last of the men's G categories quads, final 7. And it looks to be developing in a beautiful final sprint here. We love that when crews really fight stroke by stroke. Some steering issues there for the white crew in lane 4. Because that's what you don't want to do. Hit the buoys or the boys, wherever you come from. Good race, though, from the crew in lane 7, and that's indeed the crew from the Netherlands. Jan Bruyn, Johannes Bielderman, Sander Verheugt, and Frank Verhulst, who look to be winning this race. They can just look over their right shoulder, controlling the race beautifully, and heading towards the finish line, which is going to be in some 20 seconds from now, maybe even less for the Dutch crew. 2.5 lengths probably or more is their margin over the nearest challenger in this race. Looks to be lane 4, the next one, the Germans from Schwerin, Hennigsdorf, Energie Berlin, and Schmöckwitz. Yeah, so lane 7 winning this one. And I believe it was indeed the Germans that scored rank 2 in this race, and then their lane neighbors from Great Britain, Derwent, Nottingham, Quinton, and Nottingham again in rank number 2 and placed third, of course. Yeah, so it has been a long day so far. We started at 8 actually. And with every 3 minutes a race coming down towards us, it's quite a challenge for both the commentators here on the stream, for our video crew, and also for our tower announcers here, which deliver the on-site sound today. Yeah, the last strokes here, I can't identify this crew. Unfortunately, the bound number is missing. And with 3,500 athletes from some 800 or 900 clubs, I also don't know the club colors here. Yeah, so safely across the line. But this is for sure the winning boat. The winning boat from Roeivereniging Breda and De Maas from the Netherlands. So Jan Bruyn, Johannes Bielderman, Sander Verheugt, and Frank Verhulst. Yeah, looking quite satisfied with their row. Nearly 2 lengths up on the German crew in second place, and Derwent came in third. So moving to a smaller boat category here in the men's J and M age categories in the double sculls. And so in the first heat, we have the crew from the international crew between Lima and Alicante, so Peru and Spain together. Then we have international again, Great Britain and Australia in 2. Then we have Great Britain, Dart Totnes in 3, Christiania Norway in 4, Willamette Rowing Club USA in 5, La Marina from Argentina and Rockland USA International in 6. That's the 6 crews coming down towards us, all of them from the J category. Yeah, all J categories, so born in the 1940s and still eager to compete. you have my greatest admiration, and I hope to be as fit as you guys when I reach that age. That's about 20 years from now. So, yeah, best of luck to you guys out there on the water. Very close final between lanes 1 and I believe it was lane 4, also looking good. So the Norwegians and the crew from Lima and Alicante together. Let's wait for the confirmation there. Yeah, I think at this age it's also about friendship and celebrating that friendship every year. We keep training and we have an appointment 1 year from now. We want to race at the next World Rowing Masters Regatta. So the next World Rowing Masters Regatta, by the way, is of course in Bled next year in Slovenia. Another beautiful venue actually to look forward to. And Bled also has a booth here on the venue, so make sure you drop by. Our friend Jarni is there at the booth and will provide you with all the necessary information on how to get to Bled and how to book accommodation probably for next year. So another heat in the J category coming down. It's Detroit Boat Club and Ann Harbor, USA in 1, Mitsubishi Japan in 2, Christiania and Drammen Row Clubs for Norway in 3, Tees for Great Britain in 4, Calgary and Gold Coast Masters, so Canada and Australia together in 5, and Lady Victoria Boat Club and Lagan Scullers for Ireland in 6. Looks quite spread out here. Lane 2 looks strong, so sorry, that's lane 3 actually. Lane 1 looks strong as well. So lane 1 would be the USA crew of Alan Bauer and James Monty. Lane 3, the challengers from Norway, Torstein Rekkedal and Stein Hoff, veterans of not only the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Just to remind me, we are on the 51st edition of this event, World Rowing Masters Regatta. So it's impressive stuff that many these athletes will actually have done many of the past events, and yeah, still eager to collect a medal. Great rowing here in the men's J category. 80 years of age and still eager to race, and crossing the line in first place is indeed the crew from USA, Detroit Boat Club and Ann Arbor Rowing Clubs, followed by the crew from Norway. And then quite a bit of open water to the following crews. We've been blessed with no rain today, actually, although the clouds always seemed threatening. Maybe a few drops here and there, but as a North German, I wouldn't call that rain. Just a slight drizzle here and there, but generally also the conditions out on the water very much to the liking of the athletes, especially in the smaller boats, of course. Yeah, so hard to gauge where you are on this wide lake, but just remember when you have red buoys still to your left and right, you should keep on going until you see no more red buoys. That's how it is on this lake here. Yeah, beautiful surroundings, the Pyrenees not being far away, and also the Costa Brava coast not being far away. So that was the same in 1992 when we had the Olympic racing action going on this lake during the Barcelona Olympic Games. Then again in 2004, so 2004, we had the World Rowing Championships for juniors and the non-Olympic boat classes in that year. And we have quite a number of athletes coming back to this venue this year to compete. And we invite all of these athletes tomorrow to have a little celebration on the stage in the athletes area and at the food court. And of course, everyone else is invited to join that celebration, a big celebration of sport. Right, so here we are already with the next next race. Yeah, so I'm a bit confused. Just working on the screen like you are. V6 is the bow number for Poznania, Poland, and Krefeld, Germany. So Boguslav Chwalic and Werner Busch from the K category racing here. Born in around 1940, all of these guys. So 85 years. These gentlemen, of course, and it's just lovely to see them racing and keeping on the race spirit over all those years of competition. K category, a full lineup of 6 boats. That's just gorgeous. That's just amazing. Yeah, so lane 2 was missing in this race. They did not start. All the rest were there, so we will have confirmation of the results. So if you see a crew crossing before the red buoy, so on the course side of the red buoy, that's not correct. So yeah, please watch out for the red buoy and turn around between the red buoy and the bank. Yeah, so here we are with the next start list. Casitas Rowing, River City on lane 1, Aldo Luis of Brazil in lane 2, Mitsubishi Japan in 3. We are now moving on to the L category. And yeah, so Cambridge, USA and Warsaw, Poland teaming up for the 4th crew in this race. But on our big screen, we have indeed the crew from Brazil, Luis Dutra de Melo and Odilon Maia Martins. This is the crew from Japan, Mitsubishi. So that's Tsurukai Hisaya and Magami Yasunari. Still moving their boat quite well and trying to make some progress towards the finish line. Caught by our drone flying overhead. Yeah, stretching and also power training is still important when you're racing, no matter what age you are. And these athletes still do a lot of that, I believe. Yeah, pretty much spread out in this L category. That's the field, but it's a great view actually to see 4 crews in one of our oldest age categories here. Yeah, again, the good teamwork in this crew. Let me confirm who we have here. I think that is again, yeah, that's again the Brazilian crew that have a few meters to row still. So it was not the Japanese crew, but the Brazilian crew, which we had on our drone pictures. So this crew from Brazil crossing the line with quite a margin on the rest of the field. Then it's the internationals here. Yeah, so crossing the line on lane 1 was the crew from Casitas and River City Rowing Clubs from USA, Josef Czech and Don Tannhauser. And this is the crew from Mitsubishi, the 2 gentlemen, Hisaya Tsurukai and Yasunari Magami. Few strokes until they cross the line here in the men's L category. So Tsurukai-san was born in 1938 and his partner Magami-san as well. Yeah, so here we are with some 50 meters to go for the Japanese double of Mitsubishi Boat Club. And they have a tradition of bringing good crews, especially in the older age categories, to the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We appreciate that very much indeed. Right, so we move on now to the women's straight four, so the women's four age category B. So from one of our oldest competitor groups to one of our youngest competitor groups. And we have a good lineup here in the women's four between international, so that's Karlsruhe and Hong Kong, China together on lane one, Aberdeen, from Great Britain, from Scotland in two, then international between the Netherlands and Germany in three, in lane four, and that's the winning crew, I believe, from Nottingham. Lane five, it's Ireland, and lane six, it's London Rowing Club, so race already done. Of course, we had to keep the intervals here. We had some 5 minutes for the previous race, which wasn't quite enough to have the race across the line. Lane one crossing, that was Karlsruhe and Jianli Bao from Hong Kong, China. Yeah, so pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon, that's the crew from Cambridge, USA and Warsaw, Poland. Delighted to have received this medal, Ireneusz Borkowski and Carlos Zesa of Poland and USA, respectively. So here's the lineup for the next for the next final. It's a straight final for the men's B coxed four, and we have Corinthians. Correction, of course. So we have a second final of the women's four. Marlow GB in one, Stockholm for Sweden in two, Bewdley and Milltown Rowing in three, Corinthians Brazil in four, and GB with Exeter, Gloucester Rowing, Walton and Peterborough in five. So 5 boats, women's four, and in yellow, sorry, in red, of course, it's the Marlow crew to the right of your picture that has the edge here on the first half of the racing action, followed by the crew from Sao Paulo, the Corinthians, trying to give the GB crew a run for their money. And then not far off as well in lane 5, that's the GB crew, the other GB crew in the race. And then we see the Swedish crew also in the mix. Just, yeah, so it's international crew in lane 3 also looking good. Let's see how this pans out on this last stretch, on the last, say, 100 meters or so. Looks like a win here for lane 1 for Marlow, ahead of lane 3, and that's indeed Bewdley and Milltown Rowing. So GB and USA in second place, third place then for the other GB crew in lane 5. And we have a crew of happy winners from the previous race. Yeah, really happy here about their win. And the winning crew there being the crew from Ireland, so that was the previous winning crew. Here's Marlow, though, having won the final 2 in the women's 4. Yeah, so now we're moving on to the men's coxed for age category B. And so the Corinthians, Brazil in lane 1 and Poland in lane 2. Australia, Leichhardt in lane 3. Aberdeen for GB in lane 4. Sevilla for Spain in 5. And Bydgoszcz and Triton rowing clubs for Poland in lane 6. Yeah, interesting. Some coxsmen are sitting up, although they have a lying position at the bow of the boat. Good first sprint here, just 1 minute into this race from lane 1, which is the crew from Brazil, the Corinthians. Followed by lane 3. These two nearly level for first place. Lane 3 is Leichhardt, the club crew from Australia. So this is the 90 degrees off angle, showing us that we have indeed the lane 1 leading lane 3, just a canvas separating both crews. Excellent oarsmanship here in the leading 2 crews, halfway coming up. And yeah, so that's a good sprint here. And it seems to me that it's a mighty push now from lane 3. Indeed, they have taken the lead ahead of lane 1. So it's Leichhardt, Australia leading the Brazilians in lane 1 ever so slightly. And also lane 5 not far off. And lane 5 is the Sevilla crew of Spain. They also want to play a role in this race for the win here in the men's coxed 4, the one and only heat that we have, the one and only final in the B category. And I can tell you, it ain't over till it's over. That's the motto. You just keep on going. But I believe that the Corinthians really have done their homework on home turf and bring a good crew over here. They're pushing away from the crew from Leichhardt from Australia. And also the crew from Sevilla cannot keep up that pace that the Brazilians have set over the last 100 or 200 meters. Now they are close to the red buoys, which indicate the last 250 meters. And they open up a gap of open water now on the last stretch of water on Lake Banyoles. What a feeling that must be when you're able to really pull away of your competitors, because they will be doing everything they can as well. Let's see how this pans out in the final sprint. I believe that it should be the Corinthians if they haven't changed the lane order here. The graphics weren't quite right, hopefully. Maybe I'm totally confused, but I believe that the Corinthians in lane 1 have scored a win here. Let's see how the confirmation comes from the jury. We have a great finished camera here in the finish tower, and we're going to have an exact result coming up soon. That's the crew from Aberdeen coming in now. So that was the one and only final in the men's coxed for age category B. And yeah, so here we are with confirmation. I'm really happy to got at least one thing right here. Corinthians winning this race. Bruno Pieri, Agustin Jovanic, Benjamin Bolfson, and Agustin Campassi. And then steering was Reinaldo da Silva. Sevilla in second place, and the Polish team from Bydgoszcz in third. Yeah, so moving on to the next category, that's the women's E pair. And we have Nottingham in 1, Netherlands in 2, between Willem Drey and Het Sparne. Then RCA alumni from Canada in 3. Then Club de Remo Brasilia from Brazil in 4. Ooh, that doesn't look good. So obviously there must be quite a problem between the crews from the Netherlands. Cornelis Trump Hilversson getting into the lane of Club de Remo Brasilia, or the other way around. Couldn't see that clearly. And well, obviously the race is continuing. So let's maybe later on get an official take on this one. Yeah, so it's the crew from Canada with the red racing unis leading this race now. Very good sweep rowing here from the Canadian ladies, Jennifer Valinga and Anna van der Kamp from RCA Alumni Rowing Association. And they have been at the VC pontoon before, I believe. And they open up a gap of open water on the other competitors. 7 crews were in the race, I believe. Lanes 4 and 5 hopefully have picked up their race again after this clash here. It's 2 finals in this category. Yeah, look at the long stretch that they have, long reach, long angle that they cover with their blade work. This is really good pairs rowing. Challengers still in the race, but yeah, we need to have this focus now. It seems to be lane 7, Strathclyde Park, that's still in the mix there, but it's really hard to gauge working just on the video screen pictures. So basically we have the same information that you guys have. So clearly RCA Alumni still in the lead. That's on the left side of your pictures. On the right side we have indeed the crew from Great Britain on lane 7, yeah. So Strathclyde Park, Paula Hubens and Ivana Safarik in second place, where we see also the winners of the previous race looking happy, and that was the crew from Brazil, Corinthians, scoring the win. Bruno Piari, Agustin Jovanic, Benjamin Bolfson, Agustin Campassi and Erinaldo da Silva were presented with medals just a moment ago. Yeah, so coming down towards the line, we have the women's pair, the one of 2 finals coming down towards us. Canada in the lead ahead of lane 7, so hope my eyes did not deceive me here, fortunately. So the last few stretches, and you can see our small but very dedicated crowd in the grandstand area, but you can also watch the racing action on the big screen in the area where the food court is. So that's at the club halfway mark, where all the boats are as well. A win for Jennifer Valinga and Anna van der Kamp of RCA Alumni. Clear water margin over the nearest competitors, and that's Strathclyde Park, Paula Hubens and Ivana Safarik, followed by the crew in lane 1, sorry, that's Nottingham, Helen Bloor and Bernadette McCabe Doyle. This should be the Dutch crew finishing their race after that clash earlier on, and then a few more crews coming in. Yeah, so the final 2 coming up in a moment. Yeah, so what about this crew? This is bow number 5, so this is the crew from the Netherlands, still not across the line. They might take a few more strokes, not turn before the red buoy, but after. This is really interesting to see. Yeah, let's look at the RCA Alumni crew, Jennifer Valinga and Anna van der Kamp. Really happy with the way they could do this race, relatively unchallenged. And they're going to be presented with a medal quite soon. Second final of the women's E pair should be underway as well, between Leichhardt, Australia in 1, Upper Thames in 2, Saugatuck, USA in 3, Aberdeen and Strathclyde Park GB in 4, Calgary for Canada in 5, Ardingly GB in 6, and Cornelis Tromp Hilversum and Hetz Barne for the Netherlands in 7. So this is the lineup confirmed, and we see lanes 3 and 7 in the lead here in this race. Let's not be deceived. It's an angle diagonally from behind, so lane 7 moving up on lane 3 maybe. Sorge took lane 3, Wendy Wolf and Suzanne Dodge trying to defend their position. Lane 2 also looking strong from this perspective. Lane 2 is Upper Thames Rowing Club, Sarah Kell and Judith Byrne. Yeah, looking over to her left was the lady in the bow of the British boat, so they can see the challenge coming from the outside lanes. Already on the last 250 meters this race, and it's indeed the crew from Upper Thames in the lead ahead of lane 7, Cornelis Silverson and head Sparner, Maria Schaap, Alita van der Esch. Yeah, so quite a good lead here for the crew from Great Britain, from Upper Thames Rowing Club, finishing their race in good style, hopefully, and crossing the line with just a few strokes to go. And we have a beautiful evening sun here. It's 6 o'clock now, so we have some 40 minutes left in our racing program. This gives me the opportunity to say goodbye for now and hand over to my colleague Fergus Mainland, who is ready and already wanting to take over for the last and remaining races. My name is Sebastian Franke. I had the pleasure this afternoon and this morning and around noontime, so enjoy the last 40 minutes with Fergus.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Delighted to be taking everyone through the next block of racing that we have got coming up. Starting, of course, with the men's quadruple sculls, which will be next on the course. Well,
we are going to be for a while in a men's
but on screen at the moment, we've got Rowing Canada Aviron alumni winning their medal for the women's pair. Jennifer Willinger, Anna van der Kamp. We can head back up the course, though, as we said. It's the men's E-quads that are on screen next. Well, let's take you through these runners and riders then. Lane 1, Club Remo de Mino from Spain, Minerva Bath from Great Britain in 2, Humbleback Row Club from Denmark in lane 3. New York Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club make up the British composite in 4, Barrio from Portugal, Adnaremo of Portugal and Detroit Boat Club crew make up the international composite in 5. Saint Cassian from France in 6. They're followed by Karlsruhe Viking 1879 Hanover from Germany. And then the Portuguese composite of VRL and Fluvial in lane 8. Well, here we are at that tremendous drone shot that we so often get. The sun starting to set over on the far side of the course. But it's the crew in lane 4. They're out in front leading at the moment. That's the British composite, New York Rowing Club, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Thomas Woodman, Ash Cowley, Nigel Price, Graham Price. We know that already. Ash Cowley's already picked up a medal in one of the other quads races. And here he is back out again, having another crack in this E-quads race. They're leading the field at the moment. Going with them, though, that crew next to them in lane 3. Humbleback Row Club from Denmark. And then again, it's the crew. One more across. It's Minerva Bath from Great Britain. Brodie McAllister, Darren Lowe, Timothy Wheelman and Christopher Bourne. Those are your 3 leading crews at the moment as we come up to the last 50, 60 metres or so. But nothing is stopping New York Rowing Club. Nothing stopping Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. But in actual fact, it was much closer than perhaps Newark and Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club would have liked. Incredibly close. Pushed right the way to the line by that other British crew from Minerva Bath. A British 1-2 there. Chased down, of course, by Humbleback Row Club as well. But on screen at the moment, it's our winners from Women's E Pairs Final 2. The race that happened just before. Congratulations to Upper Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain. Congratulations to Sarah Kell and Judith Byrne for their victory. Final 2 of Women's E Pairs. We've got about 45 minutes left of racing here at day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Very excited to be taking you through all of those races. And as we've said, congratulations to Newark and to Hollingworth Lake, to Thomas Woodman, Ash Cowley, Nigel Price and Graham Price. One can probably suspect, given they're born 2 years apart, that Nigel and Graham are brothers, but we'll say that unofficially. Winners nonetheless, though, brothers or not. But now we head on, we pick up the second final of the men's E-Quads. 8 of these races in the men's E-Quads to look forward to. But in this second final, we've got a United States composite from San Francisco, Western Reserve and Community Rowing. A big international composite from Germany, Norway and Great Britain. France go in lane 3 with Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas. Corinthians are in lane 4 from Brazil. Danish composite of Lyngby, Lemvig and Middelfart Row Club. Spain in lane 6 with their composite of Nautique, Tarragona, Kaiku, Club Nautique, Sevilla and Ponteos. Great Britain's composite of Lymington Amateur Rowing Club and Christchurch Rowing Club are in lane 7, with a German composite of Münchener and Hanau in lane 8. Well, through 500 metres, it was our crews in lanes 8, 7 and 6 who are out leading the way. Münchener and Hanau, that crew just at the very bottom of your screen, the Germans, leading at 500, and that lead as we come into the last 250 metres has continued to grow, continued to expand. But what about the crews on the top of your screen, lanes 1 and 3? That is, of course, San Francisco Western Reserve Community Rowing on the top of your screen. They're currently trailing second place Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas, who are doing all they can to cling on to that second place spot, and that fourth place occupied by the international composite. But across the line there, great performance, great win from Münchener and from Hanau. The German composite crew come through taking first place. As we said, it was San Francisco. They take third behind Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas from France. That international crew of Osnabrück, Rode Verein, Germany, Christiana Row Club from Norway, and Arding Life from Great Britain will come through in fourth place. Just coming across now, that is Corinthians from Brazil.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
On screen though, they're back once again. Tremendous racing, tremendous performance from Newark Rowing Club, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Thomas Woodman, Ash Cowley, Nigel Price, Graham Price, your winners of Final 1 of the men's E-Quads. Confirmation though of Final 2. A win for Münchener and for Hanau, the German composite. Back up the course though, we've now got a Dutch composite in lane 1 of Final 3. Royfa Heineken, Rhineland and De Hoop from the Netherlands in 1. C Club Zurich in 2 from Switzerland. German composite of Sport Club Magdeburg, Rode Club Alt-Weide Magdeburg and Berg in lane 3. Chinook from United States in 4. Club Marijanas Sport d'Aviron from France. The international composite from Belgium, Ireland, Netherlands and Australia. Alisson's Row Club from Norway in 7, with Medway Towns from Great Britain in 8. And that's the bows of Medway Towns right there. Tremendous sculling from Medway Towns in lane 8. Ralph Humphrey, Rod McLean, Christopher Andrews and Sean Martin in one of the top positions at the moment, but not the very top one. That's held by our Dutch crew in lane 1, Roy Verheineken, Rhineland and De Hoop. Stefan Bos, Cornelius Dellis, Johan Link and Johan Leaf. We've already mentioned their names earlier on today, and we've already talked about just how good it is to watch on and enjoy some of that Dutch sculling. They're being challenged, though, that Medway Towns crew just out of shot at the moment, giving them a cracking race. As are the crew, I think, in lane 4. I think it's Chinook from the overhead shot. It's either going to be Chinook or that French crew from Club Marige Nas Sport Davidon. But out in front, absolutely no question, it is Roy Verheineken, Rhineland and De Hoop, who have got clear water now over the rest of the field. Have done for a while. There we have it, up to the line. Congratulations, Roy Verheineken, Rhineland and De Hoop from the Netherlands. On the line, though, it will be lane 8 ahead of lane 5. Medway Towns takes second place ahead of the French. It is France who takes second place. Congratulations, Club Marige Nanas Sport Davidon. And then coming in, we've got the German Composite Sport Club Magdeburg, Ruder Club Alt, Weide, Magdeburg and Berg, just ahead of Chinook. And drifting through, we've got the Swiss, we've got C Club Zurich. There we go, big waves, lots of waves, happy faces, smiling faces. Why wouldn't they be smiling? They've just won final 3 of men's E quadruple sculls. Congratulations to our brilliant Dutchman, our flying Dutchman, I should say, out of Medway Towns and the French club, Club Marginaïs Sport d'Aviron. We're ready for final 4 of the men's E-Quads. Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain in 1, River City, USA in 2, Norsk from Norway in lane 3. Vegasaka Rudeverein, Germany in 4. Club Nacional de Regatas from Uruguay and Sayonia from Paraguay make up our international composite in lane 5. Our South American composite, I should say. We've then got our next international composite from Sarasota County Rowing Club, USA, and Circolo Canottieri from Peru. Bressols of France are in lane 7, and an Argentinian composite of Parana and Regatas Rosario. Our cameras at the moment trained on the bows of crew number 4. Vegasaka Rudeverein, the Germans, currently leading out. The international composite, that is Sayona and Club Nacional de Regatas, are crews from Uruguay and from Paraguay. But a length advantage they have over the South Americans at this point in the race. Well, here's the overhead shot then, a tremendous shot. Speaking of tremendous shots, well, congratulations to Munchener and to Hanau. Frank Arnold, Stefan Hamels, Holger Gerthard and Bjorn Stoltz are winners for final 2 of the men's E-Quads. We're back with final 4. It's still the Germans, it's still Versaka, Rudeverein leading, going with them though our international crew, our South Americans, and then on the far side of the course, lane 8, again our South Americans, our Argentinian, Panara and Regatas Rosario. They are neck and neck. What a race they're having with our international crew from Sarasota and from Canottieri from Peru. That's the race for third place. Sitting a little bit further back is the French crew, Bressols Rowing Club. A lot of work to do to get themselves back into contention for third place, but out in front leading with probably about 100 metres left to go or so. It's the Germans. They're winding up. Vegasaka Rodeverein from Germany. What a performance. Great racing from them. Sees them coming up to the line, leading with about a length's advantage over the rest of the field. The rest of the field will be led by Club Nacional Regatas and Sayonia from Paraguay and Uruguay. And then in quick succession, we'll have Sarasota County, Canoteri, that composite, ahead of Panara, Regatas Rosario, Bressols from France. And then we'll have Warwick from Great Britain, River City, United States of America, and Norsk from Norway.
Congratulations to the German crew.
Tremendous racing there from Vegasaka Rodeverein. A confirmation. They beat out the composite crew from Club Nacional de Regatas and Sayonia from Uruguay and Paraguay. Well, we're ready for final 5 then of men's E-quads. The international composite in lane 1 is from South Africa, Great Britain and Australia. Lane 2 is Real Club Regatas Alicante from Spain. Another international composite from Hungary, Switzerland and France. Tiber from Italy in lane 4 from Rome. Palm Beach Rowing Club, USA in 5. Lyon, Annecy make up that French composite. And we've got the German composite of Hennigsdorf, Dresden and Rostocker as well. Well, what about that crew in lane 7, that French composite, Annecy and Lyon. Currently leading in our shot at the moment, but they weren't leading at 500 metres. That honour went to the Germans, to Hennigsdorf, Dresden and Rostocker, so perhaps we'll see them just come into shot. They're in lane 8, just out of shot at the moment. Going well. Also, we've got our crew in lane 3. That's our international composite from Hungary, Switzerland and from France, but we're panning round. We're getting a great panning shot now. But it is still that crew in Annecy and Lyon. They've completely overhauled the Germans. We're not quite sure what's happened to the Germans. We'll bring you those results as soon as we can. Coming through the line, that was Tiber from Italy, Real Club Regatas Alicante, and then our international composite of Victoria Lake, South Africa, Fairlop Rowing Club from Great Britain, and Brisbane Grammarians, the old boys of Brisbane Grammar School, one can imagine. So we're just waiting for confirmation there of final 5 of men's E-quads. Bear with us as we bring it to you. And confirmation. I'll tell you what happened to the German crew, Hennigsdorf, Dresden and Rostocker. Well, they only went and won the race. My apologies to the Germans. 3.5 seconds up on Lyon and Annecy, that French composite. So congratulations to Hennigsdorf, Dresden and Rostocker, winners of final 5. We head up to final 6 though. Men's E-quads. Just pushing off though from the pontoon though before we do the roll call is our winners of final 4. Vegasaka Rodeverein from Germany, Ingolf Reinking, Rikmar Rockman, Kai Choluba Dunker and Lars Schroeder. But let's give you the runners and riders in final 6. Putney Town, Tideway Scullers, Circle Nautique Penson Sylvestre from France, the international composite in 1. USA's Undine and Palm Beach in 2, the international composite from Argentina and Turkey in 3. San Geronimo from Spain in 4. Moss Row Club Norway 5. German composite of Hersfeld, Ruda Riege, Tieb and Bad Lobenstein in 6. And the Royal Air Force Lakeland composite from Great Britain in 7. Well, the crew that we're looking at the moment, that's lanes 3, 2 and 1 from left to right. distinctive Argentinian colours, who are leading our international composite of Turkish RM from Turkey. Regattas Rosario from Argentina are leading into the red boys, less than 250 metres to go. Just to the right of them, Undine Palm Beach, USA, going particularly well as well. And of course the crew in lane 6, that's the Germans. Ruder Club, Amicia, Bad Hersfeld, Ruder Tieb and Bad Lobenstein sitting in probably third place at the moment according to this camera angle. But an international crew moving particularly well at the moment, out in front, continuing to hold their lead of about 3/4 of a length that they've got as we come up to the finish line. There we have it on the line, great racing, Regattas Rosario, Turkish RM. They will beat out the crew from Undine, Palm Beach, United States of America. As the rest of those crews come through, we can say congratulations to Hennigsdorf, to Dresden and to Rostocker, the Germans who are just pushing off after winning final 5 of the men's E-quads. There they are. Real medals, gentlemen. Even if you bite into them, we can assure you, real medals. Lane 7 coming through just there. That's the Royal Air Force from Great Britain and Lakeland Rowing Club in final 6 of men's E-quads. Our winners, there they are. Turkish RM Regattas Rosario, Helmi Orr, Eric Lingfelder, Pablo Glusman and Carlos Magnus. Confirmation there on screen. Back up the course then, final 7. 8 of these finals, so 2 to go. Lane 1, French composite, Nautique de Commune de Pays de Vitre, Rennes and Saumur, 3 clubs making up that one. Christiana Row Club, Norway in lane 2. Wiener Donau, Freisenwein and Donnerbound from Austria, that composite in lane 3. Arke Am Varnasy from Germany in 4. Bagsvard from Denmark in 5. Great Britain's Norwich Rowing Club in 6. And the Swiss composite of Sea Club Staffa, Grasshopper, Kusenacht and Rus Lucerne. Well, that looks like the bows of the Austrian composite, Wiener Donau, Friesenwein and Donnerbound as well. But there's our camera shot, there's our leading crew. It's the Swiss composite crew, of course it is. Look at the blades. Red with a white cross, of course it's Sea Club Staffa, Grasshopper, Kusenacht and Ruder Club Rus Lucerne. Out in front, Clearwater. And we go from lane 8 all the way across to lane 1 for our next best crew. The French composite, who haven't quite managed to get Clearwater over on the Austrian composite sitting in lane number 3. Not quite able to overhaul them just yet. But out in front, leading, it's still our Swiss crews. It is on the line, Sea Club Staffa, Grasshopper, Kusenacht, Ruder Club Rus Lucerne, who we followed in lane 1 by the French, Nautique de Commune de Pays de Vitre, Rennes and Saumur. And as the rest of the crews come across the line, we can say congratulations once again to Turkish RM and to Regattas Rosario from Turkey and Argentina. Hilmi Orr, Eric Lingfelder, Pablo Glusman and Carlos Magnus. Winners, fingers up in the air, absolute delight from them. Winners of final 6 of men's E-quads. We see that just as Christiana Row Club across the line. But there's the bows, there's the boat of our winners from Switzerland. Tremendous racing from the Swiss, getting it done. Confirmation, Swiss composite crew taking the win in final 7. Back up the course for the final time though for men's E-quads. Men's E-quads with an average age of 55 and above. 7 boats racing this one. The German composite, Mulheim an der Ruhr, Meppen, Essen and Duisburger in lane 1. The international composite from Italy, Brazil, Germany in lane 2. Denmark's Danske Studenter Row Club in 3. Pro Monopoly, Armida and Canottieri Firenze make up the Italian composite in 4. Great Britain's Loughborough Rowing Club in 5. United States have a composite of Avalon and Western Reserve in lane 6. And Great Britain have another composite, this time of Avon County and Minerva Bath.
Lane number 1, lane number 2, and lane number 5. Lane number 1 is leading this race at this. They still have 100 meters to go. Lane number 1 is German crew and holds fast for 4 different clubs. They are leading this race.
Guys! No, sorry.
4. We have
I need you in.
and finally, the German crew won the race.
1 second. Congratulations!
The first position winners of this last final of the men's E-quad has been the German crew formed by Alexander Boden, Asgard, Redling and Stefan Platt. Won this race, the second position finally for the international boat, international company by Italy, Brazil and Germany. And the third position, the Italian crew from three different clubs, the Pro Monopoly, Armida and Canottieri. So congratulations for the German crew.
Ciao Beata! Ciao, danke!
We just saw on screen there, C Club Staffa, Grasshopper, Kusenacht and Roos Lucerne. Confirmation there of final 8. A win for the Germans. Mulheim an der Ruhr, WSV, Meppen, TVK Essen and Duisburger. From quads though, we go to pairs. Men's H pairs. 3 finals of these before we head on to some H to close out the day's racing. Final 1 for men's H pairs. We've got Bedford Star from Great Britain in lane 1. Corinthians of Brazil in 2. Duluth from United States of America in 3. A German composite, Viking Berlin and Esksvej. Cognac Aviron, race for France in 5. And then Australia represented by Brisbane and GPS. Well, there's lane 5 out in front. That's Cognac Aviron. Not the first time we've seen one of those crews leading a race. Going with them as well, it's the Germans. It's Viking Berlin and Esksvej. Less than 250 meters to go. that lead, those positions, they're unchanged from the 500-meter marker. It was the French leading out the Germans. If anything, that margin has grown. It was, about 2 seconds earlier on in the race. And now I'd say we're probably up to about 4.5, 5 seconds that they are leading by. And they continue to push away as we come into the final section of this race. So Germany, Eisfeld, Viking Berlin, up to the line. Victorious in this first final of the men's H pairs. Speaking of victorious as well, we can once enjoy the big cheers, thumbs up, fist bumps from Mulheim an der Ruhr, WSV Meppen, TVK Essen and Duisburger, Alexander Otten, Ulrich Goffrey, Ansgar Wesling and Stefan Klatt, winners of that 8th final of men's E-quads. Back to the pairs though, Duluth just crossing the line, as are Bedford Star from Great Britain across in lane 1. His crew in lane 2. Bruno Lopez Ventura and Delman Ferreira from Corinthians. A few strokes left to go for them as they make their way up to the finish line. 5 or 6 strokes for them to finish. And across the line there for Corinthians. Well, as our drone heads up the course, so will we. For the second of 3 races, just confirmation there. A win for Cognac Avion. Nearly 8 seconds in the end they won by. We go back up the course though. For our second of 3 races in men's H pairs, Auckland from New Zealand in 1, a French composite of Vichy and Compenois in lane 2, an Australian composite of Perth and Canning Bridge Rowing Club in lane 3, Corinthians again in lane 4 from Brazil, Palm Beach, USA in 5, and Calgary from Canada in lane 6. So our camera at the moment riding with Philippe Trouvois and Jean-Marc Fage of the French composite crew. Racing for SN, Compenois and CA Vichy. And we can see all 6 of our crews spread out there, from left to right. Calgary, Palm Beach, Corinthians, Perth, Canning Bridge, Compenois, Vichy, and Auckland just there. It does look to be that French crew, Compenois, Vichy, leading at the moment. But I'd say probably sitting in around 2nd place is that crew from Corinthians. Yes, Corinthians holding on to 2nd place at the moment. But it's close. It's a brilliant race between themselves and Bedford Star. Sorry, that was the previous race. For themselves and Auckland across in lane number 1. No doubt, though, out in front, it's the French. That is all but wrapped up, barring any disaster. They've got to be careful, though. They're dancing around with the bar line ever so slightly at the moment. Then across in lane 4, Corinthians themselves got to be careful for the challenge that will inevitably coming from Auckland's Bruce Walker and Alan Botica. But it does look like Corinthians able to just hold off that challenge that's coming, hold on to that 2nd place, and just coming out of shot at the moment. It is our leading crew, our crew that is set for victory. Philippe Trouvois and Jean-Marc Fage from Compenois Vichy. Great row from both of them to lead out this race. And we are up to the line then. Cracking performance from Vichy, from Compenois. They will take 1st place, but that race for 2nd place is still not wrapped up yet. We said that Corinthians would have to be careful. Well, Auckland able to close to about half a length on Corinthians, who themselves take 2nd place. And they'll be followed by the composite from Australia, Gary March and Kenneth Price of Perth and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. We'll have Palm Beach from USA, Clifford D'Souza and Michael Tebay. And the 2nd final will be wrapped up by Calgary's John Martin and Richard Galway.
Philippe Trouvois and Jean-Marc Fage as winners
Confirmation then. Big victory, nearly an 11-second victory for the French. Final 3 of men's H pairs. 5 boats this time around. Bristol Ariel from Great Britain in lane 1. Vats Masters of Hungary in 2. Drummoyne and Ardingly, Australia and Great Britain form the international crew in lane 3. Willamette Rowing Club and Detroit Boat Club crew form the United States composite. And Switzerland, we've got Polytechnica Rowing Club Zurich and Baden. Those 2 clubs coming together. Well, how about the crew on the far side of the course, the Hungarian Vats Masters? They're into the red boys, leading this race, absolutely motoring at this point in the race. 2 lanes across from them is the crew from the United States, Willamette Rowing Club and Detroit Boat Club crew. But it will be Hungary on this occasion. It will be Vats Masters up to the line. First place in this 3rd final of men's H pairs, leading out Willamette Rowing Club and Detroit Boat Club crew. Next up, it will be Polytechnica Ruder Club Zurich and Baden, Friedrich Wilnecker and Gunten Kraut Gissen. We'll then have the crew coming through in lane number 3. That is our international composite. Drummoyne, Australia, Ardingly, Great Britain, Colin Barrett and Graham Weirn. But there's our winners. That's a fantastic headband there. But yeah, very happy from both of those oarsmen. Tivadar Nogradi and Gabor No. Confirmation that they take victory in this 3rd and final of men's H pairs. But we go up to the start. Our final 3 races are getting ready to go. Our final load of races is actually underway. We've got women's G to M8 coming up. So, a lot to keep track of, but don't worry, we'll keep you on top of things. Every 8 that is racing in this one is all racing in the G category. So in lane 1, that is Perth, Australia, teaming up with Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain for an international composite. It's the All-Star Corinthians boat in lane 2 from Brazil. Big international composite from Clonmel Island, Skibbereen Island, Cork Island, Hollywood Rowing Club from the United States of America, and Offaly also from the Emerald Isle. Great Britain, they have a composite of Milton Keynes Rowing Club and Bedford Star in lane 4. And then we've got a big international composite of Daventria from the Netherlands, Hoijver Heineken de Amstel from the Netherlands, De Hoop from the Netherlands, Hoijver Heineken Tor from the Netherlands, and VK Slava Praha from Czechia in 5. Another big international composite. Lots to keep track of here in this race. Oriel Kensington from Great Britain, Riverside Rowing Club USA, Dark Totnes Great Britain, Canottieri Roma Italy, and Community Rowing from the United States. A lot of composites, so many clubs involved with this. It's phenomenal to have all of this mixture, this incredible melting pot here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And look at it. What a shot from our drone. Our 3rd to last race, and you could throw a blanket over these crews at the moment. This is superb. We're looking at the crews in lanes 5, 4 and 3. That's our Dutch international crew with Czechia, our British composite, and our Irish international crew sitting in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But actually, as I say that, I'm not sure that it's going to be in that order. I think it's Bedford Star, Milton Keynes Rowing Club from the UK out in front, leading this one. But the Irish, the Americans next to them, to the right of them in the bright green kit, going incredibly well. So our Dutch and Czechia composite going particularly well as well. This is going to be a sensational final. And if this is what all the 8 races is going to be like, well, bring it on. Bring it on here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Let's see what the Brits have got. What have Bedford Star, Milton Keynes Rowing Club got left? We're still heading towards the 250-metre marker. We'll know when that happens, when the boys change red. But it is Britain leading out at the moment. It doesn't look like either of their opposition crews have stepped on just yet. They're 2 international composites. The Irish composite, we'll call them to the right. The Dutch composite to the left that we'll call them. But here is Bedford Star, all of them locked in with the red blades of Star Rowing Club from Bedford. But what's going on as we zoom out? Do you know what? I think the Brits are moving on. I think the Brits have found another gear as we hit the red boys. 200 metres or so left to go for them. Fourth place at the moment is Corinthians. They're too far out back to come back into contention. But the Brits, Bedford Star, Milton Keynes, what a surge we're seeing from them, pulling away from the rest of the field. Ireland, the United States of America in lane 3, just trying to find one more gear, but I think they're slipping back ever so slightly. It looks like it's the Dutch crew, it's the Czechia crew to the left of the Brits who are finding something else, potentially pushing themselves up. I think we're sitting at about a canvas or so back. Ireland slipping back, not quite able to match this pace as we come into the final 100 metres or so of this race. This is phenomenal eights racing. We're coming right up to the line. It is still the Brits sitting a canvas up on this crew from the Netherlands. It's Bedford Star, it's Milton Keynes Rowing Club. They will finish ahead of the Dutch Czechia composite crew, who will finish ahead of the Irish USA composite crew, Corinthians. They'll come through and take fourth place in this eights racing. We'll then have our third international crew from Great Britain and from the United States coming through in lane 6. And then on the far side, that'll be Perth, Australia, and Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain coming through. What a race. What a race to kick off women's G to M 8. And at this point, we can say congratulations to Kim Taylor, Susan Lamb, Joanna French, Elizabeth Appleton, Susan Ray, Karen Wilson, Paula Haywood, Helen Smith, and Lucian Cox. They are your winners of final 1 of women's G to M 8. Well, we're through 500 metres then in final 2. Massive international composite from the United States, from Germany, from Canada, and from Switzerland in 1. It's All Ireland in 2. It's Tribesmen and Old Collegians. Lane 3. Again, international from New Zealand, from Great Britain. Alkmaar from Netherlands in 4. And again, we're going international with New Zealand, Cambridge, USA, and Saugatuck from United States of America. Well, out in front then. It's lane 4. It's our Dutch crew. It's Alkmaar from the Netherlands leading out, going with them. That crew just over on the far side. That bow ball we're looking at is bow ball 2 of Tribesmen and Old Collegians, our All-Ireland affair. Once again, all of these crews that are racing are in category G. All of them have an average age of more than 65. But let's check in on our crews on the far side there. That's lane 2 in the darker kit. That's Tribesmen. Next to them, though, the big composite crew, Endeavour Racing Alliance USA, Berlin from Germany, Montreal from Canada, Chinook from USA, Lucky Charms USA, Martha's Mums as well from the USA, Pocock Rowing Club USA, and Rus Lucerne from Switzerland. What a move, though. What a move we're seeing from Alkmaar. They were down at 500 metres, back into contention. It looks like they've rowed through the Irish crew of Tribesmen and Old Collegians. Less than 200 metres to go. What have the Irish got to go? With about 15, 20 strokes left to go. What more can they throw at this crew from the Netherlands? What more can they throw at Alkmaar? Question is, though, can they hold off the challenge from lane 1, that big international composite? So much is being thrown at them. We're coming up to the line, just a few strokes left to go. Alkmaar looks set to hold on. The Dutch crew, half a length now they have on the Irish. But that big international composite in lane 1 is shutting down the Irish ever so quickly, but they will hold on. The Irish will hold on for second place. Alkmaar, they're through in first, and that international crew, Endeavour Racing Alliance, Berlin, Montreal, Chinook, Lucky Charms, Martha's Mums, Pocock Rowing Club, and Rus Lucerne will hold on for third. Through next, we will have Cambridge Rowing Club from New Zealand, St Andrew Boat Club, Great Britain, from Edinburgh specifically, Peregrine Rowing Club, Great Britain, Tideway Scullers and Strathclyde Park also will come through. And then we'll have Auckland from New Zealand, Cambridge USA and Saugatuck USA rounding out that international crew. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in on our live stream, enjoying our coverage of day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta, we've got one race to go. Final 3 of women's G to M. And it's worth noting. There we go. He's dancing. He's done with his duties for the day. He can have a boogie. He's got no more crews to look after in lane 5. Doesn't know he's on camera. Anyway, let's take you through the runners and riders. Our first two crews, our big international crew from the United States of America, from Hungary, and from Canada. They are racing in Category H. Next to them, Avalon, USA, also racing Category H. Then our big international crew in lane 3 from the Netherlands, from the USA, from Canada, from Denmark, and from France are racing Category I. And then our crew in lane 4, our big international crew from the Netherlands, from the USA, from Germany, from Great Britain, France, and the Netherlands is racing in J. So 2Hs are an average age of 70 and above, I 75 and above, and J is 80 and above. So many ages, what a melting pot. What a wonderful melting pot of ages, abilities, and nations here in this final race of women's G to M8s, our final race of day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And out in front, leading this pack of 4, leading this quartet of 8. We're through 500 meters now. And that's that international crew. SAC from USA, Long Beach, USA. Cespel Evesos from Hungary, Riverside Boat Club, USA. Dawn Rowing from Canada, Rocky Mountain, USA. Atlanta, USA. And Baltimore Community Rowing from the United States of America as well. There they are. There's the drone shot for one final time today. Avalon, United States of America. They're in the darker kit. And just behind them, just nipping at their heels, sitting probably less than a quarter of a length back. It is Vada from the Netherlands. It is Willamette Rowing Club, United States of America. Gorge Narrows, Canada. Nyberg from Denmark. Armida from Italy. Rocky Mountain, USA. Minneapolis Rowing Club, USA. Rowing Club Port Marly from France. And Rivana from the United States of America. They are racing I, but they're going up against the youngsters racing in Category H from Avalon, USA. The two of those crews, neck and neck, stroke for stroke, as we come into the second 500 meters of this race. Our leaders out in front, though, that international crew across in lane 1 in the luminous kit just off the top left-hand side of your screen into the final 200 meters. But a word for these two crews. I think we're just starting to see this crew from lane 3. This international crew, this wonderful kaleidoscope of crews coming together, just pushing their bow balls into second place in this race. Of course, they are our sole entry as an I-8. Avalon just to their left-hand side. Our second of two crews racing in the H category. But up to the line, up ahead. It is SAC, USA, Long Beach, USA, Cespel Evesos from Hungary, Riverside, USA, Dawn Rowing from Canada, Rocky Mountain, USA, Atlanta and Baltimore Community Rowing, also from the United States of America. They come through. First place for them in that race for H in women's G to M8. Next up, it will be that international crew. Vada, Netherlands, Willamette Rowing Club, USA, Gorge Narrows, Canada, Nyberg, Denmark, Armida, Rocky Mountain, Minneapolis Rowing Club Port Marly, and Rivana, USA. And they're followed by Avalon. And that is our final crew out on the water. We can take you through those clubs. Reufer Heineken, Rhineland, Netherlands, Avalon, United States of America, Chinook from the United States, USV-TU Dresden from Germany, Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain, Avignon from France, Kenai Cruisers from the United States of America, and Reufer Heineken Pampus from the Netherlands. It's a crew connected by the Atlantic Ocean from North America, from Europe, brought together here in Banyoles at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And here they are, big claps, big rounds of applause from our supporters here at the finish area. The final crew to cross the line, our final crew here at day 2 of the 2025 edition of World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Smiles all round though, big waves from our international composite, who won the H category. And of course, racing from Hungary, from the United States of America, all being brought together.
And of course, congratulations to for the winner of this regatta, the international crew from USA and Canada that has won this final race.
And just like that, day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta comes to an end. And a huge thank you must, of course, go to all of our competitors, more than 3,700 of you racing from across the globe, 50 countries represented here at the 51st edition of World Rowing Masters Regatta. It is wonderful to have you all here, and a huge thank you as well must go to all of our volunteers and officials for helping this regatta run so smoothly. That has been day 2 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta, and we will be back tomorrow on Friday to do it all again. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Masters Regatta de Banyoles. Agraïm, com sempre, a totes les persones voluntàries que participen en aquesta regata i la fan possible, a tots els participants, i us emplacem a demà continuar gaudint d'aquestes regates. Ara podem anar a la zona del Village a menjar una mica i a disfrutar de la festa. Moltes gràcies a tots i fins demà.